understood circumstances than was originally anticipated. We have a few councillors in, but most people, like Aucklanders generally, have been advised to stay at home, and in your case, to be online. So at the very start, I just want to quickly hand over to our acting CEO, Phil Wilson, and Phil is going to give us a quick update on the situation that occurred in the downtown this morning.
Thanks, Chair John. Yeah, so look, we're obviously acutely aware that people's morning has been disrupted, and there's a lot of bits of information. Sorry. There's a lot of bits and pieces of information that have been coming through the morning. So I'll just sort of talk briefly to that, and then I know we've got Dean Kimpton on the call as well, because the transport aspect of this is quite key. So obviously it was a pretty fast evolving situation, and therefore not fulsome information early that could be communicated, or even that was appropriate for us to communicate, because the ball was in police's court clearly, and it's really for them to lead any comment. For reference, the police have made quite a fulsome statement that's in the media now, so please look to that. In simple terms, yes, there was a shooter situation in the downtown Commercial Bay area. Police have contained that seemingly, and tragically there are a couple of people confirmed dead, as well as the shooter, so 3 is what we understand. But again, it's not for me to kind of confirm everything. We've got to look to police for the detail of this. We did have an early executive team meeting to decide whether we needed to activate anything from a formal crisis point of view. There was liaison with emergency management and through them to the police and what have you, which was really about establishing, well, how contained is this risk, and once the police had the cordon in the downtown area, it was sufficiently contained such that we didn't feel we needed to overreact and tell people not to come into work and so on. We just asked for people to use caution, stay away from that area. There's been quite a lot of liaison, as you'd expect, with FIFA. I think you were saying, Councillor Chris, it's sad that this is the opening day of the tournament, and the focus might be on something like this rather than a celebratory event for the city. That communication with FIFA has been very good. They have, as you would probably expect, very good liaison with the police. They're very comfortable with the way the situation's being managed. We've just to get very practical about it, the cordon is still in place down there, but the risk is largely resolved. Clearly, it's a crime scene, and will take a little bit of time for that cordon to be lifted and for things to get back to normal. There are events FIFA related in the Cloud and Shed 10 for later today, and that situation's just being monitored as to whether they'll be able to carry on as planned or whether some adjustment will be made. So we're expecting advice from the police in due course this morning about when that cordon goes and whether things are normalised back there. I think, John, the rest of it is probably just the confirmation of the transport aspect. So we might invite Dean to jump, or one of Dean's people to jump on the call.
I see you on screen there, Dean. Do you want to address this now, or wait to your item later in the day? Perhaps just give us a very brief update on the transport aspects as they stand.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, John. Kia ora, everybody. What I might do is just invite John Strawbridge, who's online, to give you that brief update. He's in the Transport Operations Centre running things, close coordination with the police on all transport-related issues. John, you can give a situation update, and then when we get to the CE's report later in the agenda, I can give you a further update if things are changing. Thanks, John.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Through the chair, we've got what I would say is an evolving situation in terms of the public transport and network operations. Ferry services are still disrupted, but are operating. Rail services are operating. Bus is probably where the significant disruptions are in play, with the team working diligently to look at alternate routes and get the buses through any congestion that's in place. In terms of our people, we have our transport officers deployed, and along with our traffic engineering team, looking at how we optimise the area and also assisting the police with the cordons. We don't have an ETA of when the cordons will go out, but it is a homicide inquiry now. So my experience would say that will be well into the afternoon, and before we get those cordons removed from the Key Street area. Yeah, look, in terms of the investigation, that will take some time, but we'll work along with our providers, the bus and ferry and rail providers, to ensure that we get services back to a optimal level, given the circumstances. That's probably it, Dean.
Thanks very much, John. Thanks, Dean, and thanks, Phil, for those updates. And members, there will be an opportunity to ask questions and perhaps get more detail with Dean later in the day. I guess just one announcement for me that has already been alluded to, and that is really despite the tragic events down there this morning, the momentous nature of today, which is the opening of the Women's World Cup, New Zealand playing Norway at Eden Park, our first of 64 games. The attendance figure record is set to be broken today at Eden Park. Sellout crowd anticipated of over 40,000. It'll be easily the biggest crowd to attend a football match in New Zealand. In some respects, that's almost pales by comparison to the 2 billion people that are expected to watch this World Cup around the world as 32 teams compete. And I was listening to the radio on the way out. Christy Hill, a former football fan, said that in some respects that the feeling is that New Zealand and Auckland hasn't quite grasped the significance of the occasion, but I'm sure that will become very apparent this evening at Eden Park. I know a number of councillors will be there, along with a whole lot of Aucklanders. So this is a remarkable tournament, and on a scale that New Zealand has before. So I think it's going to really lift our city and lift our nation, and I'm sure the council will be getting right in behind that. So Vamos Colombia too, by the way. That's my other team, aside from the football ferns. Duncan's advised me, given the nature of this morning being largely online, that we'll start proceedings with a roll call. So Duncan or Sam, could you conduct that, please? Thank you, Chair. You are present. Councillor Baker?
I am present.
Councillor Bartley? ISP Member Brown?
Present.
Mayor Brown? Councillor Dalton?
Present.
Councillor Darby? Orena. Councillor Ferry? Councillor Filipinos, an apology. Councillor Fletcher?
Present.
Councillor Foley?
Alofa, present.
Councillor Henderson? Councillor Hills? Councillor Lee?
Present.
Councillor Leone is an apology. Councillor Newman.
Good morning.
IMSB member Renata. Councillor Sayeds.
Good morning, Present.
Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Good morning.
Councillor Stewart.
Good morning.
Councillor Turner.
Good morning.
Councillor Walker.
Present.
Councillor Williamson.
Present.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Duncan. I see that we have a motion, should be on the screen, to accept the apologies that Duncan noted, and I also have 3 individuals for early departure there. I'll move it, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour?
Just a sec, sorry, Chair, I'm not an apology for lateness anymore because of what happened this morning. Sorry.
Yep, we've got that. Okay. So that's been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye, carried. Item number 2, declarations of interest. I don't think there's any declarations that have been indicated. No. Item 3, confirmation of minutes. Motion on the screen to accept those minutes. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 4, petitions. There are no petitions. We come to public input for today. We had 5 requests received, 3 accepted and 2 declined. Reasons for declining with respect of the applications from Lisa Prager and Gail Bordock was that the topic of Great North Road, which appeared to a certain extent had been considered and decided, and also there was a legal opinion sought, not by me as it turned out, but by our administration there, that said that some of the concerns that were raised with respect of Auckland Transport and Bike Auckland might more appropriately be dealt with Auckland Transport Board, but certainly I'll be looking to discuss the matter with the submitters, and in light of our role as oversight, I'm sure Auckland Transport will deal with that, but we will revisit that if required. So that being the case, we go to the first item today, one I'm particularly looking forward to. We have Nick Albrecht and Catherine Sanford from Ubco Bikes, and there's bikes you might recognise as being the ones that advertise on TV, and I'll call Nick and Catherine to the chair, and hopefully at some point Sam or someone might be able to get a visual of the bike. It will appear in the presentation, but we've actually got one sitting up here on level 26 that a couple of councillors have been tried out. So welcome Nick and Catherine, and I think our presentation should be online. I can see it coming up there. Away you go.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good to be back here. This is quite an exciting presentation, and hopefully there's something here with UPCO and Auckland Council and Auckland Transport working together going forward. Hey, I just want to introduce Catherine, who I'm sure won't mind me saying has come from quite a dramatic morning where she was staying at the Mervynpick Hotel when all the events unfolded this morning. So, Catherine, you're gonna do this.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for welcoming us here today, Mr. Chairman and councillors. UPCO is an electric vehicle company that was founded in New Zealand in 2015 and is based in Tūāhanga. We produce an electric motorcycle, and we've brought one along here for you all to see today. We're pretty excited to have a product that grabs some attention and is great to sort of have in the room with us. Our bikes are lightweight, they're really easy to ride and suitable for people of any age, stage or experience, and so it's quite delightful to meet with someone who's never ridden a motorcycle before, who jumps on it and within a few minutes is merrily riding around. It's a moped classified vehicle and it requires only a license to ride. Can't travel on the motorways, but it is able to access bus lanes. And I think overall, a category of vehicles that's been overlooked. It sits between scooters and bicycles and the car, and that's something that we want to talk about today. It's easily rechargeable. It's just a 3-pin plug into the wall, so it doesn't require any particular infrastructure. And there's lots and lots of ways that you can accessorise it to make it useful for commuting, but all sorts of other use cases as well. From a safety standpoint, it's low speed, top speed of 50 k's, but we're also able to control that speed to 30 kilometres an hour and fits with a lot of the 30 kilometre an hour zones that are popping up around not only Auckland but other centres in New Zealand. It's got more presence than a bicycle, but it's equally as manoeuvrable. So as you can see, just its physical presence, it's significantly larger, a lot more easy to see on the road. The average e-bike's rated to 45 kilometres an hour without the features that this particular vehicle has, and so there's not a lot of difference there. Super stable, low centre of gravity, and easy to control with the electronic throttle. We've got more than 5,000 bikes in the market, a lot of those in New Zealand, but in lots of other countries around the world now. And we have 0 DSI, so a really, really high safety rating or record at this stage. From a clicker, here we go. From a climate change and addressing decarbonisation perspective, we're sort of front and centre there, more energy efficient than a car. Designed from day one for disassembly, so the idea of recycling refurbishment is something that we've really considered from day one. All the materials, with the exception of the seat, can be recycled today, so we've got a bit of work to do to get rid of that big chunk of foam sitting on the top. But other than that, we've got a pretty good setup now from a sustainability standpoint. We're finding that it's definitely refurbishable after a pretty high duty location. So something like Domino's, you might have seen them delivering pizza around the city. You know, we can take a bike that's done 45 to 50,000 kilometres over 3 or 4 years and put that into a secondary use case where someone might be using it for short distance commuting or you know, just at the weekends for a bit of fun. We're working on cobalt-free battery technology now, and so I'm really considerate of the environmental impact of our product. We have a great commercial track record. Here's a couple of examples. Domino's probably the most visible one, but I did want to note that we have bikes in Auckland Council already. There's 6 of them working in and around the parks in Taparanui, Wendellholme, Te Papakanga, Waitawa and Amberley Park, and the feedback from the users of those vehicles is extremely positive. There's a number of other use cases in and around Auckland as well. From a support standpoint, we've got Denny, our man in a van here in Auckland. Hopefully I haven't clicked too far. He is servicing the corporate vehicles, including Domino's. There's about 50 or so in Auckland now, and as we add more to that city fleet, we'll add more of those direct support resources. We've also got 5 dealers, servicing dealers across the city, and then backed up by our global support team that's based at our Mount Maunganui headquarters. So I really wanted to encourage you to think about a future where the park and ride stations that are going in and around Auckland are supported by a range of transport modes, including all of the micromobility options. We sit somewhere in between. People have more time to do their work because they're able to move around when they want to and need to, and we see productivity gains. A number of our staff are using our bike now to commute to work, and they're saving up to 60% in some instances of the time that they would spend in their car stuck in traffic. Parking areas can potentially be smaller because of the significantly lower footprint, and often you'll only have one person in a fleet vehicle, a four-wheel car. Here we can have a number of people moving around taking up the same amount of space. We really want to be able to provide people with a range of transport choices, and for this category of vehicle, the moped, to be one of them. So if we think about saving money and helping the environment, here we have an image of a MG ZS electric vehicle. We take up the same amount of space, or a sixth of the space of one of those vehicles, and we're about a sixth of the cost on a one-to-one sort of vehicle consideration. So there's an opportunity there to have a significant impact on the city's fleet. What we'd like to do is work with Auckland City to really demonstrate as our largest city leadership in this space, and offer a range of multimodal options. We are proposing to run moped days for staff at both Auckland Transport and Auckland Council, because we feel that ensuring staff awareness and comfort with this particular class of vehicle is going to assist in bringing others into the fold. So we'd really like to work with Council and Auckland Transport in order to achieve that. So we're really asking today for the committee's support to work with UBCO, both AT and Auckland Council, on these e-moped days for staff. That would involve a sort of a formal presentation, along with Domino's delivering pizzas for lunch, and then some test rides and a bit of fun for the teams. We'd like to investigate the potential for UBCO to provide our e-moped vehicle into the Auckland Council and CCO fleets, and then we'd like to run in conjunction with Auckland Transport some public events at the park and rides in and around the city. We see the first of those potentially being Albany, where we have the opportunity really to support the need to get cars off State Highway 1. We're not able to use our vehicle on that motorway, but we're very capable of getting people from their homes to the park and rides and onto public transport. We think there's a great opportunity there. We really would like to thank you for the opportunity to present today, and look forward to taking this journey with you.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for a very interesting presentation there. I'm sure you have no trouble with the Albany Ward councillors supporting that proposition. So I'll open up to some questions now. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Catherine. Thanks, Dick. Welcome along. Look, I've been following your company for a couple of years now, and I was very impressed by the display I saw at Field Days just a month or so ago. I had to exit the pavilion, otherwise I would have been reaching for my wallet. But look, I'm encouraged by this development. I was impressed by the refinement of your design from what I saw 2 years ago. And I guess my question is, I'm very conscious of the deaths and serious injuries that are attributed to motorcyclists. That's the highest DSI rate in proportion to the number of motorcyclists on our roads. So could you just take us through how the UBCO, your product, addresses the necessary safety concerns for the rider of a category that is at greatest risk?
First up, as a moped, you are required to have a driver's license, so that can be a learner's license, but unlike a bicycle or a scooter, you need to know the road rules, and you've got to have passed at least the first of those tests. You're wearing a significantly stronger helmet than you would be on a bicycle, and in the case of scooters, it's not regulated to require the user to use a helmet at all. And then I think that the design of the vehicle, it's lightweight. If you did happen to come off it, compared to a combustion engine motorcycle with a heavy steel frame and highly positioned fuel tank, our battery sits between your ankles. two-wheel drive, very low centre of gravity, manoeuvrable. So all those things come into play in the consideration of safety. And as I mentioned, we we have a zero DSI record at this stage with more than 5,000 vehicles out there. We've been working with Domino's in and around the urban and city centres of New Zealand now for almost 4 years without incident. So we acknowledge that there is risk, but the goal here is to get cars off the road with with our vehicle as part of that program.
And the reality is they can't go more than 50k, so they have to be in 50k or less zones.
Okay, thank you. Two more questions. We have one from Councillor Fletcher, then finally Councillor Henderson.
Thank you for a fabulous presentation and exciting us all with possibilities. What are the specific initiatives that you're looking for from Auckland Council and Auckland Transport here today?
There's two things. First up, we would like to run moped days or e-moped days with both the council and Auckland Transport, which would be in-house for staff events where we can educate as part of a sort of formal presentation, but then importantly enable the staff to experience the product for themselves. So that would be the first thing. And then the second, which I think is the bigger.
Sorry, and councillors as well.
Oh, of course, yes. Thanks, Nick. Definitely. And then I think, importantly, the public events, if we can work together with Auckland Transport and show up, as a united force at events in and around the park and rides, I think there's a real opportunity to showcase what's possible, but also put Auckland Transport in a position of leadership in terms of, thinking about this as a real viable means of transport for people in and around the city. Thank you.
Finally, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, Councillor Fletcher stole one of my questions, but the minor one I still have. As you guys may know, I'm a big fan of e-scooters, take it in all the time, and I think they're the most wonderful invention in the history of the world. For this thing, which I think is an absolutely fantastic idea, can I just ask about waterproofing? Because this is actually a big issue in terms of micro-mobility for a city like Auckland.
Yeah, absolutely. So we were designed on farm for farm. We've been through 5 generations of product development, and we are fully useful on a New Zealand dairy farm. So, water and cow manure sort of ingress is something that we've managed to develop out of the product, and so in and around rain. IP rating is significant from a water standpoint, so no, you won't have any issues with our product driving around Auckland in the rain.
That's it. Okay, thanks for the questions there. We have a motion on the screen to thank Nick and Catherine for this wonderful presentation today, and to agree to share the presentation and their 3 requests to the appropriate personnel within Auckland Transport and Auckland Council. So those requests will be passed on. We have moved Councillor Fletcher, seconded Councillor Henderson. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you again, and we'll just maybe make sure that some of the councillors here just don't nip out on the bike for a minute there. Okay, thank you. Our next presenter today is Graham East. Welcome, Graham. Just while Graham's making his way to the desk there, Graham is going to talk to us today on the long-term funding for level crossing removals on the Western Line. You have 5 minutes, Graham, as per usual. We'll maybe ring a bell close to that mark if required to just give you an indication.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for seeing me today. Now, I have presented in previous years, but there's been quite a change in personnel around the table. There are some councillors who are newish and some who are brand new. I've been on the case for level crossing removal for 19 years. And for most of those years, it was very frustrating because although everyone agreed that there was a need to deal with the problem, there was zero funding available there was no commitment to actually invest, and you can't do level crossing removal without funds until eventually the second iteration of the ATAP included the first iteration referred to level crossings, but there was no committed funding. But the second iteration did, to the extent of $220 million, which was very gratifying, and it meant we could get on with it. 2 years later, we're still waiting, and I'm told as of yesterday that it could be another 2 years before we see delivery. But the Takanini Strait is going to happen. So anyway, coming to the presentation, most of this presentation was actually presented to this committee, or its previous version, the Transport Committee of 2015, by Auckland Transport. So I'm using that for two reasons. First of all, it pretty much says it all. But secondly, to demonstrate the slow pace of change which has occurred. So, where are we? Do I push the right button? No? How do I get something? There we go. Okay, so that's the front page. I don't know how well that works on the big screen, but I think most councillors will have received an electronic version. Up the top there, it refers to 51 combined vehicle pedestrian level crossings in the Auckland region. That includes the rural areas that we're not really talking about today. It's only the area that's covered by the regular suburban rail service. That number 51 has now gone down to 48. Although I believe that the work on the Pukekohe extension is probably going to involve a few more removals along the way. Of that 48, a bit over half, 28, combined vehicle pedestrian level crossings in the electrified network area. So that's the main point from that page. Hang on, we seem to have skipped a page. What's happened is a map. This is weird. So there is a map in there somewhere. It's not with us today. Okay, so impact of train. Actually, the sequence is all over the shop. I do not know what's happened. This is slide 7 that we now see. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so that is a map which was prepared 8 years ago, at the time when we just had a start date on the electrification, which involved not only the rolling stock but also erecting the quaternary system and creating a service centre and various other things. So that was $500 million roughly to do all of that. And on this chart, you'll see that they distinguish between the yellow and the red. That's to do with the height above the. Some of them have got a lower height than others. That's not terribly relevant to the point. So of the various crossings there, I've added a little box down the bottom because Sarawia Street was actually done in 2018. That was urgent because it's the busiest level crossing in the country. And the barriers were down more than they were up. That's how busy it is, 62% of the time, based on 2015-16 timetables. And Porters Avenue and Normanby Road have been closed, consequent on the creation of the new Mangawhau station. So moving on. Oh, I don't know what's happening now. I've seen crossings in the electrified area. So the top line there says there are 17 crossings on the Western line. That is now down to 15. The south, although the number is unchanged, there is work afoot to close or replace or remove all level crossings on the southern line within the next, say, 2 years. It was called CRL Day 1. I'm calling it CRL Day 400, but we will get there. So basically, the western line, the southern line is either done or there is committed funding to do it. So there will be no level crossings on the southern line in, say, 2 years' time. But the western line, apart from the two that were removed to build the new motor power station, is still very much alive and well, and that means someone travelling in from, say, Henderson is spending 5 minutes longer on the train than they need to, because things have to slow down a bit because of the level crossings, particularly those that are close to a road intersection. There's a page here on prioritisation. I'll leave you to read that. The sequence is all over the show. So that's some of the criteria that are used to decide which crossings are going to be done. And I'll just leave that. Impact of train frequencies. I've referred already to Sarawea Street, which is the bottom row. It was 62%, but now they've closed that one altogether by building the Cowie Street Bridge. I'm going to run out of time. The previous speaker had 10 minutes, so can I just beg another couple of minutes?
Already had about 7 too, Graham. So if you could just wind it up, would appreciate that.
Okay. So the high priority crossings, I've highlighted the bottom line. Consideration to be given to removing high priority crossings over the next 10 years. That was 8 years ago. So we are well behind that sort of timetable, and there is some urgency. So what I'm really here to do today is to review up just a little bit as you go into the long-term plan discussions, which I understand are at a very early stage. You've only had some high-level briefings, and as I understand, nothing in particular on the level crossings. So there is one piece of good news. The 220 million that was allocated to the southern crossings, contrary to some rumours that the budget had blown out, they reckon they can do that for $70 million. So that means there's money in the kitty to start work on the western line. This is all subject to preparing business cases and all the other processes that they have to go through. But on the face of it, we've got some money in hand to make a start on the western line once that can be recommitted. But over the next 10 years, if we're going to aim to eliminate all the level crossings, then we are going to need some more money. I'm not going to suggest an actual dollar amount. You will no doubt have discussions with your advisors in the coming months. The only thing I will say is that of the 15 crossings on the western line, some at least can be simply closed. Not simply, but replaced by some other means. For example, Sherrybrook Place, which is well out to the west, serves 24 households by my count, but they do need road connection. They can't be just cut off. But rather than spend, say, $30 million on a level crossing bridge, maybe we could spend a few $1 million on a low-level bridge across the Komiti Street and connect those properties through to West Coast Road, or there's a couple of other options, to the existing roading network. And there are similar things that could be done with some of the other crossings. So there's no such thing as a free lunch. You can't simply close a crossing without looking at the impact on the local roading network and what other work needs to be done.
Can you take some questions now, Graham? Thank you. Yes, so can we make our questions fairly concise here? Online, Councillor Newman and Turner.
Thank you, Graham. I've been lobbying on the grade separation of the south for some time, but can I just ask, where were you advised of the figure of 70 million that you indicated would be sufficient to complete the grade separations at those locations in the south?
A telephone conversation yesterday with the director of the level crossing project. I said I was very surprised because I heard that the number had grown to 500 million, and he said no, $69.5 million. So you can interrogate your staff when they report to you if you don't trust those numbers. I was very pleased to hear that, because rather than being an eye-watering amount that councillors might say we can't afford this, it's actually, shall I say, it's a lot of money, but it's affordable.
Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot of unclearness between pedestrian only, dual purpose, and where they're coming out or going in. Am I correct that the train must slow to a specific speed when crossing when traversing any crossing, regardless of whether the arms are up, down, there's people on it, whatever? Just going across the crossing, traversing a crossing, the train has to go significantly slower. Is that correct?
It's not my understanding. We have the ETCS system, European Train Control System, which has been installed some years ago. You'll see the little bells or balances when you wander anywhere near the tracks. They control the, and if the driver tries to cheat the system by going faster than he should, the ETCS can actually bring the train to a complete halt, and they have to go through all the rigmarole of restarting the train. So drivers are very averse to doing that, which my understanding is that is why they are so cautious when they pull out of the station. The train literally crawls for the first few meters until its nose is actually into the level crossing, and so there's virtually no possibility of a car appearing out of nowhere.
Thank you. All I'm trying to drill down on is whether all these changes to the, are focusing just on the rail efficiency. Not that I'm against an efficient rail system, but it is only part of our transport system, and I'm just trying to work out where the prioritisation lies. But thank you,
Yep.
That's good.
Thank you. Can I answer that? Well, and say it's not just about the train efficiency, it's about the road efficiency. If the barriers are coming down, and already at most crossings it's more than a quarter of the time, but with the CRL we can increase the frequency to potentially double what it now is, which means the barriers could be down twice as often as they are.
Thank
now.
you.
So it's half the
Yep.
time. So
okay, thank you. So use your extra money to trench Newland.
Not just the rail.
Yep, thank you.
Right, thank you, Graham, for your presentation today. We've got a motion up there to thank Graham for his attendance. There's someone to move. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Seconded by Councillor Hills. Thank you, Councillor Hills. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Graham. And our final presenter today is online, is Viv Beck from Heart of the City. Good morning, Viv. I understand you're going to present to us today on a holistic and integrated approach to transport to the city centre, the need to support city centre operations and equitable access for Aucklanders. Welcome, Viv.
Kia ora, thank you, John. Apologies for not being there in person. I had planned to, but obviously we've had a pretty distressing situation in the central city this morning. A few people, seriously injured and people dead as well. And that's, I would like to just acknowledge the extraordinary response from police to contain it. It's obviously a big day too with the FIFA launch. So I am doing this online because I've just needed to use the time while the other speakers spoke. But thank you for the opportunity. This is a big issue for actually not just businesses. Our perceptions research work indicates that access is the number one contributor to negative perceptions of the central city, and that is a consistent position over the time we've been doing these surveys. So it is an issue. The other thing that I want to say by way of introductory comment is that access for all Aucklanders is important, and even by 2031, it is projected that 58% of Aucklanders will still be outside of a 45-minute public transport commute to the central city. That's even once the City Rail link is in, and it's obviously not taking account of any other new projects that might come online, but that's the status as it is now. And we do have people in many areas that you represent that do need to come into the central city for work and other reasons, and not all of them have access to good public transport. So that's why I wanted to take the time to present to you today, and I will try and be brief. Just another introductory few comments. So Heart of the City does support the City Centre Master Plan. We're big supporters of good public transport and the principles behind access for everyone. We acknowledge that over time, how people get around on different modes will change. But the key points for us really is that the city still has to function well, and people must still want to come here and be able to get here. We have consistently asked for a holistic approach to planning for all modes and really good circulation planning, smart thinking about servicing and loading, cabs, rideshare, and also people with mobility disabilities. And I think it's fair to say that it's no secret really that we have been frustrated by some of the work to date and how long it has taken to get some of these issues. And we think a lot of the issues that people are dealing with could have been avoided and at lower cost if the planning had been right. But I have to say, moving forward, I've had some very constructive discussions with Dean Kimpton, and my team is working very productively with Graham Gunthorpe. So I just do want to acknowledge the work that they are doing to now try and really take a more holistic approach to traffic circulation, loading and servicing, as well as wayfinding, because that's very frustrating for people who need to get here too. It is important that that work considers the needs of all users, as well as the wider place and economic objectives. And if I can just use a couple of examples, something like the EVA between Wakefield and Wellesley Street is a pretty blunt tool to keep private vehicles out, because some of you may have been at the opening of the International Film Festival last night. You know, the fact that people cannot get a taxi from our arts precinct to support our nighttime economy is very frustrating. And it's not legible. Auckland Transport have done their own research that indicates people are confused by what that area is. And these sorts of things actually do affect how people feel about the central city. Another issue that's looming is the idea of having 24/7 bus-only areas in Wellesley Street, and that will cause a challenge for loading of and unloading of heavy vehicles to businesses in that vicinity. And we are looking for urgency in addressing some of these immediate challenges. And it does need an all of council and AT support for these priority fixes. It is a shame, I have to say, that some of these are retrofitting, and it's causing, for example, extreme distress to some of those businesses affected for so long by the City Rail link to realise that their servicing and loading, which was identified as a need, has not been planned for appropriately. Having said that, I acknowledge that there is work happening now to try and address it, but it is going to need some smart thinking around employing technology and a more dynamic 24/7 approach to managing access at the curbside, digital signage, ideas like that, to make sure that we can actually try and retrofit this as best we can. And that the idea is that you can use space for different things at different times, rather than the attitude that we've seen at times where we need it for a bus lane, but the reality is it could be used for different things at different times. So really the point we're making is we are I mean, as I say, we're encouraged by the work that Dean is leading in Auckland Transport, but we are really looking for a more nuanced, integrated and sophisticated approach to planning and implementing access. As I say, it is the #1 contributor to negative perceptions. And really, ultimately, what we want to see is a city centre that is appealing and accessible, and an appealing and accessible place for all Aucklanders. It is changing. It will change over the coming years with the City Rail Link. We're big supporters of the project and what it will unlock in terms of changing access to the central city. But the work that happens in the meantime is vital, and we ask for urgency and support for this work to make sure it works for all users. So that's my quick overview, John. I hope I've done that within my time.
Yes, thank you, Viv. Right on the button there. A very succinct presentation. Thank you. Now, councillors, do we have any questions for Viv? We have one from Councillor Darby.
Hey, Viv. Good to see you last night, just before that amazing movie, Anatomy of a Fall. It was a stunner at the film festival. Hey, look, I take your points, Viv. Can you just give us a sense of how important reducing emissions is for you, your organisation, and the city centre?
Absolutely. I mean, we have been big supporters of the move to electric buses. And as I say, we support the principles of access for everyone. The big issue we've had is just the implementation and making sure that the planning is holistic for all modes. So no, we do see them as being important.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Darby. Do we have anyone online there? Yes, we'll just have a final question. I think, was that you, Councillor Lee?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman. If I may ask a question of Viv.
Yes, certainly, Councillor Lee. Go ahead.
Good morning, Viv. I recently had a briefing about the latest plans for the central city from Tūnuku and AT, and it appears that AT is essentially leading the process because they're very much, obviously, transport oriented. What is I take on board your concerns about the forthcoming closure of Wellesley Street to private vehicles, and I hear what you say about what has happened to, for instance, the art precinct because of the closure of Queen Street between Wakefield and Wellesley Street. I am still trying to get the coherence behind why you would close off part of Queen Street for private vehicles. But can I ask you, do you think that this work, whatever its merits, is premature, given the CRL will not be working until 2026, and that you're looking for coherence? Do you think that this is a coherent approach at this point?
Well, it is. Some of it is definitely too slow. We would have liked holistic planning and more focus on needs a lot sooner. What we're trying to do, I guess, is work with AT and the council group to try and address some of these issues and just look for some common sense. And we understand the goals of, for example, the access for everyone. But if you look at that EVA, not having cabs and rideshare to support our arts precinct is one that just is beyond us, really. We've always thought there could be an ability to be more dynamic in the use of that space. So what I'm saying is, I think there needs to be that attitude to say, let's get this right. We're working towards a different future with the CRL, but we've got to get it functioning as well as possible in that time frame. And I think there is a will. I mean, we are seeing a different attitude now, and I think that's important. As I say, I've had some good discussions with Dean, and I know my team's working productively with AT and others, but I think it's important that various needs are understood, and unfortunately some of it is retrofitting, which is not ideal. But I think a willingness to look at dynamic use of space is important, and making it operate as well as we can in those 3 years. There's no question that the construction has had a huge impact, but if we can make it work as well as possible until we get that game changer with the opening of the City Rail link, that would support not only business but other users as well.
Thank you very much, Viv. Can I just ask one supplementary question, if I could? In the briefing I had, I was told of a 75-metre walkable catchment for loading zones for small businesses. Given that loading zones are not about walking but about carrying loads, sometimes heavy loads, how realistic do you think that is?
Well, we're getting a lot of concern raised by businesses, and that's one of the reasons we're concerned at having no access in that lower Wellesley Street area, because, you know, if you're talking about a really heavy keg going to a bar, for example, that's not an easy thing to move around. So I think we've always been a supporter of some innovation and how servicing and loading can work, and those discussions are still continuing. Once again, they've been a bit slow, but I think we've got to be realistic about carrying heavy loads and really try and make the city work for multiple users. And we do get a lot of concern raised around loading and servicing by not only business, actually, but that's the people we represent.
Thank you very much, Viv. I think Heart of the City and yourself have always been fair and reasonable, and we just need all the parties involved to be equally as fair and reasonable and logical as yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final question, Councillor Walker.
So the question I've got is around the awareness of Auckland Transport around a number of issues that go to, one, the mobility requirement of people for venues, and that particularly concerns the art precinct. The mobility requirements of the businesses as it goes to loading, unloading, the various types of goods that are involved, and so on. Is it apparent to you that Auckland Transport has a comprehensive grasp of all of these issues, checklists and the like, so they have a way of analysing the impact on patronage, mobility, productivity of the businesses, and are they aware of the financial impact on the businesses? So what decision-making model do they have to deal with all of these things?
Well, I mean, they obviously do have analysis and data. Previously, we've been frustrated at the siloed approach and lack of real understanding of some of the needs that we see and the people we represent. We're focused on the positives going forward, and we're hopeful by the sort of changing attitude. And, you know, I think Councillor Lee summed that up well. We need to work together on this. There are some things that have been missed that have had quite a significant impact, and it has to be done better going forward. We do have to respect the needs of different groups, and I'm looking to see a significant improvement in that. But as I say, we're very hopeful right now that is going to change, and it is changing.
So just a supplementary question. What I'm trying to get a handle on is what integrative model Auckland Transport has to consider all of these things. It is, well, I would have expected that
the question be answered, please. The question's been asked, could it be answered? Sorry about that, Viv.
Sorry?
What was the question again?
The question is,
the modelling.
Are you aware of any integrative model, any template, for example, that plugs all this information in, that goes to mobility, productivity of businesses in terms of unloading and the like, that breaks away from a siloed approach? So something that's integrated, that businesses can comprehend.
I'm not, no, and that might be a question for Auckland Transport. It's the outcome we want, but I think that could be a question directly for Auckland Transport.
Thank you very much, Viv. Thank you for your presentation. We have a motion on the screen to receive the input and thank Viv. Councillor Fletcher has moved that. Do we have someone to second it, please?
I'm happy to second.
All those in favour? Aye. Against? No. Thank you, Viv.
Thank you.
And thank you to all our presenters today. Again, another very interesting and informative series of presentations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just have to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. You'll understand that the kind of change of organisation today has prompted a few logistical challenges, so we'll be taking just 5 minutes to get that in train before we proceed with the agenda proper. So Duncan, it's now, what is it, 11:05? So we'll resume at 11:10. Thank you.
we presume that you can see the presentation, is that correct?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, I'd just like to introduce Peter Ryan. He's our Chief Operating Officer for our electricity, gas and fibre business, operating all the networks across Auckland. So, firstly, we just flip to the first slide, and I'll get Peter just to talk to just the quantum of expenditure that we invest in across Auckland and how we see this going forward, both in capital and operating expenditure.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, so what you see here is our annual expenditure across the network, both in terms of managing the growth, both normal growth for the existing connections, plus growing the network for new connections, whether they be residential subdivisions, individual residences, or large point loads such as data centres, etc. So our plan, which is publicly available via our asset management plan, is to spend in the order of $600 million per annum, which is a substantial amount of investment. It requires substantial resources, both in terms of human resources, technicians, etc., as well as significant supply chains, some of which lead times are measured in 6 months or more. These levels of investment are significant across the industry, and significantly more if you look at it on a recurring annualized basis compared to other players in the energy system, such as transmission or generation. If you can then just jump to the next slide. Whilst expending that amount of significant investment in the electrification and the resilience of the network, we're making a whole range of activity, both investment and otherwise, in that resilience, as we understand that with an increasing volatile climate that we live in, whilst increasing expectations around secure supply of energy, be it electricity. You can see here down the left-hand side, whether it be in the area of the robustness of our network, resourcefulness, or the recovery post an event, and Simon will go into those in a minute. There's a whole range of activity that we undertake. I don't expect you to read every bit of it, but I just want to pull out a couple that you can see there. You'll see on the left-hand side there around flood mitigation. So, for example, we invested a number of years ago proactively at Wairau Road to raise our zone substation there by over 2 meters, which was an excellent decision in the recent floods experienced by Auckland in January, where we had over 2 meters of water flow through that area. Because we'd made that investment and raised that zone substation, we were able to effectively manage the load in that area and switch it away without having to experience any major outages. If you see around microgrids there, we've got microgrids invested in various parts of Auckland, Piha, for example. And lastly, in the areas of network visibility and operations, we've made significant investment in digital platforms, because we understand that in order to manage the peak demand of the future in a most affordable way, we will rely increasingly on sophisticated digital platforms being able to interact either with customer appliances such as electric vehicles or other parts of our increasingly more intelligent network. So we'll see. So therefore, there's just a range of things that are across there. But we do understand that this significant investment and this range of activity we're undertaking needs the right regulatory setting. So I'll hand over to Simon, if you can just jump forward to the next slide.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. So for us, the critical, being a regulated business, the critical settings to fund that investment really derive from the Commerce Commission, who set our regulatory frameworks through what's known as input methodologies. As you'll see there, Boston Consulting Group identified that $22 billion of investment needed in New Zealand's distribution sector by 2030. So distribution doesn't count, that doesn't take into account the transmission system nor the generation. So that's just, for example, like the networks covering Auckland. Excuse me. One of the issues with the way in which the Commerce Commission is approaching these inputs methodologies is that it's very backwards looking, and it doesn't enable the financing of the significant investment going forward. Unlike what we're seeing in overseas jurisdictions, where financeability tests are undertaken by the regulators, we're not seeing the Commission bring that into their models or their tools. And it's very concerning from our perspective, because we're going into a period of time where there's a significant investment, as you can see, to enable the infrastructure to meet the challenges of electrification of transport, but also the growth. And essentially what happens is the investment just can't be supported by the current settings. So we seek council support to, be able to work with the council to talk about how we can, continue to raise these issues with the Commerce Commission. We're in the middle of a process called the Inputs Methodologies Review, which is due for finalisation in December, and we think it's absolutely critical that the settings are correct for investment in the networks. Go to the next slide, please. The next slide we talk about is one of the things which is we think is pretty important, is that resilience is a different context to security of supply. So when we think about resilience, it's more to do with the ability to withstand what we call high impact but low probability events. So we could say the recent floods in Auckland, or even to a degree the cyclones. It's a magnitude. Resilience could arise from anything from bushfires to earthquakes through to major climatic events. That's quite different to what we call our traditional security of supply. It often gets confused with regards to security of supply, but it's an important context to understand. Flipping to the next slide, just recognising the time. So we've kind of just identified here the issues with regards to resilience. An example there would be that whilst we may have some of our network running into some parts of the Auckland region, we are limited by how much space we can cut vegetation away from the transmission lines. That's what we'd call the normal security criteria. But if we just look at recent events, we've had significant vegetation damage through the cyclone, which is outside of the allowable areas that we've cut. And Peter can talk to that shortly. Reliability is obviously very much about what we call the high frequency, low impact events. So that's where, for example, if a piece of equipment failed on our network, recognising our network is about the equivalent of from Auckland to London in distance. So, when you lay it end to end, so we can always have a piece of equipment fail, but the ability to repair that and get it back up and running really quickly. Another theme with being able to respond really quickly that we would see the council being really valuable in supporting is the ability for our faults crews to have traffic flashing red lights like we see with the fire service and ambulance, because basically when we have events, they are stuck in traffic like every other person in Auckland and commuters. In a recent event in the area where I live, basically it took the guys an hour 15 minutes to get to the location, took 10 minutes to fix the thing. They're basically stuck in traffic. So what we've called for some time is the ability for our faults crews to be trained and to operate only in events, which could be a safety or a human safety issue, to have the ability to put their flashing lights on, just like fire, ambulance, police, and be able to get through to the site much quicker than what's currently the case. If we move to the next slide, our context for our strategy from a vector investment perspective is very much focused on how do we understand what are the needs of the network from now and into the future, which is very much informed by customers, data analytics, technology changes. For example, we're seeing now a move for more and more electric vehicles, electrification. We're seeing security of supply. We're seeing large loads turn up like data centres. We're seeing different consumer behaviour. So how do we actually have the data linked with the customer analytics, linked with the natural environment, linked with the performance of the energy system to build much smarter and more efficient networks? And one of the areas where we're particularly investing in is what we call digital platforms, not only to do the analytics, but also to manage the networks in a much more sophisticated way. So one thing the council may be aware of is that we have a strategic alliance with both Amazon Web Services and Google X, where we're co-developing platforms to build these new solutions to enable our networks to operate in a much more sophisticated and smart way. And in the case of both of those parties, we're the only parties that are working with them on these types of models, co-developments with the likes of Amazon. There's about 70 people between ourselves and Amazon building new digital platforms as a co-development. And with Google, we've got some other partners in the US. Excuse me, next slide. So I'll hand over to Peter, and you could talk about some recent events and some of the challenges that we face through those, with primarily the biggest issue being vegetation.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, vegetation is probably our biggest contributor to the outages around the network. We are seeing a higher frequency of high concentration of high velocity wind across the network, in particular which impacts us particularly in the north and west parts of Auckland, compounded with this period of high wet weather, makes the ground highly susceptible in those high wind situations for trees to come over. And you can see there that, for example, even during Cyclone Gabrielle, 65% of all the outages that we experienced were typically down to vegetation. We are hampered somewhat because regulations deem that we can only cut within a certain proximity of our assets, our aerial overhead assets, and that's typically somewhere between 1.5 to 3 meters, depending on the voltage of the line. Anything beyond that, we're unable to cut, and a lot of the trees that impact our lines are beyond that cut zone, in which case we're unable to proactively cut those to reduce the risk. We have been agitating for many, many years. I think for about 8 years, we've been agitating to get those regulations changed to increase that cut zone and also allow us to move to a more risk-based approach so that we can take to be empowered to take greater control of managing the risk of vegetation on our networks, which, as I said, is the biggest contributor, and in an area or a period of increasing climate volatility is one where we will continue to agitate for an improvement in those regulatory settings when it comes to vegetation management. Even if you look abroad to Australia, for example, there's a lot more empowerment given to distribution networks like Vector, where we see corridors being cut to reduce the risk, especially to more critical higher voltage infrastructure. Now there are other point loads that are coming onto our network that are equally important, and the electric vehicles is one of those. So I'll hand back to Simon, and if we can go to the next slide, please.
Thanks, Peter. So basically, obviously, with electric vehicles, we see obviously Auckland being obviously going to experience a lot of EV uptake. And for us, it's a very complex issue with regards to electric vehicles because, the whole dynamics around where are the electric vehicles going to be located, where are they going to be charged, what's the frequency of charging, but also what is the impact on the network. And with electric vehicles increasing on the network, it's not only electric vehicles, but it's the whole decarbonisation of energy. So we also see the transition from gas onto electricity. So very multifaceted challenge, and again, why we invest so significantly in the likes of data analytics and other digital solutions to really understand and develop the future scenarios. I think it's important to also point out that we're one part of the energy system. We're talking here about our distribution network, which covers all of Auckland, with regards to is there sufficient generation or if there's sufficient transmission. We're not talking to that, but we're talking about our ability to look into the future, to invest, and also to understand what's occurring with regards to loads across the network. So a lot of the curves that we're using here are derived from, various reports published by government and EV working groups and the likes. We integrate those into the next slide, which if we could move to, is what we then do the analytics on, is what's going to occur to the load in Auckland over the next 20, 30 years, and what are the kind of tipping points. But more importantly, a real focus on affordability. I guess just in a simple terms here, if we look at this graph, the green line is the optimal line in terms of still being able to meet all the customer needs and the expectations, but doing it in a much more efficient way than what we call the very upper bound of the light blue there being disorderly. Now, the context there is essentially saying that on the green line, we would have control environments talking to devices such as electric vehicle charging in residential homes and everything, to essentially schedule them just like you would with air traffic control, so that they don't all come on at the same time, cause a peak, and then cause a lot of network investment. The disorderly is actually where there's no control environment, no management of that load coming on the network, and essentially it creates significant peaks. It'll be a bit like everyone driving on the motorways at once, causing massive congestion. To relieve that congestion, you'd have to build many more lanes, which outside of those peak times would be very inefficient. So that's our focus. We've got a little chart to the side there that shows how that growth occurs. But to put it in context, even the green line is doubling our current demand on our network, whereas the blue is obviously significantly above it. And as you can see, as those levels of lines grow, that's essentially investment in the network to meet that. And hence, we also want to make sure that's as efficient as possible because it translates into cost to consumers. Talking of cost to consumers, if we could go to the next slide, our focus is very much in line with what we see with the Electricity Authority, who set pricing principles for how we manage things such as the introduction of new loads or people requesting new connections. And one of the topics at the moment is about electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Our perspective is very much that the electrical charging infrastructure should be paid for the connection of that, and the provision of that service should be paid for those parties that are basically seeking to put in electric chargers, primarily in the commercial space, because that is actually a business model. And if it wasn't otherwise paid by them, it would be basically put into what we know as our regulated asset base, or as our total asset base. And the cost of that would be spread across all customers. And in essence, we don't believe that's equitable in charging consumers that wouldn't be using that charging infrastructure, or those that can least afford it, having to foot the bill for basically commercial entities who want to build a model of putting in more electric charging infrastructure. So that's just one key point that we think is really important to note, and it's no different to how we charge the likes of data centers or other people that are wanting to invest in their own business solutions and put them out into connect them onto our network. Next slide, please. Also, we see it's really important that we advocate from a vector perspective for Auckland, and one of the issues there is very much on issues such as the affordability and the cost of electricity. A topic that you'll hear probably raised in the near future is whether or not Tiwai or the aluminium smelter gets recontracted, which is a very significant load in the New Zealand energy system. We have nothing at all against the Tiwai aluminium smelter or anything else. Our issue is that they should just be paying a fair market price, the same as everyone else in the country. To put that in perspective, they use around the same amount of energy as 775,000 residential customers. If we take that into the context for Auckland, there's around about 500,000 residential customers. So as you can see, it's even more than the amount of people in Auckland. They pay roughly 3.5 cents per kilowatt hour for that. That's in contrast to the retail wholesale price of around 15 cents for retail customers in New Zealand. And it equates to around $500 million a year in cost difference between what they pay and the equivalent number of people. So we just think it's really important that that's an equitable allocation, and the cost shouldn't be therefore kind of loaded onto residential consumers when we're facing some of these energy transition challenges. So if we could flip to the next slide, just in recognition of time, to really focus on what we believe is critical and where we obviously welcome support from the council, is we think it's super critical when energy is becoming one of the most important pieces of infrastructure. We're seeing globally where the dependence on electricity is so critical now, whether it's for, you know, the home consumer use businesses, but now we're also seeing the integration of transport into it. We believe there needs to be a Ministry of Energy or equivalent agency that can actually streamline the regulatory and policy decisions, as opposed to it being very fragmented at the moment, and to bring that decision framework to get a real focus on what's required from an energy strategy. How do we actually make sure that the transportation integration is actually really carefully considered, and some really critical decisions are needed there, such as the ability for us to connect to people's charging devices, not to control them for every minute of the day, but it's just in times where we need to be able to control them, to minimise that cost to all consumers is a super critical issue. And New Zealand's basically lagging behind what other markets are doing. In the UK, we've seen the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero established, and we think as it stands at the moment, it's too fragmented, there's too many agencies, and energy's so critical it needs to be really given a singular focus and brought into one entity. And so we've been advocating that and have been on that mission for quite some time. So a voice in support would be really great to sit alongside us. And then turning to the last slide, I'm more than happy to take any questions, but thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much, Peter and Simon. That was some real food for thought in amongst that, and it would seem, Barry, potentially a role for Auckland Council in picking up some of the suggestions that Peter and Simon made there. We've got a few questions here, if you don't mind, gentlemen, asking, and we'll kick off with Councillors Walker, Henderson, Turner, and Darby, and Ferry.
Good to hear from you. I met with some people in Vector some months ago and discussed the merit of an energy strategy for Auckland. So I just want to run that past you, and that's certainly within the context of a Ministry of Energy. I'm mindful of is that will take some time to put in place given the slow pace of government. So given that the critical demand that we've got in Auckland, all the issues around peak loading that are coming into play, around the electrification of everything, do you think there's some merit in an energy strategy for Auckland? And I'm assuming that would do some pretty sophisticated foresighting and the like. And one of the things I'm mindful of is that there are international players like Tesla that can actually supply megapacks and capacity to buffer systems based on zero capital cost to the likes of council and players, because there's an economic model because of the difference between the peak cost of power and the off-peak to do that. And we're seeing these networks being deployed around the planet, particularly in the United States. So critical question then, just around the energy strategy for Auckland and the immediacy of it.
Yeah, look, I think we welcome the opportunity to engage with the council on how we see the needs of Auckland, and I think that's a very widespread topic. It's about, you know, with regards to Auckland, because we're in an interconnected system, it's what's everything from the generation adequacy to what we call a whole of system costs. So we obviously have to also recognise how do we get the least cost to consumers with the best kind of quality of service. We certainly have invested a lot in technology, as we say, our relationships with the likes of Amazon and also Google X. We were the first party to enter into an arrangement some years back with Tesla on large-scale batteries and put one of those first in the Southern Hemisphere in Glen Innes. So very much understand the battery technology. But I think the bigger point is that we are part of an interconnected system. We think actually that it would be great to have the council to support to enable Auckland to have the right infrastructure. There's regulatory settings that need to be put in place correctly. We have to ensure that there is the right incentives for the new types of technology. We have to have the right decisions made around how people can actually connect to our system and how we can manage those loads in the most sophisticated and smartest possible ways. So whether that's an energy strategy for Auckland or how does Auckland fit into the wider energy strategy, I think is probably the latter. But I think the objectives for Auckland, I think we probably all share passionately about how do we make sure we get the best and affordable system and costs, and it's not just the distribution infrastructure, it's also the total cost to get energy into Auckland.
Supplementary question, Mr. Chair. Given that the council doesn't have a lot of expertise in this area across our organisation, would you be in a position together with some other players to put together something that Barry Potter and the like could pick up on, that could inform us in terms of an agenda item in a collaborative way?
Barry has already indicated, Councillor Walker, that he will be meeting up with Peter and Simon to really see what prospect there is of taking this further from a council perspective. So thank you for that. Yeah. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks. Just a question for the chair. This presentation is incredibly detailed and technical. Can I ask if this was provided in advance to be put up on Nexus and circulated among the committee?
It wasn't received until this morning.
Okay. I'll just let you know in advance. I'm considering voting against receiving it.
Yeah.
Because it's a total waste of my time. I need to prepare for these things.
Yeah. I certainly don't think the presentation was a waste of time, but I take your point about having this in a timely manner.
Yeah.
And that will be.
I can't ask questions if I don't ask them.
So that's been duly noted, and it's a fair point.
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just got 3 questions there. So this is really poignant compared to our long-term plan considerations at the moment and our future strategy for Auckland. So you say that supply and network capacity isn't part of your presentation here today. But based on the fact that small power stations, like small nuclear power stations, like big battery packs, etc., can be placed almost anywhere, based on the fact that we mightn't ever see a hydro dam anywhere that we can sort of plan for, how can you... There's no basis to this discussion, because without knowing where you're going to get your supply located, I can't see. So what could you say to that?
Yeah, look, I think the fact of the matter is to understand the energy structure in New Zealand. Our role in the energy system as a distribution company, by virtue of legislation, we're not allowed to invest in large-scale generation, and we're also not the transmission operator, who is Transpower, which is owned by the government. So we're talking about what we see as the growth of energy requirements for Auckland. We certainly have a lot of analysis and we understand where things are going with regards to generation, but that's a whole nother topic in of itself. What we've been talking about here is how our role fits into enabling the infrastructure for Auckland. Now, there's no doubt that there are solutions. I mean, for example, we see in the far north that's got a significant amount of solar capacity that could be developed up in the far north. But one of the big challenges there, which is a real debate in the energy sector, is the transmission system is constrained to get that energy out of Northland and down into the places like Auckland. We also advocate strongly for generation and transmission to be thought of as a total cost, as opposed to it being treated as separately, and making sure that generation is located in the right parts of the country to deliver the lowest overall cost. And we see in places like Australia, where they have things called renewable energy zones, there's nothing to stop, and we're enabling people connecting up solar and batteries, but our role does not, for example, expand into planning generation. That is actually left to the market, which the Electricity Authority oversees, for the market to basically invest in generation and then separately transmission to be built to get it into cities right across the country. So we can certainly talk further on our perspectives on that, but that's just legislatively not our role.
Okay, thank you. Just another two questions, last two questions, just to put it into street speak. When you talked about how you described charging stations privately and publicly and commercially, are you kind of envisaging a developer contribution strategy like Water Care's water meters, where you pay $16,000 to hook up and $13,000 of that goes into a developer contribution situation?
Well, we have a very similar model, basically based on the same types of models. We have a direct connection charge, and then we have what's known as a system growth charge, and that aligns with the price principles that we set from the Electricity Authority, and that very much is around cost reflective of saying the people that are causing those upgrade costs should basically be responsible for them, rather than being socialised across a whole lot of other people.
Thank you. Last question. So you're basically going to put the people's charger on like a ripple switch, like I don't know if we still have it, but we used to have in hot water cylinders, so that you guys can go, not tonight, Charlie.
Oh, we've run I mean, you're kind of correct. It's a lot more sophisticated than the old hot water, but yeah, in context, you're very right. We've had a trial with 200 customers across Auckland where they connected their EV chargers to a system, and through sophisticated, it's called learning algorithms, we say that, between 9 and 6 in the morning, we'll charge your vehicle, and it maybe at one point in time it might be getting half the energy, and another point in time full energy. It talks to what's going on with the rest of the network, but in essence it's charged when the customer needs it in the morning. And that was a very positive and constructive trial that was run with customers who said they noticed no detriment to the service they delivered, but what it did demonstrate that we could utilise the capacity of the network in a much smarter way than everyone plugging in their charger at the same point in time and creating a real peak, which has been a characteristic of, in a reverse kind of way, we've seen in other markets where people put a whole lot of solar on, it all generates at the same stage, and basically the networks just can't accommodate it, and it just becomes a very expensive exercise to upgrade it inefficiently.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one very quick supplementary, please. Places like Penrose, there's already commercial entities there who've got electric trucks who can't charge them all at once, who are now finding that they're short of supply, correct?
I'm not aware of that. We certainly have done a lot of work with the bus company, and we send them what's called a dynamic operating envelope, so they know when the optimal time is to charge their buses, but I haven't heard of anything to do with Penrose. Peter, have you heard anything to do with electric trucks there?
No, Simon, that's not crossed my desk, not at all.
All right.
Thank you very much
for those questions, Councillor Darby. Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Simon and Peter. Simon, it's a good presentation, but we're just sort of getting it in front of us now. So my questions are probably related to it, but not specifically to it. Vehicle strikes on poles, they impact resilience as well to the power supply network, and they are significant contributors to deaths and serious injuries of Aucklanders and others across our city. Would you briefly outline Vector's current view on adding impetus to undergrounding your infrastructure to improve resilience and road safety? And particularly, I'm interested in how what Vector's current position is with Auckland Transport when it comes to sharing the costs of undergrounding when we're putting in new roading infrastructure. I'm interested in where the life of your overground infrastructure is aging, and how you calculate and credit that into your negotiations with Auckland Transport. Now, I'm making an assumption there that it's not that equitable at the moment, but I may be incorrect. If you could outline how you go about that, please. How much focus you draw to that, whether your board is made aware of deaths and serious injuries when your assets contribute. I'm not saying that wholly responsible, when your assets contribute to the deaths and serious injuries of Aucklanders, and the undergrounding program working with Auckland Transport. Thank you.
Well, there's a whole lot of issues there. I think the reality is that we do have a published undergrounding program. The reality is that we also have that with regards to any new developments that are being built or where the network is growing, then we do as much as possible look to integrate our network build with the development of new subdivisions and the likes. And as a network, we have a very high percentage of assets underground. The reality is in the regulatory settings, the regulatory settings are such that we can't just take our assets underground because that's obviously a big asset write-off, and you've got basically remaining life of assets. With regards to the incidents of what we call where cars have hit poles, obviously we report on all types of incidents across our network and analyse what steps can be taken to improve the performance of the network. We have undertaken quite a lot of studies historically around what other solutions are being used. It's not unique to Vector. It's an issue right across the world where there are poles in road corridors where people do hit them, unfortunately. And we also look at regular programs, and when we're looking at those assets needing upgrading, which could be because of increasing loads in certain areas, how we can actually, whether it's economical and whether or not it's basically going to be viable to underground the assets. With respect to specifically the work with Auckland Transport, I'm not sure, Peter, you might be able to talk, but I know that our teams definitely liaise with the likes of Auckland Transport and the telecommunication operators when we're doing undergrounding projects.
Yeah, it's actually a really collaborative approach where both in terms of street lining, moving the street lining off any of our poles onto an Auckland Transport pole, or with especially Chorus, where they may have some aerial fibre. We work very much collaboratively together. Also, if there's any significant roadworks that are happening across Auckland, we're generally well abreast of that, and to the extent that it makes sense for us to future-proof our network with the sense to eventually undergrounding critical infrastructure, we are quite proactive at making concurrent investment as Auckland Transports are opening up major roadways.
Just one short supplementary there, and thank you for that, Simon Peter. I'm aware that the cost sharing is not that equitable though. So where through your asset management plan, you've got some overground infrastructure and it's aging and it's coming to a point where poles and overhead wires, etc., require replacement, but then Auckland Transport is looking to underground on that section of road because it is upgrading it. I'm looking for some confirmation that you discount the cost of the undergrounding overall cost because your infrastructure is aging. My understanding is that's not quite the case at the moment, that Auckland Transport is bearing an inequitable cost to underground your infrastructure as we underground or upgrade our roads. Am I incorrect in that regard?
I don't know. We need to take that away and look at it. I don't know where that view comes from. I don't have the exact model basis on how we actually calculate that in front of me. But I mean, I think we've certainly been working with the council for a long time with regards to how we undertake undergrounding. But sorry, I I don't have that information in front of me.
So I think we can follow up on that in that area, Councillor W. Listen, I've only got two questioners left. It's Councillor Ferry and Councillor Lee. We are a bit time constrained with Waka Kotahi because of everything that's happened today. We must really try and get them started by 12 o'clock because they've got to be away by past. So Councillor Ferry and Lee will be the last two, and if you could bear those constraints in mind, that would be greatly helpful. Thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I share some of Councillor Henderson's concerns about this. I note that it is now available to us on Nexus, but I would just like some confirmation that that will be in the minutes too, because it is difficult for the public to give us any input.
Okay.
But my substantive question, I do have a substantive question. I'll leave that for now.
You know, we've just asked that question, so I don't want to prolong it. Our staff have endeavoured to chase up presenters in this committee meeting. Sometimes it's out of their hands. We're aware of it. Okay. No, okay. So it's been acknowledged. I don't think we need to go into it now. Could you ask your question, please?
Sure. So my question was leading on from Councillor Darby's question in relation to power poles. Obviously, there is the DSI aspect to it, but there's also the case where sometimes those power poles are in footpaths that are already really narrow and that reduces access. So I'm aware of a particular case in my ward that I know is being dealt with, but it's taken an enormous amount of community and local board effort to get that on the agenda. What work is happening to sort of proactively look at places where these power poles need to go in brownfields and in areas that are not being redeveloped? I hear the good work and I see it in regard to, so for example, Kaingaora redevelopments I've been involved with, but I'm worried about those remedial ones. We've got ones with footpaths that are less than 1 metre wide and they've got a power pole in the middle of them. Thanks.
I mean, I don't know the specific examples, but I guess from my perspective, the issue is that, as you see, we've got $600 million a year spend, which is also facilitating a lot of the growth across Auckland. What we do see is road corridors have changed over time with regards to road widening and so forth, which has sometimes compressed the available real estate, for want of a better word, where the poles sit. With regards to any specific initiatives around that, we do look at them on a case-by-case basis, but you know, we have to also recognise that, as we said earlier, we have a regulatory envelope that we operate within from a funding perspective, and we have to prioritise how we spend the capital to enable the growth to improve security and resilience. Obviously, in the cases where we're doing undergrounding, then that's removing some of the poles, but there's still obviously poles there to meet street lighting requirements. I don't know if I can add much more than that. It's a obviously a complex issue, and you know, we're happy to talk about that further. But removing existing infrastructure that has still got an economic life is a challenge under the regulatory models.
I think you've answered that. Finally, Councillor Lee.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. A fascinating presentation, and it'll be good to see you guys more often. I have a question. It's a very localised one. It relates to Waiheke Island, where we quite often have power cuts, some of them prolonged, and obviously our power system a little bit vulnerable to weather events with lots of native bush and not necessarily native bush growing close to power lines. I just wonder what is happening to the undergrounding program. We used to hear a lot about that a few years ago, but it seems to have gone off the boil. Is undergrounding still a part, particularly on Waiheke Island in this case, part of your program? Thank you.
Peter, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of parts to that. So we, you know, the resilience of the network on Waiheke is a key focus for us. As you say, vegetation management on the island is particularly important in terms of the resilience of our network out there. We've been working closely with authorities to get approval to undertake greater amounts of clearance to try and improve that resilience. We're very sensitive to the specifics of the fauna and flora out there, and we're trying to work with the consenting authorities to get the right balance between our needs versus the local environmental needs. Specifically in terms of undergrounding on Waiheke, we have a forward plan of undergrounding activity that it takes into account all parts of Auckland. We do south of the harbour. We do try and balance, and we work with the trust, the N Trust, to agree what that forward plan is. At this stage, we don't have any forward plans for Waiheke Island in terms of undergrounding any of the existing overhead infrastructure. But as I said, that is an annual review with the trust as to where our future plans for proactive undergrounding is.
Ooh, that's a long answer, but I would just urge you to go back to the original plan for progressive undergrounding. That will save all this ongoing operational expense of having to cut down trees and so on, and will reduce power outages. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lee. And I think to pick up your earlier point about the desirability of getting Vector in here on a more regular basis is a point well made, particularly as we go to far greater demands on electricity as opposed to the transportation network. Members, you'll see that the recommendation is up on the screen to receive the update with the addition B, to note that the Director of Infrastructure and Environmental Services, Barry, will meet with Vector to discuss issues raised in their presentation and will be reporting back to the next committee meeting. So it's been moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. Does anyone want to speak to it?
Just briefly. Thank you. Just briefly, Chair. For the reasons outlined, I'll be voting against A. I think that it is a democracy issue when we can't get prepared and the public can't get prepared for these workshops. I don't want to blame anybody. It's just a teachable moment.
Great. Well, we've heard that 3 times now, and that's certainly your prerogative to do that. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. Do you want to record it, Councillor Henderson and Ferry? Yeah, record that, please. Okay, thank you. Next up, and we are a little time constrained on this, is the Waka Kotahi update. You will realise by now that certainly what Councillor Fletcher and I have been endeavouring to do is to get a good understanding of all the NZTA projects that are getting in many cases finished or well progressed, and there are quite a number of very substantive investments that are occurring that Steve has been methodically updating us on. We really appreciate that. Today it is moving to the southern part of the Auckland region, where there's some pretty substantive work going on in that corridor from Papakura through to Drury. So we are very much looking forward to hear Steve as to what's happening out there. I believe Randir is in attendance with you. But without any further ado, because I know you've got to be away by 12:30, Steve, we'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and tēnā koutou, and thanks for pushing the agenda along. Randy and I could squeeze to 12:45 just to make sure that there's plenty of time for any questions that the councillors may have. Look, just first of all, before we start, I just want to acknowledge our police partners for their incredible bravery this morning. They certainly have a tough job, and it's we just need to acknowledge our partners there. But this is an information paper, and it's to advise you of all the really good work that's actually underway in South Auckland under the government's New Zealand Upgrade Program. But also we just want to touch on the Northwest Rapid Transit project, which is moving at pace as well. So that's the second part of the presentation this morning. If we just move to the next page, please. So the aim of the New Zealand Upgrade Program, it's actually the government's $8.7 billion multimodal investment in transport, which was to stimulate the economy after COVID. And they wanted to do that by providing some better travel options for growing communities, help people to get to where they're going safely, and provide more reliable connections for new housing areas and businesses and freight. So in total, the New Zealand Upgrade Program in itself encompasses 37 projects, and there's 20 major projects in New Zealand's main growth areas. And in Auckland, the South Auckland package is a key component of that upgrade program. Next slide, please. So with the Wakakutahi projects in South Auckland, the NZ funded projects are the State Highway 22 Jewellery upgrade, the Waihoihui Road upgrade, the Manukau to Takanini Access and Safety project, and also the State Highway 1 Papakura to Jewellery, which is currently in delivery, and you'll see that construction on the Southern Motorway at the moment. So I'll just talk briefly about each one of these slides shortly. We've just moved to the next slide, please. So Wakakutahi is continuing to work on the business case for the South Auckland package. So there's no construction funding as yet. And the business case will be presented to the Joint Ministers of Transport and Finance for consideration in August. However, there are some existing designations on the corridors which have been developed by Te Tapu Ngātahi Supporting Growth Alliance and have been confirmed by Council. So the government provided us through the NZ funding some pre-implementation funding for the State Highway 22 Jewellery project and also the Waihoihui Road projects. So what that did is brought forward the timeline for these projects to align with the Kiwi Rail station delivery and the planned housing development in the south. Now, the construction work for those two projects could start in early 2025 if the projects receive that construction funding, which is subject to the government's final approval of the business case. So next slide, please. So State Highway 22 Jewellery Upgrade Project, the key features of this project is to get access to the planned Jewellery West housing development area and the Ngākorua railway station. And we're looking at, on that orange section there that you can see on the slide, there's an increased number of lanes from 2 to 4 to cater for the growth. There's signalised intersections on State Highway 2 at Jesmond Road and at Great South Road. There's walking and bike paths separated from vehicles. And the new Ngākorua Stream Bridge, including additional lanes to better connect the Jewellery interchange upgrade. And that bridge height is actually being raised to make it more resilient to flooding and future climate change effects. The next slide, please. The Waihoihui Road project, the key features from there is we're increasing the number of lanes from 2 to 4 with 6 lanes over the bridge. So that's that green line you can see on the map there. We're also signalising intersections at Waihoihui Road with Great South Road and Kath Henry Lane. And there is a new higher bridge over the North Island main trunk line. This will also enable the Papakura to Pukauri rail line electrification and planned additional tracks in the future, meaning much faster journeys and no need to change trains through there. We're also installing walking and bike paths separated from vehicles as well to support the community there with multimodal choice. On the next slide, please. So this is the Manukau to Takanini Access and Safety project. So the key features of this project is safety improvements along the corridor on the green section you can see there, including signalised intersections, pedestrian crossings, realignment of that notorious Readout Road, Murphy's Road intersection, if any of you have tried to negotiate that in peak hour. We're looking at public transport improvements, including road space reallocation and road widening for bus priority lanes. And once again, the community, to help the community with the multimodal aspects is walking and bike paths, including a new green bridge for active modes across State Highway 1 between Flatbush and the Manukau CBD. On the next slide, please. Now, the Papakura to Jewellery project, this is the construction that you're seeing now when you travel down the Southern Motorway. It's going to support growth in South Auckland and create more reliable transport choices. So there's actually 3 stages, of which stage 1's broken into 3. So stage 1A, which is the green. So construction commenced in 2021, and we're expecting to complete that late next year. Stage 1B1, which is the orange section, there's some early works underway at the railway bridges there, and the main construction will begin early next year and won't be completed until probably late 2027. And the black section there, stage 1B2, was consented middle of this year, and construction is looking to be commenced sort of mid next year, subject to some land acquisition and once again it'll be completed around that late 2027. Now, stages 2 and 3, which is Juri to Bombay, is only route protection at the moment and is scheduled for lodgement in late 2023. And that's actually NLTP funded, so not part of the government funding. So next slide, the scope of this project includes improved highway access, improved resilience and capacity on the State Highway 1 between Papakura and Juri, including an additional lane in each direction. There's wide shoulders for future bus services. We're installing the shared walking and cycling path on the western side of State Highway 1 between Papakura and Juri, extending that existing path that you now run between Papakura and Takanini interchanges. We're doing some interchange improvements at Papakura. Because the motorway's widened, we've had to redo a new southbound on-ramp and a northbound ramp improvements. There's interchange improvements at Juri, which is enabling the rail electrification and future proofing for additional railway lines, and also improved access on Great South Road to cater for the over-dimensional vehicles which need to get off the motorway to take the routes that don't have overbridges. And there's improved access across State Highway 1 generally and improved safety and environmental features. So next slide, please. We are working with other projects in the Juri area to coordinate construction activities as much as possible. Been working there at Park Estate Local Bridge completion. We really work closely with Watercare around that. We acknowledge that Juri is going to experience significant change in the next 10 years, and there's going to be a lot of construction in the area, but it's really going to set us up for success with a great community access down there. Next slide, please. I just wanted to touch on Te Huia. It's been in the media a lot. As a regulator for rail safety, actions taken by Waka Kotahi addressed a specific identified risk in order to protect the public safety. The order that was put in place for Te Huia service has been taken in response to a situation where a commuter train carrying over 90 passengers entered the busy Auckland Metro rail network, coming within 200 metres of a collision of another passenger train with the risk of multiple serious injuries or fatalities. So this regulatory activity undertaken by Waka Kotahi is measured and targeted to the risk identified rather than a broad brush approach. So I just wanted to be clear around that you know, as a regulator, we had to take action on the significant safety issue, and we absolutely took a measured and target approach to the risk identified. Next slide, please, and I'll hand it over to Randia, who can walk through the Northwest Rapid Transit with you.
Thanks, Steve. Kia ora koutou. Just checking that you can hear me okay?
Yeah, it's good, Randia.
Okay, perfect. Next slide, please. So the committee might recall not too long ago, I spoke to you about the interim bus works that's underway along State Highway 16 at the moment. And with that works nearing completion, we're pushing into the investigation for the long-term work. Want to get a feel for what that long-term picture actually looks like. And you know, we are all acutely aware of the growth that's occurring in the Northwest now, but will continue to actually occur into the years to come as well. And of course, we've got population and housing growth that's forecast to occur. It's therefore really, really important that improvements are made to public transport systems actually continues. So we've actually got the interim works in place now, and we're turning our minds to what does the longer term view actually look like. There was an investigation done back in 2018 that looked at this general study area, which was from Westgate through to Newton. What our study is looking to do is just broaden that out a bit more and include Brigham Creek all the way through to and including the city centre, which is the tricky bit as well. Next slide, please. So look, there is a plan. This is the blueprint for what rapid transit would look like in the future to support a growing Auckland. So it's all part of a wider strategy of actually having a connected rapid transit system. We've actually also looking at getting a lot more connected with other projects underway. So starting to work closely with the Harbour Connections project and Auckland Light Rail as well to take that sort of system view as well. So we start to make stepstones towards an Auckland-based network. Next slide, please. So look, we're definitely taking learnings from other projects and want to ensure that whatever we are coming up with in this next phase of study actually makes sense for the northwest of Auckland, but also for Auckland in general. We certainly have our eye on the big picture from an RTN perspective, but we are also interested in what does logical chunking up of the entire system look like into manageable bits. So it's really for us, it's about thinking pragmatically around what's the right thing to do, what is the right size, and what's the right time to do the different parts. So even though we're looking at the bigger longer term system, we are interested in what does stageability actually look like as well. So the DBC, through the analysis that we will be doing, we'll be looking at what is the right mode and the alignment of that mode for the northwest. Should it be bus based? Should it be some form of light rail? So we are looking at a suite of things. We're not boxing ourselves into one particular avenue. We're also interested, as I mentioned, is what does stageability actually look like practically? So part of that is actually casting over a value for money lens over the work that we actually are going to be doing. So what's affordable, what's doable, but also what supports the growth that needs to occur across the northwest, but also for Auckland as well. And we also, as I mentioned earlier, taking that system view. And so that's about not looking at a long-term public transport connection to the northwest, which is critically important, but also thinking about what that means from a system perspective and how that supports or is supported by other rapid transit investigations currently underway. So really important to be integrated. The other thing that we are looking to do with this particular study, and this is a clear learning, and I recall at previous committee meetings, we've had a conversation about how well does Waka Kotahi work actually connect with the local network. So we've actually taken that on board, and what we're looking to do with this piece of work is not just look at that spine that I showed you, but it's actually looking at, in order for the system to be successful, we want to understand together at Auckland Transport and Auckland Council, what does the local network need to look like to be able to support true success. That'll do two things. One, obviously, allow all of our planners to have a joined up view from a system perspective, but it also will allow Auckland Transport and Auckland Council to think long term in terms of that investment planning for local network investment as well. So I'm really keen at the end of this for us to actually have a business case that gives a complete investment picture as well. We also are interested in the role that heavy rail plays in the northwest and what is the interplay between what you're doing here and heavy rail. So the team will be looking at that a bit more closely and working closely with our key stakeholders. So we actually have a really compelling investment case that actually brings into view our key stakeholders, influences and perspectives, including mana whenua as well, who are a key part of what we're doing. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to impress upon all of you how important and how much we value the input from the Transport Infrastructure Committee. You are a key stakeholder, and it's really important that you are involved in this process to help make it as successful as possible. So this is just a very high level time frame, and we are looking to start engaging the community. We've got almost like a 3-step process at a very high level. We want to, around about August, go out to the community with a bit of a light touch, if you like, where we want to inform and understand the views from Aucklanders and people that live in the northwest and wider as well. What's important from a travel perspective, what's important from an outcomes perspective, so that can feed into our studies, and that'll be made up of things like open days, but also online surveys to get a feel for how people are viewing long-term public transport for the northwest. Then later this year, probably around November, but we haven't worked out the dates yet. We'll be actually wanting to share more information around the business case, the process, the options that we are looking at, and how things are starting to land in terms of what a future public transport system could look like. And then early to mid next calendar year, we are wanting to be able to then have a conversation about what that preferred option, long-term option might look like. there's just a little error on my slide I want to correct on that circle on the extreme right. That should actually be quarter 2 or 3 of 2024, not 2023. So apologies for that error. So what I'm really keen to test with the committee, either today or even separately offline, as I say, we're really interested in your input. It's a key learning for us as Waka Kotai on some of the projects that we do. So I'm interested in how we engage with you. I've got a bit of a starter there as an idea, which is we think there's probably a good opportunity to have some workshops with yourselves in between those key consultation dates. So potentially something in September, October, where we come to you in a bit of an informal workshop setting and we can talk to you a bit more detail as to where things are headed. And the timing is good just before we go out to any public consultation, and then potentially again come back for another workshop with yourselves early next year before we go out again. So look, this is just a framework. I guess the offer from us here is we want to work a lot more closely with you, and we want to take on board your views on things as well as you progress this work. Next slide, please. So also want to highlight that the choices and decisions that we were making on this project are complex and they're very strategic in nature. And so there will be a lot of things to balance. We want to get the views of Aucklanders, absolutely, but there are a number of factors and things that we need to take into consideration to make good, sound decisions going forward. And look, I just want to be upfront as well and state that ultimate decisions, will be made and will rest with Waka Kotai as we advise central government. However, we are committed to engaging with you, Auckland Council and Auckland Transport, and bring you along the journey as well. So you're kept well informed as to how things are tracking along from our perspective. So I think that's my last slide. Yes, it is. So I'll leave that there with you, and maybe leave on the table the offer around how might we engage with you going forward, and some of the suggestions that I've made. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Randera and Steve, for those presentations today. As always, incredibly informative, and just so the scale and the variety of work that's been done around Auckland and the different components to each project, which can take a little while to actually get your head around. But when the jobs are finished, you actually see how it all ties together. And I certainly know from personal experience how beneficial this has been to to our communities north of the bridge. And thank you, Randy, for that that very kind offer in respect of the input from our committee, and I'm sure that will be readily accepted by committee members. And I know Barry is already making notes about the possibilities for workshops. I think that offer to involve us in an ongoing basis and before consultation, I think that's highly desirable, and we really appreciate that response. Well, certainly I do anyway. We have a number of questions here. First up from the south, Councillor Newman.
Oh, look, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the officers. Look, there's an important consultation coming on the 14th of October, which will hopefully clarify some issues with respect to the NZ Up South Auckland project. So I had two comments and a question. Firstly, I have confidence in the State Highway 1 Papakura to Drury work that's taking place. I think that the Park State Road Bridge is great. I think that the work that's progressing in that corridor is excellent. The problem is the Manukau to Takanini Access and Safety Project, otherwise known as the first part of Mill Road. That is just in a diabolical state given the chopping and changing from government on the commitments and lack of commitments with respect to the Mill Road corridor. My question to the officers, and it's pretty apparent that the advice from Waka Kotai to government has actually been to commit to the Mill Road project, although government decided otherwise. In the earlier slide, with respect to, and I'll just bring it up here, Manukau to Takanini Access Safety Project, and at the bottom of the visual there, you've got that particular project expiring at Cosgrove Road, and from then on it's just a grey line. How quickly can you pivot, depending on the outcome of the new GPS, to reinstate the work for route protection and acquisition for the full Mill Road corridor. I accept that you're currently having to work to what the government has committed to, but that might not be the case in a few months' time. So how quickly can that, the Mill Road corridor is not actually a State Highway 1 network corridor. It's not part of Waikotahi's road network, but you're doing the project. So how quickly can you pivot in the event that we have a different direction on that Mill Road program, so as to work to address the full corridor and not just the so-called access and safety projects that you have bundled up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll just pass to Randy in a second, but just to confirm, you're absolutely right that the government decided in June 2021 not to proceed with the full lane Mill Road corridor, and asked Waikotahi to investigate options to improve safety and support that decarbonisation and housing growth in the existing corridor. So yeah, you're absolutely right. That was a government decision. I'll pass it over to Randy now to talk about the details around that.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. Thanks, Councillor Newman. Good question. And I think the key next step for us to go to route protection is to complete the detailed business case. And through the Supporting Growth Alliance work, we're actually kicking off the detailed business case work now in preparation for any future route protection that's required. That's not an overnight process, but we are keeping momentum on that piece of work. And also, just to state that Mill Road is still part of the long-term strategy for this part of the network, and that business case will actually highlight what are the key outcomes, outputs, and some timeframes for that as well. So the business case is the key next step, which is what we're working on right now.
Is the Mill Road, is the route protection work that you're talking about for the full corridor, or is it just for the corridor in green? Because it's a lot of people in the south regard this as disingenuous that we would be doing route protection for only part of the area, given that this is a corridor which requires conveyance from north to south, Botany, Tamaki through to Drury.
Yeah, look, I'm referring to the full long-term corridor, councillor. So have a business case ready. So if we need to go into and are funded to go into route protection, then we have that work sitting and ready to go.
Just one other question, if I can, Chair, with respect to Te Huia. Can I understand Waikotahi's position as a regulator? Are you only addressing the matter with respect to Te Huia, or is this now going to be an approach for all train services? I know that Te Huia is commuter, but you could say, well, the same needs to apply to freight across other parts of the network. At the moment, what it seems to me is that Te Huia is pretty well dead, and that's going to be a great inconvenience for interregional commuter rail enthusiasts, and obviously people currently coming from Hamilton all having to basically exit at Papakura and catch buses. So how is this issue going to be resolved, because it's unsatisfactory at the moment?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. So just to confirm, this prohibition notice is purely just for Te Huia. So I mentioned that it was targeted to the risk identified rather than using that broad brush approach. So some of the other services that currently operate, like the Northern Explorer service, that hasn't run red lights twice like Te Huia. And there has been a number of other events with freight, but they have not involved commuter trains. So instead of using that broad brush approach, we've used that targeted approach, as I mentioned. So we are working with KiwiRail to ensure they're aware of our concerns, and it's KiwiRail need to answer the question around how quickly they can expedite the interventions that are required.
Steve, I'm not very reassured. I mean, if a freight train collides with another freight train or something like that, it seems to me to can also present a risk to loss of life and obviously a very serious impact on the infrastructure on that rail network. So I think, respectfully, I think that you need to have something that weighs up the risk across all of these services, not just commuter but freight as well, if that's how you're going to address this particular problem.
Yeah, no, certainly we do look at it like that. It's just that none of the other SPADs recorded involved a commuter train carrying passengers. They may have involved freight trains doing something not in accordance with the regulations, but it did not include any passenger trains.
Councillor Lee?
Thank you, gentlemen. I just have to share the concerns of Councillor Newman here. You're talking about a targeted approach in effectively banning Te Huia from the Auckland rail network, but that's not an even-handed approach. In terms of targeting Te Huia rather than freight trains, which have exactly the same safety controls as Te Huia, you're overlooking the fact that a freight train probably can do more damage if it collides with a commuter train on the Auckland network. So, to be honest with you, you say it's targeted, but it doesn't make sense, and it's certainly not even-handed. An even-handed approach for a regulator. Obviously, the targeting needs to be a lot more detailed to actually zero in on the problem. The fact of the matter is, there was never going to be a collision because that train was automatically brought to a halt by its own standard control system. So, as the Chief Executive of KiwiRail has pointed out, so I think you need to be a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more focused in dealing with this. Obviously, there is a problem, but simply banning a train for what seems a whole year and probably wrecking the possibility of regional rail is not a very smart one, I believe, by Waka Kotahi. On another matter, I want to say thank you for not parroting the nonsense that light rail is rapid transit and that you are investigating options intelligently on an international basis, particularly for the Northwest. We already have a line to the Northwest. We have stations along the Northwest corridor that are not being used, and I would certainly suggest that you do support heavy rail along the Northwest if you're serious about rapid transit. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think you can probably take that as feedback there, Steve. Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Darby.
Thanks. Just it's not my main question, Steve and Randy, but Te Huia is not prohibited from the whole network. It's prohibited beyond Papakura. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor.
So it's still operating. I understand the patronage has been massively, successful, but it's got a restriction north of Papakura on the network, and that's the focus area. Okay, look, can I just go to Steve? I messaged you during the week about this, and that is the Ara Tūhono Puari Wickworth. There was some media suggesting that possibly Waka Kotahi or the consortium on your behalf had overlooked doing some work or hadn't done some work. When that project was opened, was it not opened and you signalled that there was ongoing work relating to that lower section of motorway? I know when I travelled it for the first time, and it's pretty impressive, there are concrete barriers in place, and I sort of noticed those, and then remembered that you'd actually stated that there was ongoing works. There's perception that there is a new problem, but I understand by October you're due to be the job is due to be completed outright. Steve, can you just address that? And then there's a second part to the question, Steve. I've just become aware that emergency services at least St. John's have instructed their staff to not use the new road unless they're under lights. That is, if they're on a call going somewhere and that they're always at risk of getting called to a priority 1, and then they'll drop that call and go to the priority 1, they can't leave the motorway, they can't turn around, they can't find an exit on the 19-kilometre length, and therefore they are instructing their staff, unless they're under lights going to a priority 1 or going from a priority 1, they are not to use that section of motorway. Are you aware of that? And has there been any consideration in designing long sections of motorway to allow at least for emergency egress, entry, exits? Two parts to that. Thanks, Steve and Randy.
Thank you, Councillor. To address your first question, so yes, when we opened the motorway last month, we did signal that there was still some work to do and that people using the road could expect to see that work continuing around the motorway for several months. We did allude to that it was work on the Puhoi on and off ramps, plus some earthworks, seasonal planting, and some final cleanup of the work areas. And we worked really hard to get the motorway open as quickly as we can. So we absolutely knew there was going to be some outstanding work to do, but we're absolutely confident that the road is safe. And as you said, people are really enjoying that experience. It's an amazing piece of road. So look, significant work has been done since that initial report was done. Look, all the information was provided to the media channels at the time. Some of them chose not to use some of that material, but at a high level, a report was produced for Waka Kotahi in response to preliminary options that had been proposed for some repairs of a landslide or to respond to a landslide. And since the date of that report, the NX2, which you operate and maintain that part of the motorway, has developed a design solution that has now been implemented. And the work in that location is ongoing. The concrete barriers have been put in place, as you talked about, Councillor, as a temporary traffic management plan. And that's to ensure that the landslide actually poses no risk whatsoever to the public travelling on the motorway. And the solution, once constructed in October and November this year, will certainly comply with all the works requirements. So to your second question, Councillor, I was not aware of that, but I will certainly take that up around your reference to the emergency services. We do meet with emergency services on a regular basis, and we do so prior to the opening of that motorway to make sure that we were working closely with our emergency service partners. We do have quite a few conversations, particularly with police, around the length of the motorway network where they need to turn around for emergency situations. And we're currently having that conversation at the moment around the new Penlink connection and how the police can get those turnaround bays in place to enable them to respond to emergencies quickly. So I'll take that offline, Councillor, and just look into that. Thank you for raising it with me.
Okay, yes, thank you, Steve, for those responses. Just a quick tag on to Councillor Darby's question. Certainly a number of those cuts are very significant. But a related question just goes to the lighting or the absence of lighting. So in the evening, is there any kind of concern or otherwise being mooted with respect of how dark big chunks of that motorway actually are? I mean, I know my eyesight's starting to go, but I drove along it and it did seem quite quite dark in big places. Is there anything that we should know about that, Steve?
No, not at all. So there's different levels of lighting on our motorway network. You'll notice, going through the CBD area, obviously the motorway is highly lit. When you get to the extremities of the network, such as up to Warkworth or down to Bombay area, the motorway is not lit. In fact, on the northern side, it's not lit at all. But what we do is that we increase the levels of service in terms of the reflectors, the delineations on the motorway to make sure that lanes are clearly identified during the nighttime and that the headlights are picking up those reflectors that you see on the road. So it's certainly designed to international standards and meeting the requirements of our network.
Okay, so thanks, Steve. I know Stephen Randy said they had to go in about 6 minutes' time. We've got 3 questions left. Councillor Henderson, Williamson and Hills, if you could bear that in mind, please.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I'll be quick. Rita Huia, 200 metres seemed actually like not really that close. Close, too close probably, but not like it's right next to each other. Could I just really nail down firstly what happened and also why did we exclude freight? I think Councillor Lee's dead on with his questioning. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
You're muted.
Sorry,
You're
I don't
muted.
really. Yeah, thank you. I don't want to really go into the details of the incident. That would take some time to explain. But I think, I think that as a regulator for rail safety, we would not be doing our job if we didn't take swift action after an incident like this. I take on your points and I'll feed that back to the team in terms of the approach we've taken. But certainly we'd rather be explaining why we issued this order now than answering questions about why we didn't act if the service was allowed to continue operating and an accident did occur.
So just a quick follow-up. Thank you, Chair. So can I then just really drill down and ask why did we not issue the same order for freight services?
My understanding is that the spared events are recorded for any incidents where a train or a rail vehicle has entered a section of track without the correct approvals. So my understanding is that none of the other spares recorded involved a commuter train carrying passengers entering the busy Auckland Metro rail network, which could have had the potential for a collision with another passenger train.
Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I just wanted to flick back to the Te Huia train issue again and just ask this, because I get so many people who talk about what an incredible success things are, and then you realise how much it's costing in terms of subsidies. Is it correct that only 3% of the operational costs of that train are met from the fares that we charge? Or is that an urban myth?
I would have to come back to you to confirm that. I don't have that information in front of me. Look, this was a pilot or a trial that was put forward, and Waka Kotahi invested in this with the government to make sure we provided choices for people travelling, especially interregional into Auckland. So I don't have those figures in front of me, but I can certainly find out for you if you wish.
Yeah, look, I do wish, because I'm fine with a subsidy and, we subsidise various things with 50% subsidy or whatever. But 3% is what I am told is how much the fares contribute to the operational cost, and 97% of it is by way of subsidy. I can make just about anything a raging success if someone else pays nearly the entire cost of it.
So
I would like those numbers, please.
Yes, yeah.
This is fine. Yep.
Yep. So we've made it. Barry Potter's noted that. Thank you, Councillor Williamson. So we'll get that back to you. And finally, Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. And wait till you hear about the 100% subsidy for highways, Councillor Williamson. The 2 comments I have, or questions, on the Northwestern, and we are receiving a bit more of an update on that. Are you going to be incorporating as much of the interim infrastructure into the future design, or will it be completely separate? Just wanted to know how much we're going to sink into something to maybe change it in a not too distant future. And I've got one question after that.
Yeah, I might just answer that, Steve. Look, Councillor, thank you for the question. We're just kicking off the study now, so don't know what that's going to look like. We're talking about a long-term solution here for the Northwest, so the interim bus improvements absolutely critical and needed right now, and that's going to really support our public transport usage for the Northwest. The work that the long-term investment we're looking at is actually how do we use what we currently have to help us progress to a future state. And I think, look, without having to try and answer the question before the work is done in terms of the detail, but that staging point that I made earlier on, that's where the interim works really comes into its own, because if we are looking at some form of staging due to affordability, then it could be a bit of a mix and match between the interim works and a long-term strategy. So that's where it actually starts to be quite important in terms of the network as well.
Thank you. And very last question, maybe for Steve, that we've had lots of discussions about weeds and good new native planting, which seems to be going fantastic, but the graffiti seems to have come back and is kind of a constant issue. Is there an issue that we need to be aware of, or how can we help? You know, if you've got the Victoria Tunnel, you've got the big, what are they called, the barriers down by Fanshawe on-ramp in St Mary's Bay and around the network, that seems to be increasing, and I'd say it's increasing because we're leaving it there. Is there a plan to really ramp up that graffiti removal that seems to be very visual across the network on the Pink Path and a few other places as well?
Thank you, Councillor. I did notice that last week myself, and I did mean to catch up with the team to understand what the issue was there. I'll put that on my list to get that update and send you an email.
Yeah, those have been there a couple of months now, so just that'd be cool. That could be escalated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve and Randy. There is the motion to receive the update from Kotahi, moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Walker. There is an opportunity for brief comment. Councillor Ensign.
Thanks, Chair. Really brief. Yeah, the Tūāhanga thing, I'm still a little bit hung up on it, despite the questions, because if we're talking about a human error, then we can handle that situation through, employment practices and whatnot. If it's a systems issue, then there would be no reason why Tūāhanga specifically would be singled out over any other type of train. So I'm still not getting it. I don't know if it's just me, but it doesn't seem to kind of be adding up for me. And I'm just very interested to hear about maybe a bit more at maybe a later date at the explanation of that, because that'd be really interesting. We want to promote things like Tūāhanga. So to have it singled out, we need a good reason for it. The other thing I want to do just briefly is note the fantastic work in finding a permanent solution to the northwestern public transport problem. Just want to shout out to Kotahi in that, the great work that you're doing to link those population centres in Te Atatu, Massey, Westgate, all those feeder suburbs that have absolutely zero until the interim busway, which is still not adequate, will be online soon. So, they desperately need solutions there. I'm really glad that you guys are on the case. So thanks for that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. I just want to echo those sentiments, Steve, Randy. We really appreciate the way you put yourselves out here. You front up every month, and particularly for the emerging relationship and the willingness to involve the council where previously we weren't. And certainly for our committee, this kind of monthly catch up and feedback is really helpful to these really substantive projects that are occurring right across the region, and which increasingly are having a local impact too. And you're obviously taking the lead there also in relations with Auckland Transport. So thanks very much. We really appreciate it. It's been moved, seconded. All those favours, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. Okay, thank you. For one final item before the lunch break, folks.
Thank you, Chair.
Should hopefully
thank you.
Won't be that long. One, as I understand it, it's item 10 to do with the Ports of Auckland update. We have Roger Gray, hopefully online, the Chief Executive for Ports of Auckland, and just as Roger's getting himself ready there, I certainly would like to congratulate Roger and the team down at the Ports of Auckland. They won in June, I think it was, a collaboration award at the Safeguard New Zealand Workplace Health and Safety Awards, and that's for collaboration between Ports of Auckland, the Maritime Union and stevedore companies. I think of the rather different council meetings that were being occurred in the last term of council. That's really gratifying to see our port picking up those awards after events of the previous term. So hopefully Roger's there, and over to you, Roger, if you are.
Thank you, Chair. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. I just wanted to give you a quick update on the Seabulk electric barge proposal that was brought to you at the last meeting, and the work that we've been doing along with Seabulk on that. I met with Mr. Peter Dunlop and Simon Jones earlier this week, and we will work with them now to develop up a detailed business case in regards to this operation options. What I will say is they did ask if the port was interested in being involved in a joint venture. We are not. We are agnostic to the modes of transport that come and go from the port. But we will be providing them with the information they need for a detailed business case. What I would say is that this will have substantial capital investment requirements. We expect within the vicinity of about $50 million for building ramps at both ends. It would require the utilisation of 19 hectares of land at Wiri, of which you own. That infrastructure would involve terminal areas, ramps, dredging, bridge upgrades and fendering, etc. If council fund that, that's fine. If Ports of Auckland are required to fund it, we would do so, but we would be seeking a return from the operator in the vicinity of 4 to 5 million a year, and also guarantees that we're not left with a stranded asset later if this business was not to stay viable. We will need to do some modelling with Seabulk on whether the 19 hectares of land that you own there is sufficient for the operation, but we think it most likely is. Discussing with Mr. Dunlop and Mr. Jones, they are planning on the premise that this service will be subsidised. It will not be commercially viable in their mind in comparison to road transport. And just to give you a heads up, I expect that they'll be seeking subsidies either from Auckland Transport, yourself, or central government or Waka Kotahi in order to make this operation commercially competitive. What I would say is the port is not in a position where we can direct importers and exporters and cargo owners to use specific modes of transport. That is their choice, and this business would need to stand commercially on its own and be competitive versus road. Just to give you an update on rail, because I know this is a relatively contentious topic within the council, we are seeing rail usage by cargo owners declining. This is largely off the back of road transport being extremely cheap right now. There's an excess supply of road transport, so we're seeing the use of that increasing and rail patronage dropping. It's also off the back of Kiwi Rail starting to move through and lift prices through the network for rail. One thing which I don't think we've been transparent with council before about is that the port actually subsidises the rail link to Wiri by $5 million a year. As part of our work to achieve the return on assets that you require us to do and the requirements you've laid out in the SCI, over the next year or two, we'll start unwinding that $5 million subsidy, and we'll be doing that through the impost of rail access charges for people who want to use the rail. I expect that will see further declining rail usage off the back of also substantial expected further cost increases from Kiwi Rail. in the spirit of transparency, if council wish to see rail patronage increase, then we will come to you as our owner to seek either a transparent subsidy of that process or an agreement to discount your dividend by the amount that you want to subsidise the process. But rather than go into that specifically today, I thought we would leave that issue to discuss at the CCO deep dive, which we've got scheduled later this year. That concludes my update, and I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Roger, and members will recall that we had a presentation in public input from Seabolt, which you know, on the face of it seemed certainly an exciting prospect of getting perhaps up to 50% of the trucks off the road through this proposal to use an electric barge to barge you know, cargo and cars up the Tamaki River. Certainly, there was a follow-up with Roger to look at the specifics of that, both from the proponents and also from myself and Councillor Lee. I would just say that certainly the Ports of Auckland, through the Chief Executive Officer, proven to be very helpful, very open, and certainly looked at the specifics of what that would actually involve, both in terms of cost and work to be done. So if there's any questions that you'd like to follow up with Roger now, there's an opportunity. Councillor Walker?
I've just got a quick question, and really that's around the imperative of foresighting and backcasting around technological changes such as full self-drive, which effectively means that the sophisticated electric vehicles will be able to move themselves from the port to wherever they need to go. And this kind of development is imminent. Similarly, the advent of electric trucks that are in production, whereby the cost per kilometre is progressively decreasing relative to internal combustion. So I just want to raise those issues because they all go to investment decisions that are medium to long term that are at odds with technological developments. So are they things that the port is maintaining some brief over, Roger?
Yep, we are. I've been in discussion with the road transport industry about electric vehicles coming into the market. We have already some empty container vehicles moving empty containers on electric trucks. There's about 2 operating right now within coming and visiting the port, and certainly we'll keep an eye on it. I think, Councillor Walker, what you're actually suggesting is that this electric barge solution might actually have a finite life when you look at that long term of self-driving vehicles and the use of electric vehicles. So, I mean, that'll have to be something that Seabolt weigh up in their investment and whether or not they can remain competitive given that technology advance is approaching.
Thank you. Is there any questions from any of the councillors online? No, okay. So it just remains for me to thank you, Roger. We certainly look forward to the more substantive examination of the port's activities in the CCO committee, but thank you in particular for your work with Seabolt. That's been a much appreciated response to a public input item that in turn had quite a degree of preparation and research and substance to it in itself. So thank you for bringing us up to date today in terms of the port's view of that and the ongoing communications with Seabolt itself. So Councillor Walker has moved the update. Councillor Darby has seconded it. All those in favour? Against? Okay, carried. So we'll just break for half an hour for lunch now, folks. So Duncan, at what time do you want us back?
1:30, please.
1:30, and hopefully we'll get through the business reasonably expeditiously in the afternoon, given what's coming later on today. Okay, thank you. everyone, councillors online. I hope you've been able to refresh yourself as we have been able to do in here. The first item after lunch was a very interesting one, I think, and one that is important for all of us, the deliberative poll for VKT reduction program. And of course, all those councillors online today are making their own contribution to that, maybe save 20% of their work travel today by not coming in. And to be honest, it's certainly a trend that is continuing with you know, in our own councillor numbers, which I think is an entirely desirable one from my perspective. But we have Michael Roth along today as the lead transport advisor, has been doing a lot of work on this, along with Dr. Anne Bardsley, and welcome Anne, who's the Director General for the Centre for Informed Futures at Auckland University, Koi tū, and they have a presentation for us today, after which there's a few recommendations and I hope a number of questions, because there's some quite interesting potential in this deliberative poll. I think that will be getting conducted in due course. Over to you, Michael.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Chair. Now, the VKT reduction program, so vehicle kilometres travelled, the committee received information about that a couple of months ago. It is now underway. Procurement has started. Waka Kotahi has provided funding through to Auckland Transport and Council in order to progress the different elements of the project. One of the important community engagement elements is this deliberative poll. The idea behind the deliberative poll is it's a deliberative democracy process. So it takes a representative sample of the population and takes them through a very intensive process. It is something that was requested in the Mayor's letter of expectation to Auckland Transport. Because of that, and because of the transport emissions reduction pathway, we were aware of this process and aware of the work that Koi tū had done previously with water care. So we investigated it, and when Waka Kotahi made some funding available, we progressed this initiative. So we're here today to explain the initiative to you, that we will be doing it over the next few months. And then we will be coming back to you when it's finished, so that you're able to see what the community participants came up with as their recommended ways forward to deal with how our transport system will evolve over time, how we address the concerns around population growth, travel growth, and reducing emissions, reducing travel through the best means we can. I'll now hand over to Dr. Anne Bardsley to go through most of the process, and then I'll just come back in at the end.
Okay, go on. Go to the next one. Thank you. I'll just do a quick introduction of who we are and why we're involved, but that will also come up later, why our experience in deliberative processes. But as was introduced, I'm from Koi tū, the Centre for Informed Futures, which is a nonpartisan think tank and research centre at the University of Auckland. We arose out of the office of the former Chief Science Advisor, Sir Peter Clackman. So we've been involved in this science technology related questions and evidence to policy, and lately in these more deliberative processes of involving the public in complex conversations and decision making. So I'm not getting these different buttons. There you go. Oops. Going too far. So we're here just to discuss, as Michael said, the deliberative approach to involving the public in answering the question that we framed at the moment around what changes we can make to ensure that everyone can get around Auckland efficiently, affordably, safely, and sustainably. That's in the context of pressures that we know we're under,
we're not directly asking from the start in any leading way that this is about VKT reduction. They will come to that conclusion, we're pretty sure, based on the evidence that is presented. But the discussion is starting from a broader perspective about what the public thinks needs to change but to still ensure, with the pressures we have going forward, that we can create a transport system that is sustainable into the future. So just this methodology arises out of the kind of well-known public consultation problem, where we're aware that citizens are generally uninformed about really complex policy issues, and that conventional surveys and other methods of consultation usually surface only the top impressions of the public that are also subject to what social scientists call rational ignorance. They don't have a lot of reason to get too down into the detail of one decision over another, and they choose based on their own small experience or top of mind opinions, which we know can be unstable. So there's a lot of movement around deliberative processes in public engagement. The workshop parts of those deliberative processes are sometimes called mini publics. Sometimes it's as big as a citizens' assembly, which I'll mention in a little bit, around what we did with water care last year. But these are facilitated group discussions that provide an opportunity for essentially for social learning in microcosm. And they involve, that, as Michael said, a group of people that's descriptively representative of the community or the population, interacting in a way that often leads them to new understanding and insights. And that's because the participants do encounter a wide range of views that they're not necessarily having presented to them. And they're actually prompted through facilitation to explore their own views and ask why, or to consider why others might have different views. So it encourages the group to learn and to move towards more consensus-based decision-making that could be supported by the general public. So just a couple of examples of what we've done recently. As was mentioned, we did a full citizens assembly partnering with water care last year. That involved the question there was the future source of water for Auckland, given that we know under climate change pressures and population growth that by the mid-2040s we would need a significant new source of water, and given that the agreement not to take further higher amounts of water from the Waikato going forward. So that involved a randomly selected representative group of Aucklanders. We do a stratified random selection, essentially a civic lottery process. So send out a large number of invitations, ask people to express their interest in participating, and from that group, from which we've collected demographics, we then use a sortition algorithm that creates a mini public that looks like the population of Auckland. So we had 40 citizens. In the end, we had 37 go through the whole process. And that particular one, they were empowered to make recommendations to water care after learning. That was a 2-month-long process with 4 full Saturdays and a few online sessions. They got to call their own experts, or they got to request certain types of experts to answer questions that they had come up. And so we did that in online sessions that included international experts. And they did make a recommendation to water care, which they are now pursuing. And another smaller one that is related to this particular exercise we're doing now was I did a pilot set of deliberative workshops with Te Mana Tūāhanga, the Ministry of Transport, and that was around because they're preparing for a big consultation on the future of the revenue system next year and wanted to trial these processes first. So we did a 2-stage process, one using an online conversation tool called Polis, which we are interested in using also in this process that we're about to discuss. and for many public workshops across the country, asking the question, who should pay for what? So it addressed the question of what does the public want to see in the future of the transport system, and what did they think was a fair way to pay for it, looking at things like user pays models and getting them to really understand what that meant. So those were just a couple of examples of our recent experience, but the method we have decided to use for the VKT reduction program is called deliberative polling, which is a method that's been around for a number of decades, developed by James Fishkin at Stanford University. And it involves, again, a stratified random sample of the population that is asked to take a poll, so a survey on the issue at hand, and then they go through a learning process similar to what I've described that we did for water care, only usually shorter, and then at the end they take the poll again, and it measures differences and how opinions have changed through that learning process. So the benefits of a deliberative poll is, some of them are similar to other deliberative processes that allows a representative group to weigh competing arguments on their merits. It can address those value-laden questions of policy choice that pose trade-offs on issues that people actually care about. And for a deliberative poll, that deliberation time can be shorter because the group is not tasked with writing their own recommendations, which usually for a full citizens assembly they are. So this one, the results will again be a survey, but it will represent an informed the opinions of an informed public who've had a chance to really learn about the topic at hand. So it does avoid some of the social pressure, potential groupthink that can happen sometimes in assemblies if it's not facilitated. Strongly against that, but there's no, because the polling afterwards is again anonymous. People can have spoken to people in the room and can see what the general consensus might be, but they can then vote anonymously. I have quotes around that because we will be able to link back to demographics to be able to analyze which groups were in favor of which kind of interventions. So the process that we're proposing to use in this case for the VKT reduction program is essentially a short form deliberative process that will involve a broadly representative group of 100 Aucklanders selected through that randomized civic lottery process. So we're suggesting to put out more than 30,000 invitations to which will be, and we have to do it, it will be a randomized process, although there will be some open call aspect of this. There's always going to be an element of self-selection of people who decide they want to participate, but that's mediated or mitigated by the sortition process that gives you a random sample. And we've selected a larger number than you usually will have for these processes because it's a poll and we want to have a little more statistical weight behind any changes that we see between the pre-poll and the after poll. I want to mention here that we're also grounding this into Tier 2 principles. It is a demographic representation of Auckland, but we are starting from the position of mana whenua engagement. And for example, in the water care process, we did heavily engage with the mana whenua Kaitiaki Forum. They presented a view in the room, and so there's that viewpoint is presented. It won't be because Maori will only be statistically represented in the spread of that group of 100 participants, but the mana whenua viewpoint will be presented as in one of those expert groups that will come forward over that. So the process is, so we'll do a baseline polling on the transport system and their understanding the preferences of VKT reduction strategies, and that will be that people don't have to have any knowledge, and we don't expect them to have any knowledge of the potential interventions. but that's what we'll poll them on before they go into 2 days of facilitated learning, and that's going to span over a 2-week period. We're modeling this over a short form of the Citizens Assembly process, which gives them a day of learning and discussion and question asking, and then we can bring in international experts online in a session in the middle, and then 2 weeks later the second session, which is continuing the deliberation, and then they take a poll again at the end. So this is all happening. Our dates, we're hoping to report before the end of September. These are the dates that we've suggested for this forum to occur, starting from the 31st of August on an evening online session. We're actually going to ask the people, the participants, to take the first poll during that last week in August, so that we have some of the baseline data for the first assembly date, which is on the 2nd of September. So that will be a full day in-person learning and information session, understanding the purpose, objectives, and essential information, and people getting to know each other. We lay ground rules down about how the discussions will occur, and this does take knowledgeable facilitation to ensure that all the voices in the room are heard. So we will have, as I said, an online session on the 7th of September, and that will be followed. So this will also be built into a little mini website where the information can be stored, and people can refer to it if they can't get to that online session, or if they want further information in the interim period. And the second day will be on the 16th of September, another full Saturday, which we call the deliberation day, and there'll be various activities, and still, a chance for more Q&A and fact checking, in-room voting, and then the anonymous polling before we wrap up the session. So the additional elements that we are suggesting in this project are to document the full process on film. We think it not only will increase the transparency and understanding of what the process was, and help in that question of legitimacy in that whatever comes out of that. And we also have suggested to follow up and broaden the conversation using the Polis platform, which can extend the participation to the wider public. So the poll statements for that would be derived from the deliberative poll that we have used in the forum process. So we would hope that we can get a large enough participant pool in the Polis, and I'm happy to describe that process, because probably most people won't necessarily have heard of that platform, but it's very innovative, and I think it allows, it's a platform to allow visualization and understanding of consensus and differences from a large groups. And if we are suggesting, if the pool is large enough from that, we can, because that will be an open process of people wanting to participate in the conversation via Polis. But if it's a large enough pool, we can also use that sortition algorithm and analyze the conversation and the opinion groups from a representative sample. So I think that's the last of my bits.
Thank you, Anne. Yeah, I think it's also important to remember that council is dealing with its territory responsibilities in this process through the VKT reduction program. We are developing a Maori engagement plan, and that will assist with the process that Anne already described. And our Maori engagement advisor, Maru, will be involved in all aspects of the delivery of this deliberative poll. So we're advancing that. This process is a very intensive process. As you've heard, we're actually asking a lot of the participants. It's 2 full days, it's 2 evenings, and it's additional learning as well. That's why it's important for this process that they understand that council does take this seriously. And that's why we're requesting with the recommendations that Councillor Watson or a delegated representative come along to the first day of learning and welcome the group to demonstrate to them that the council is involved and is very interested in finding out what the group comes up with. And also at the end of the process, the outcomes that are derived from that will come back to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee at a future meeting, so that everyone here has the ability to hear what all the outcomes are and to consider them and to work out then how we take them forward, and also to refer them to AT Board, because obviously Auckland Transport is involved with this as well. They're assisting in the delivery and and working up the whole project. So that's the presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Michael and Dr. Barsley. I think, two really interesting concepts here, both in terms of deliberative polling and the VKT. We're almost getting two for the price of one, I think, to see how this goes. Often consultation and public feedback is a concern of councillors as to how representative, how worthwhile, etc. It's everything. So this is a really good opportunity to see what comes out of here. And as it turns out, with a program that's really important, and that people on the ground might actually have some real ideas that we can implement. So I see it, really worthwhile in both counts. Now there are some questions that I noticed Councillor Foley was having trouble with her microphone. I don't know if that's been addressed or not. Councillor Foley? Okay, so I'll just read it out. Could you just scroll it down a bit, Nathan, so I can see what the question that Councillor Foley has posed as it's in the chat bar there. And of course, Councillor Foley brings no small amount of academic background herself, as it turns out, but what she asked is, how will you ensure you have our diverse communities represented, especially those for whom an EOI type of selection process does not work? How will you capture the voices of those who tend not to engage with council and/or in these processes?
It's an excellent question, and we work hard at recruitment. We're already starting on that. The strategy, is that we send out quite a few invitations. Some of them are by email using databases to keep costs down, but we also skew mail drops, and we have an address. We've got randomized addresses, and we specifically target areas where we expect low participation. Thus far, we have not had a problem with forming a group that represents all demographics. You do have to, we get about a 3 to 5% return rate on when you're asking these people to participate for this length of time. We do compensate them. The participants will be paid for their time, and for anyone who demonstrates a need, we will cover the childcare and transport costs. We're proposing to do this down in the Maritime Room, somewhere where it is easy to get to in a central location by transport, but we understand that people that on lower incomes will need to be supported additionally. But that's part of the, it might be motivating for them that either they're interested in the question itself, or this is something quite different that they're being asked to, that you could be selected to participate in, and we will compensate you for your time. Most people who have done this and come through the processes say they would have done it without being paid to do it, even people who might actually quite benefit from that payment. So people do enjoy these processes. We know it's difficult to do, but that's why we do such a large initial call out, and we try specifically to get into neighborhoods where people don't normally participate in these processes at all.
And the quick follow-up question Councillor Foley had was, are you engaging with the advisory panels and local boards to help you reach a wide demographic and our diverse communities, also our communities of diverse abilities.
We have made a decision not to go through the advisory boards or local boards because of the very large civic lottery process that Koitu will run. That ensures the representative sample, and it also ensures that all demographics are covered, all income segments, all geographic areas. It is very important in this process for it to be representative, and the people who are on advisory groups and local boards are there because they're interested in certain things. So they're not the first choice when you want a representative sample. We certainly will take the outcomes and socialise them with those groups, but they're not the target groups for participants in this process.
Okay, we have a number of questions from people in the room and online. Councillors Walker, Baker, Dalton and Lee. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I've just got a question around how you get on with what a number of people would suggest imminent technological changes that impact dramatically on transport. I'm talking about, in no particular order, the electrification of everything, the near certainty, I would suggest, of full self-drive, and an economic model that's upended because a car might be used 1/20th of the time, so that it impacts on ownership. All of those things together dramatically reduce the cost of vehicle kilometres travelled, and it effectively means that you've got an Uber-like service, but you know at quantum leaps above what we've even seen now, and the deployment of that within a very short-term time frame, likely. So, how do you get around those sorts of changes that are being driven by investments of the order of huge sums of money that are akin to, you know, the advent of cell phones?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We go through quite a process to inform the people, and that's why there's so much value in this kind of process. We are currently putting together an information booklet that will have a lot of this information about, well, what is the status of the current transport system, the different elements of it, the costs of it, what other things we're expecting to see in the future. All the people who attend the session, they will have their own views. They'll have different experiences and different views on what will happen in the future. And there will be a number of experts who present to the group. Those experts, we will make sure that the experts cover issues like electrification, autonomous travel, new business models, sharing systems and the like. And also the participants have an opportunity not just to listen, but to ask. And that is why there's an evening session organised in between the 2 full days, so that we can collate all the questions and find some appropriate experts who can then answer those questions to the best of their ability. So we want to provide all that information, let people consider what may evolve.
Good answer. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, thanks, John. So just my question is following on from Councillor Foley, really, and it's just in terms of really how we define diversity, and you know how we will. Can you give me some comfort that actually the diversity of that we're seeking in this reasonably small group of people will cover off, you know, actually all of Auckland's communities, and I mean, you know, the communities that are in the urban rural fringe, the small communities, rural communities that are close enough, but you know, just out of the urban area, and then those communities and people who have no option to drive cars, you know, in the further afield rural areas. How are we going to actually have guarantees that those people will be represented? And then how, because it's quite interesting that you're asking them to come into town, into the city centre.
for 2 days, and you know, are sort of willing to remunerate them for that. But you know, how are you going to actually attract the people that might live an hour and a half from the city centre, who have as much right to be heard and as part of this process? How are we going to deal with that? Because you know, that concerns me, that we just have a pool of people that actually is fairly similar, and so you're not actually getting the diversity that we seek, and it's not just about ethnic diversity and things like that. So just some clarity on that, please.
I'll let you go to start with. Again, a good question. It's so we call it a civic lottery process, but what we end up with, as Anne mentioned, is 30,000 emails go out, plus several thousand letterbox drops. From that, hopefully 1,000 or possibly 2,000 or 3,000 people will demonstrate some interest. When they demonstrate interest, they have to provide information for us, and that's around where they live, their household income, their age, gender, and so forth. And although it's called a civic lottery, it's not a random selection from that. From those people who get back to us, and that's why we're chasing 1,000 or 2,000. From that, we pick 100 that are representative, and we will be doing that across age groups to make sure we've got all age groups properly represented, from 18 to very old, across household income levels, across geography. So, you know, we will be making sure there are people from Rodney and Franklin Ward, and gender, obviously. So the group will be very well defined to be representative of the entire population of Auckland, plus the elements that Anne mentioned around paying for childcare, paying for transport if that's requested by some. That enables people to make that decision, even if they have a long drive in, or if they have to catch a train and so forth, to make that decision. So we're not excluding them.
I'll just add to that. We do, if we expect that it might be difficult to reach some areas, as I said earlier, and that can include, we can specifically target those fringe suburbs or farther out places for the mail drops, or even in well, probably not in the email, that's going to be just generalized. So it would be for the mail portion of that. So they have the chance to express their interest in being selected, and some of that we can do our sortition a number of times and look at what the spread is, and geographically, if we say that's not good enough, then we can run the program again until we get a sample that fits those. But it is important to define what those both geographic and demographic boxes that we want to fill are. What's important, we know that ability or disability is an important one, obviously, for transport. So that is one of the questions that we will be asking if they have a major. This is all based also on, we have to say, on census data for Auckland. So we based the proportions based on the 2018 census, which we know isn't great. We'd love to have the more recent one, but we will be working off percentages from the census and the questions that in the way they're asked in the census, so that we get as close as we can to that kind of representation.
Councillor Dalton.
Sorry, John, couldn't find my mute button. Mine's actually a comment. Did you want me to wait?
We'll maybe take the comments at the end,
yep.
Andrew, if you don't mind.
No problem.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lee.
Yes, I just came in a bit late, but just a couple of questions. First of all, what is the outcome we're looking for here, and who is paying for it?
So Waka Kotahi paying for this through the VKT reduction program. Auckland Transport and Council put in a joint submission, which they funded. So it's Waka Kotahi money. Our outcomes are, we are providing a report in September that contributes toward the VKT reduction program that's currently underway, again by Auckland Transport and ourselves. But this also will provide additional information through the extension items that Anne mentioned with the documentary and the POLIS process, and should be useful to inform any future strategic direction by providing a very extensive and rich view of the community desires around the future of transport.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment now, or should I wait?
If you wouldn't mind just waiting, Councillor Lee, we'll come back to
Sure.
you and Councillor Dalton at the end. Next one up, Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. Just a quick question. I completely understand the point you've made about the advisory panels and the local boards. This is quite a different process. However, I think it would be really useful for you to keep them in the loop about this project. And do you have any plans to not so much include them in the polling, the deliberative polling stuff, but actually to keep them informed about it, because I think that both local boards and the advisory panels will be really interested in seeing how this unfolds. Thank you.
Very good question again. We have developed this very quickly. The procurement process is actually still underway. It's not been finalised, so it's been very much a rush to get it through as quickly as possible to meet the deadlines of the Wakakitahi funding that's come through. But you raise a very good point. We need to engage with local boards, make them aware of this, and certainly present the outcomes to them as well. So I'll undertake to do that.
Councillor Hills.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Watson. And this is great. Thank you so much, and clearly in line with our unanimously supported Te Taraki o Tāwhiri. But just wanting to understand exactly how it will, how people will understand what VKT is. Will there be, the assumption is, oh, we'll jump on bikes every, 7 days a week or whatever. But, my understanding of my family who farming and rurally, their version of reducing VKT is only going to the shops once a week or a fortnight, planning ahead, whereas maybe someone in urban areas might go to the shops every day because it's easy. And will there be various focus on, say, reducing it where possible, so once or twice a week as opposed to every day? And also, if someone would reduce their VKT if they had options to, rather than what sometimes the system expects is that you can do it even if you don't have access to walking, cycling, public transport.
Well, we're not prescribing anything at the start. All of those options, all of the interventions will be discussed. And we're not even introducing this as we're coming here to tell you to figure out how we drive less, even though underneath this is where the funding is, and that's the program that we're trying to inform. We introduce this about what we value, what the public values about the transport system, what they want to see, and talk about the issues that we currently face, and let them understand that. They will come to the conclusion, because we already know that every expert is going to tell us that we need to reduce VKT as part of the emissions reduction. And but you've got to bring the public along that journey, so we're not directing them in any particular way, and all of those things. And we're not also not in the poll asking them to come up with one solution either. It's how they would rank those and how they fit and understand them. So
okay, so my understanding is you will let them draw out those different options as opposed to coming to them and saying, would you reduce your VK? Like, I mean, I get that, but I just would hate for the people not to have the broad understanding of changes they might make that aren't just what maybe they get through the media.
I mean, through the information booklet and through the experts that we'll be presenting, we will be making sure that the participants are aware of all the different opportunities, both behaviour changes and systemic changes. And they also have an opportunity to ask questions of different experts. It's important in this process that we do not try to lead them down any particular path, that we remain objective and allow the participants to come to their own conclusions on what makes most sense. But they certainly will be given the best understanding that ourselves, Auckland Transport, Waka have, as well as some international experts that will be invited to participate in the process.
Okay, Councillor Darby. Oh, thank you, and thank you, Anne. This is good to see you. I think we discussed this 3 years ago, and thanks for Koi too, Centre for Informed Futures, for pursuing this work, and I can see it reflected in the future of local government recommendations now too, and Michael for picking it up. Michael, I've often batted to make sure that Auckland Transport, Operations the Transport Strategy Unit, I'm getting a sense that they're involved with this. You have referred, but I just want to make sure that you're joined at the hip with Auckland Transport on this, and you've been nominated as the lead on it. It's just that's the case.
Yes, we are working collaboratively with Auckland Transport, both their climate change and sustainability team and their voice of customer insights team are involved in our work, because it will have overlap as well. We're doing polling of people. We want to compare that to the customer insights that Auckland Transport is drawing through their own surveying processes, so they can learn from us, we can learn from them. They're definitely involved in the process, and they will be also involved on the day. Some of the expertise that we will provide to the participants will be from Auckland Transport, because they have more people with expertise in the different areas, covering everything from walking, cycling, public transport, roads, traffic systems, future transport issues, and the like. We're very much working together.
Fantastic, thanks. And you've spent a lot of time studying participatory processes around the world that have been successful, and probably some that maybe haven't worked. And there's been a lot of refinement in this area. So can you just give us a brief account of what is the product of a participatory process compared with maybe a telling process, an informing process that is in the guise of so-called we're asking for your feedback, but we've actually shaped it already. How does a community respond to a project or a program that's gone through a participatory process compared with an informing process or a deadening statutory consultative process? I'm not talking about how they respond to the process itself. How does that community respond when that project or program is then delivered? Do they have a far greater sense of ownership and enjoyment and recognition of it, or that's the line of my interest?
Yeah, I mean, that is something that we have been studying and looking at internationally, and how these processes work and how they affect communities. Yes, they do need to be quite transparent, and people need to know that they're happening, and that these decisions have been made by groups that they can see look like them. And I can give you the example of Ireland. We recently had a webinar with the head of the Electoral Commission from Ireland, who was the one who organized the first citizens' assembly there, which is quite famous. It changed the constitutional abortion laws in Ireland, in a very conservative country. And those processes gained momentum, so that now people, they have to, their return rate from an expression of interest is very, very high, about 14%, as opposed to normally it's about 3 to 5%, because people can see the value in the processes themselves, and they agree with. If an assembly has come to a certain decision, that tends to be accepted by the public, and they can engage in that. These processes can be used on all scales, though. Ireland is a national assembly program. So the Prime Minister sends out the letters of invitation, come from the Prime Minister, signed by the Prime Minister. We're not quite at that level that we're doing here yet. We're really at the beginning of trying to use these processes here, and they're not very well known, which is why we did want to document this process. But we've had a lot of interest, and they can be done on small scales in communities as well.
Well, hopefully we're going to be engaging you for further participatory process. Just one tweak possibly to the recommendations, and I'm happy to move and support you welcoming the participants in the first deliberative poll meeting, or if we can call it a meeting. I think there's probably another word to describe it, isn't there? But I'm just wondering, while we're in the sea, we're asking for it to be presented here. I'd probably like to see it that we're recommending it be presented to the Auckland Transport Board as well, not just for their information, because it's something quite different to the information just coming through in a package and actually having Dr. Bardsley and Michael Roth actually present it to the Auckland Transport Board. Is it possible, I'm not sure whether there's a willingness to recommend, because we can't tell the board to receive a presentation, Barry, maybe with your guidance, could we tweak the words along the lines of, recommending it be presented to the Auckland Transport Board? Since they're our equal governance partner. You've got two partners here. Well, I've got three with Waka. To present to the board. Yeah, no, I don't see anything too objectionable in that. So we'll make that addition. We've still got a couple of questions, Councillor Walker.
Just picking up on your comment that there isn't any single answer. So is it conceivable that there's a sort of a scenario-based approach that people would come up with something based on various scenarios, and they would accept that there are different scenarios out there, and I guess what goes to that is how people determine things is in large part going to be based around their lived experience and also their capacity to take information on, particularly around future-based thinking, because I'm not sure what time frame you're looking at in terms of how far you're projecting out. So just toss that in.
Their lived experience is a very important issue. That's why it's a representative process, so we get that broad spectrum. And the poll process is essentially they do the survey at the start and again at the end. We assess the differences in their survey responses. So effectively, they're telling us what they support and don't support, or what they view as important or ranking on the surveys that we provide. So that gives us scenarios. It also gives us the ability to identify where there are different groups that coalesce around supporting certain things and other groups that coalesce around supporting other solutions, and looking at the differences in those groups, whether they're demographic or geographic differences and the like. So we learn a lot of that through the surveys, and of course, to supplement the lived experience, we provide them a lot of information as well as answers to any questions that does educate the people a lot.
I'll comment a little more on that whole scenarios question. I mean, with this is a pretty short process, so we can't get too far into them developing scenarios and discussing those in any kind of detail. In a longer process, you could do that, and the assembly could come up with their own recommendations, which might be different. This is a more straightforward way of, we will essentially develop a scenario from the analysis that comes out of that changed attitudes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just be putting up the recommendations in a minute before we go to Councillor Dalton and Councillor Lee, who have expressed an interest in talking to it. Just before they do that, the final question from myself, I'd imagine there'd be quite a lot of councillors who are interested in the information that is given to the group, and perhaps a little explanation or the kind of material that they're really getting as a whole. Now, is that, I'm assuming that would be at the least would be made available in the presentation back to us. Is there any merit or in that being made available to people in advance of it, but certainly signalling the desire of people just to see what's happened here, what's gone out, and the way it's been done, so that we inform ourselves as well at the same time.
We can make the whole information booklet available to all the councillors in addition to any presentations we do afterwards.
Okay, that'll be great. Thank you for that. Okay, so the recommendations are up there with the addition that that we basically that presentation go to the Auckland Transport Board too for their information. I think that's that's desirable in this instance. So we have Councillor Dalton to speak to the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. Look, and thank you, Michael. And this is, I just really wanted to support this wholeheartedly. It has been a long time coming that council step into the space. We did see Watercare do it so well in their in their deliberative democracy work that they did. So, John, I think this is great leadership by you and your committee to be embracing this, because we need to really get to the people and hear from our people in a meaningful way so they really understand the issues and we get a good gauge on how they feel about, in this case, VKT. It's the only way that we can move forward in the direction that we probably need to go, because what we see in our normal consultations, the same demographics coming back through those, and we're not hitting all of the people out there that we need to reach. So really supportive, would absolutely love to be part of this at some point in the future if there's more. So Michael, I'm really pleased that you picked this up and ran with it. So thank you, John.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern about deliberative polls is that they're not too far from managed polls, and the real concern is that you could, in having a managed or deliberative poll or whatever, the outcome that the power structure wants, rather than an outcome that is not what the power structure wants. And if you do have an outcome that is suitable, it may not really reflect the reality out in the community. That's my concern. I was concerned to read yesterday in our material on the long-term plan, the council acknowledging that there has been a decline in confidence and trust in local government. And that appears to coincide with a more corporate way of assessing public opinion. I don't know how much this program will cost, but that is the concern, that there is an aspect. Auckland, New Zealand is something of a village. I've been involved in these sorts of processes before, and the outcome always turns out the way the people organising it and paying for it, indeed, and paying quite a lot, I'd imagine, it always turns out the way they want. So that is the concern I have in these processes. In regard to the issue itself, vehicle kilometres travelled reduction, this seems to totally ignore the fact that more and more significant numbers of electric EVs are on our roads. The objective, and well-meant objective, is to reduce carbon emissions. But again, the process has become everything, and the program has become everything without looking at consequences or unintended consequences, and indeed costs which are externalised onto the council and the community. So I'll just make those cautionary comments and about these sorts of corporate type democratic processes organised deliberative, managed, even push polling. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that this is another exciting development, and hopefully it will give, it is funded by Waka Kotahi, but it will obviously help give us some advice and give Auckland Transport advice on the challenge we have ahead. We have already approved the direction that we will dramatically reduce VKT across our city and work towards that. And we know the transport agencies, the government, the Climate Commission, everyone is saying the same thing. Worldwide, businesses are looking at this. All businesses are having to report on how they're going to reduce emissions through their own businesses as of this year, I think. And this is the sort of work they would be interested in to help them. I've had contact from businesses asking if we do have some of this research for them, for their team. So we know that this is going to be important work to show what people think, but also hopefully broaden out those views. And why I mentioned before around VKT, not just meaning that everyone has to do everything on a bike for the rest of their life. This is broader than that. This is maybe reducing travel once a day, doing what I do because I have good bus services, as busing as much as possible, but still using the car when those options aren't available to me. And also when people don't have access to public transport, walking or cycling, it's about us ensuring we put that in, because whenever we do studies, people say they would do all these things if they had access to that infrastructure. So it is on us to provide that infrastructure in the places that it is needed, but also give people options or ideas of what to do until that is available for them, such as, going to the shops once a week, writing a list, or instead of going 5 or 6 times, they reduce congestion emissions and, obviously cost to the person as well. So I think there's a long list of things that people want to do. We know 80% of Aucklanders want us to do and the city to drastically reduce emissions, but they keep saying they want to know how. So if this can be one more cog in that system to help give us those leads, but also individuals potentially the ability to change behaviours, then that can only be a good thing. And on EVs, every country in the world is dramatically increasing the uptake of EVs, but they are also, mostly, if we look across Asia and Europe, they are also reducing VKT quite dramatically. If you look around Europe and Asia, South Korea that I was in a couple of months ago, they're reducing car lanes, they're reducing where cars can be in parts of the city and opening up more space for walking, cycling, safety for schools and public transport, but also giving options for people who need to use cars for freight or for if they have disabilities to make sure they still have access and the road is prioritised for them. So I think this will be a good part of the research that we need to continue to make these decisions. Thank you.
Councillor Darby.
Thank you. Look, I don't get super excited about all the business of our committees, but I'm actually moderately excited about this. Moderately, there we go. That's about as much enthusiasm as you get out of me. But and look, we did talk about this a long time ago, and it's taken a while, but some of us haven't given up. And Councillor Dalton, thank you. But look, I some of us really do hang on to that representative democracy model. Like it's sacrosanct and it's perfect. We know it's not, but it doesn't need to. It doesn't mean that the representative model falls away to allow the participatory model to come forward. They can work together. In fact, the representative model becomes strengthened when you've got a participatory model underpinning it. In my eyes, so look, I'm really enthusiastic. There you go, enthusiastic about this whole new way of engaging with Aucklanders. This is just the very beginning. And we'll see more of it, like the Irish jurisdiction and many European countries are doing this now. And I'm firmly of the view, having been an elected member for some time, that we really do need to discover a whole new way of listening and learning from Aucklanders. I asked Anne a question about what are the outcomes at the end. I sort of know the answer. I know that in the jurisdictions where participatory models are used, the ownership of the program or the project is really strong. It's quite powerful. The communities that are affected view that outcome as themselves being the architects rather than the elected members or the management or the designers. They actually view themselves as having shaped, drawn that outcome. And that's really powerful. And that's how you get, in some ways, the whole of the council organisation to be, the whole reputation is strengthened because we allow Aucklanders to come to the fore and shape their city. Now, it might sound a little bit trite, but that's what's showing up in the jurisdictions where participatory models have been implemented for the last 10, 15 years. It is a very deliberative polls. They are structured, but I wouldn't say they are managed or manipulated. But in fact, it's the opposite. It's quite the opposite. In fact, you're using tools to make sure it is not managed. It's absolutely the opposite. But I hear that point from one of the councillors. I do stress that the days of deadening consultation, really, we should be seeing the back of it, because we know that that is the most managed and manipulated so-called engagement process that you can find. And we've been using it for decades. And I look forward, Anne, to an ongoing relationship with COI too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I was really hoping I didn't have to follow Councillor Darby because that was really fantastic and the excitement's infectious, but I'm the black hat of this conversation, Chair. I'm sorry. Look, I've a bit of a bellyache, and I've talked to Watercare about this before when they did their Citizens Assembly. Look, on a fundamental level, I'm actually not a fan of Citizens Assemblies. I consider that representative democracy, in my opinion, actually is a great system, and it needs champions now more than ever. We shouldn't always uncritically accept attempts to chip away that system, which that kind of process is, in my opinion, nor should we take as gospel the implicit criticism that democratically elected politicians can't make the tough decisions that they are up to the job. I think that's a subtext of what we're saying when we put in those kind of systems. And so I do regard it with a lot of skepticism. And also, just to add, we have advisory panels, we have feedback structures. I mean, elected members are more accessible than ever. You can call us in the middle of the night, and people do. I think that representative democracy is a great system that we should be cherishing, and so I'm actually not a fan of that. I'm sorry, Councillor Darby. But despite that, look, in terms of the excitement, I do share it in a way because, you know, paradoxically, any advice that we get is good when we're talking about such a massive problem such as this. In terms of the reduction of vehicle kilometres travelled, I do need to point out that we're not just talking about carbon emissions, although that is, you know, the future of the planet. That's kind of a big deal. But we're also talking about busting congestion. We're also talking about democratising transport and allowing it to be available to people that live further away, that have less money in their pocket. So those are the kind of things that we're talking about. It's not just carbon, right? So, you know, I will, despite my misgivings, vote it through, and I look forward to the advice in any case. So thank you very much for all your work. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And if I might be so bold, I might just make a couple of brief comments myself, seeing as I have seconded these resolutions. And I guess the first one is to acknowledge, you know, really the observations of the councillors in this item, both for and against, you know, and I guess the proof of the pudding is going to be an end result, and that's what I'm certainly interested in seeing, actually what comes out of that. I've seen what's come out of, you know, our kind of endless round of annual plans and long-term plans, and I don't think I'm alone in thinking that kind of really falls a bit short of the mark when it's all said and done. So this is a new way of looking at engaging with our public, and I say that in the context of what's in our paper here in terms of, you know, the letter of expectation that we have passed ourselves to AT and endeavouring to understand and respond to what matters most to Aucklanders. So, you know, I really want to hear that and hear it in a way that goes beyond the, you know, the pretty cursory, superficial response that we often get, that this process seems to offer. As far as the VKT program goes, I'm particularly interested in how that pans out, and again in the context of our paper where we've signalled that we really want to look at how we better manage the infrastructure assets we already have. So I'm pretty keen to see what the public see as being there already that we could be using to reduce our VKTs rather than waiting, as we seem to on the Nirvana, when suddenly everything's there and suddenly someone presses a button and all our targets are met. I want to see all the things that I see, and as a kind of ordinary member of the public, that I think could go to reducing VKTs. We hear a lot about walking and cycling links. There's not too many places in Auckland where you can't walk if you really want to. Most places there's usually, except out in Hobsonville and Whenuapai and Herald Island, where there's a couple of footpaths on both sides of the roads. In other countries, those footpaths are used as dual pedestrian and cycleways quite successfully with their appropriate behaviour modification. And I rather suspect that there's people out in our public who hopefully through this process will come up with some very practical suggestions that get us going on this now and personalise it. One of the best way to personalise things is to get young people involved. And I'm assuming the demographic doesn't go out to school-age children, but if you want to get people engaged and putting targets and bringing the family on board, often it's young people that can ask, and they've often got some quite good ideas. So I'm looking forward to the results. I hope that the assurance that all the information is going to be made available so people can see what's happened. And I'm certainly looking forward to what comes back to us at the end. So thank you for everyone today and for our presenters. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Boy, this stage in the afternoon where things start to drag a bit, Barry. You're holding up quite well there, Barry. Catherine. Okay. Couple of big items to finish off, and then one confidential item. We have the city centre transport operations, including Midtown. Item 13. Oh, okay. Sorry, got ahead of myself there. Sorry about that. Kaingora, large scale project area, and this is a big item. This one. I think in the notes here, Barry, you, Claudia, Mark, our two Marks, Mark Fraser and Mark Lambert, are involved in this. Will I leave you to introduce that, Barry?
Thank you, Chair. I think John Dunshay is actually going to do the introduction, and he'll hand it over to Mark.
Thanks, Barry. Yes, good afternoon, Chair and councillors. Just introducing to you, to my left, Mark Fraser, who's General Manager, Urban Development Delivery at Kaingora. And next to him is Ratashna Maharaj Chand, who's Manager of Infrastructure Program and Funding, Urban Development Delivery at Kaingora. And the purpose of this item is to enable both of them to give you a progress report or update you on progress on the Auckland Housing Program large-scale projects that Kaingora is developing in close collaboration with the council group. Just for a bit of context, the large-scale projects are Mount Oscar, Oringa, Tamaki and Mangere, which are those areas where the Crown, those areas of the Auckland Housing Program where the Crown has large property holdings and which lend themselves to regeneration and intensification to provide warm, dry, safe homes. And it's just worth noting that Northcote is already well progressed. You may remember that in September 2022, there was a memorandum of understanding signed between the Crown and Council. And the purpose of that was to facilitate the aligned strategic planning of bulk and local infrastructure to enable housing growth and recognise the level of investment and commitment by the respective parties. Pursuant to that, both Council and Kaingora and Crown have been working collaboratively and closely over the last 6 to 12 months. The Executive Steering Group outlined in that memorandum of understanding has been established and been running for about 6 months and has into a good operating rhythm. In addition to that, the Infrastructure Program and Governance Group, which comprises KO and the asset owners, is up and running and working through the required programs of infrastructure work and agreeing and documenting process and operational matters to support the program of work and their staging and delivery. Having provided that introduction, I'll now let Mark proceed with the presentation of his work.
Very good, thank you, John. I've only got half a dozen slides, so I don't intend to spend too much time on it. I'll just move through and we can open up for some questions. What I'm going to cover is how we're working together, which John has introduced, and what are the projects, just very briefly, what's the detail of them. Hopefully they're becoming increasingly familiar to everybody. I thought it'd be useful for me to give you a couple of examples of the types of benefits that we can derive in the way that we are working as a collective. So that's what I'm going to cover. And before I do, what I'm not going to cover is the recent commotion around the request for an SDP from government to Kāinga to undertake an assessment on the Auckland Light Rail route. So I just wanted to get that out there. These projects are quite independent of that. Two of them, Muggery and Roskill, will benefit from an Auckland Light Rail, and we anticipate and hope to see that arrive. But if it does not, the projects can manage anyway, but I'm not going to go into all that detail, although we might get some questions on it. So I will. So the challenge that we're dealing with, which I'm sure you as a committee are familiar with, infrastructure, it's complex, and there are a lot of parties involved. And certainly that is the case for the projects I'm talking about this afternoon. We also know that the responsibilities that different infrastructure owners or agencies have, they overlap. And with Kāinga Ora in this instance here, owning this land that has been developed, we cannot do that development on our own, and we must have this as a partnership with us all trying to do it together. So we've quite deliberately set about how can we be effective in working in a way that supports that collaboration with John's intro. So the memorandum of understanding we've talked to in 2022, there's been quite a lot of activity since, but I think perhaps if I can just highlight that we are really seeking to, thank you, Ratasha, list the slide. We are really seeking to increase the pace of build ready land in these particular locations, so that we have housing supply coming into the market, and the locations are all excellent. They're all close to the city, close to schools, jobs, public transport, current and future. And we are, as I've said, very deliberately seeking to manage ourselves in a way that the coordination and collaboration that comes between us is greater, so that we can extract more benefit from this work. One of the things, and I'll probably talk about it a couple of times, is that the work, the scale of it is large. And with that scale, there must be the opportunity for us as a city and an industry to do things differently to how it has been done in the past. So it does represent, it does offer us quite an opportunity for some change and some innovation. So just quickly, what are the projects? We helpfully call them the Auckland large-scale projects. The LSPs, they are brownfield projects. They are redevelopments of existing homes. There's 5 of them in Auckland, and they are in the Auckland Council's priority growth areas. So they do align with Council's work. But just very quickly, Northcote, it's well advanced. There were 300 Kāinga Ora, or previously Housing New Zealand state homes in Northcote. By the time that project is finished, there will be 1,700. So quite a change occurring there for Northcote, is worth a visit. Roskill, we go from about 3,000 homes to in the direction of 12,000. Tūāhanga, next door to Tūāhanga, it's about 1,200 homes that will be delivered. Mangere, 10,000, and then Tamaki is about 10,500. The Tamaki project is the slight outlier in this collection. The Tamaki Redevelopment Company, TRC, are the landowner and the project owner, and manage and run the public housing tenancies that are in Tamaki. So in that project, Kāinga Ora is simply their delivery agency for the physical works. But of course, we do that in partnership with the Auckland Council Group, which is what I'm talking about today. In all, we get to about 40,000 houses across those projects in the next 15, maybe 20 years. So it's a pretty useful number. When I say that, Kāinga Ora in particular, but with a lot of support from Council, worked with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and Treasury over the last couple of years, and we developed and pleasingly had approved program business cases for the three largest, Tamaki, Roskill and Mangere, that provide Crown funding into these projects for the first 10 years of activity. The funding introduced from government, 1.9 billion, and there's a commitment there from the council group for a further 288 million into that, and council contribution towards the infrastructure spend. In that 10 years, the development activity that occurs is nearly 5 billion. So some of that money, will nearly 3 billion of it, is in fact derived from the sale of land through the process that we will have produced ready for new housing that we will sell to the market and ensure that the market delivers the affordable and market housing that we need on it. So in that 10-year program, that produces 17,000 homes that we will collectively see delivered, but it also enables in the infill in the areas that we're operating the potential for a further 11,000 homes. So the infrastructure upgrades, hard and soft infrastructure, provision for not only the housing that's possible on the Kāinga Ora released land, but that infrastructure investment will enable those suburbs to continue to grow, and we will see private sector infill and development occurring to the order of 11,000 houses. So they become, they become really quite big numbers as part of Auckland's growth. This next slide just gives you a sense of where we're up to in terms of the numbers, the different colours on that chart. With some 2023, we're in that transition between dark blue and light blue. The dark blue is done. The light blue is the future 10 years that is funded, and those bars represent homes enabled, and the green is the out years yet to be funded. The cumulative total that runs in that graph gets you to the nearly 40,000 I talked about. So the important point here is the investment that we have in place between us, the Crown and the Auckland Council Group. That gets us into that first 17,000. It's about half, and a fair way down our future for these projects, but there is work for us to do collectively, and particularly with support from Crown, to actually finish the job and hit our 40,000 and 20-year program of work. I have trouble with this remote, I apologise. So, as you might hope, there is quite a compelling case that we do this in a coordinated way. Like I said before, the scale of it kind of behoves us to consider a change to the way that we operate. And in this particular example, KPMG did a little bit of piece of work for us across both Kāinga Ora's objectives, but also the council group's objectives. And the key takeaway from that was they were able to validate what intuitively we all knew, and that the outcomes we all derive from this type of work are incredibly aligned. So across the different asset owners and agencies involved, we're kind of all in these projects for the same benefits. So I think that's one of the things that's made it easy for us to come together, and the governance that we now have in place to get on board with changing the way that we work. I won't delve into housing affordability and supply. I think that's an issue canvassed elsewhere. Hopefully we understand that. But just by way of an example, I'm not going to go through all of them, but I thought Mount Roskill's a good example of a large-scale project. Like, it's 3,000 existing homes, it becomes 12,000. It's really big, at the risk of stating the obvious. So it's large both in terms of the number of homes, but it's also large in the geography that it occupies. And it is large in the amount of money that will occur through its development, both in the development funding itself and the infrastructure or development activity, I should say, but also the housing construction that occurs. So the GDP impacts of the development of these projects in the years ahead run to the many billions once you add in the housing construction activity. So the scale of it, it is a quite unique opportunity for us to have some big impacts. If just getting slightly more detailed, is that if I was to draw on one of the neighbourhoods in the previous slide of wider Mount Roskill, it's a neighbourhood called Waikowhai, which is underway now. We are in our first stage and getting ready for our second of land development activity. And we've got a couple of hotspots in Waikowhai where we have different pieces of infrastructure, or at least activity needed by different agencies in this room to be done at some point, and by us working together we can do that delivery at the same time. And we're seeing, in fact, that this alignment of a water main project and a road renewal and some potable water, perhaps separate projects that infrastructure owners might need to be doing in the medium term future, these projects provide the opportunity for us to bring that aligned to a singular date or a singular period of time, and to do it in the collective once. So that is as you would hope, that is a core thing that is showing up quite regularly as we get into the programming detail across Kāinga Water's work, but across Auckland Council Families' work. And interestingly, just to give you a sense of the scale of that, there are 600, give or take, infrastructure projects contained in this work that I'm talking to this afternoon. So there is plenty of opportunity for us to benefit from that collaboration and efficiency. And another one on this particular slide, we've got Molly Green Reserve. We'll seek to upgrade that in our work to benefit the growth of housing in the area. We get to daylight a stream as part of it, and work with parks and communities to benefit their asset as well, as another simple example. Another one, Mangere, we're able to use the scale of this project to build resilience into this suburb for stormwater. And I have examples of others in the January event that benefited from recent work done on stormwater between in the projects with Healthy Waters, performed brilliantly in the recent flooding event. Mangere not so much, and it has had a bit of attention for, well, how come there's some new houses built in Mangere that flooded? Those homes, they were actually, as you would hope, built to, in fact, built in excess of the design requirements. There's a few things that went wrong, plus a 1 in 250-year event that conspired against them. But importantly, for the purposes of our discussion, we're working with Healthy Waters to what is this suburb scale intervention or infrastructure that is needed to build resilience for the suburb. And what you see on that slide is the beginnings of what we think is a part of that solution, where Kāinga Water will be able to release land that currently has housing on it, so that we can use it for stormwater detention and to slow water flow in those large events. Mangere was historically swamp. It is very flat and quite low lying, so it is not actually possible to get rid of all the water as quickly as you would like. You need to hold it somewhere. So those pieces of green that you see in that image indicate how we might start to do that. And we have just recently, working again with Healthy Waters, finished a model, quite a detailed stormwater model for the area, and it's been updated with real data from the January event. So it's just an example of the type of benefit that we can derive from working together and from having some scale to apply to the problems that these neighbourhoods and communities face. And my final slide, so I can bring it to some questions. Oh, hang on a tick, I've got myself out of order. It's not my final slide at all. One more to go. Just a couple of the things that we've done. I won't label the point, but John introduced that we do have actually quite a good rhythm underway now, both at an executive level and an operational level for both the governance and the management of this project. It's working really successfully. It's not something we've done before, and it's been going about 6 months, and we're really seeing the benefits of that. And I must say that one of the things that we're delighted with is the across the group, across our extended family of us all on these projects, everybody wants to be there. There's a real, it's a very positive attitude from us all about there's an opportunity for us to do something that we haven't done before, and so there's a real enthusiasm that is coming to the way. We're engaging both in the governance, and we're dealing with the bigger issues, but at an operational level and getting things built. And so, just to conclude, it was one thing for us to all agree with an MOU or an agreement. It's another for us to have that buy-in. And so as part of setting that up in May, we did an official launch. And we've got Barry on the mic taking charge in this image, which is great. And we had over 100 people in the room as we set the scene for, as governors or leaders in our respective organisations, we buy in and we're here to be successful together. But for the operations teams and the delivery, for them to be part of that discussion with us. We did that back in May successfully, and we've been running very successfully ever since. So that is a whistle-stop tour of the LSPs that we do in Auckland. And I will leave it there so that we have some time for questions and discussion.
Thanks very much, Mark. Appreciate that presentation there. Do we have some questions from any of the councillors present or online? Councillor Ferry has one to get us going.
Thank you, and great to see Waikato there. I literally live opposite one of your green shaded areas, so and have had a lot of involvement with Kāinga Water projects across the Mount Roskill precinct. To that end, I didn't hear much mention of local boards, and when we're talking about some of these infrastructure assets, particularly the park space, those are going to be about agreements reached with local boards, assets that potentially are created in partnership, or as Freeland Reserve was built primarily through central government funding by Piratahi, but then inherited by council, who then have expectations to meet from the community and assets to manage over time. So interested to understand a bit more about that, how you're working with local boards, noting that, I know that there've been attempts to put through infrastructure funding agreements and things like that. It still seems to be a space that, everybody needs to learn to give and take a bit in. So interested in your views on that. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. No, great question. I didn't, and you're quite correct. I didn't talk about the type of engagement that we have that is part of how these projects get delivered. Local boards is a critical one. So the engagement and the relationship we have with local boards is really high, and we aren't delivering a piece of infrastructure, parks, in this example, that we don't have the support of a local board and the council that are going to be responsible for it. So Molly Green Reserve and Waikowhai, most of you, we're working closely with that community, but also that local board who clearly and rightfully have a vested interest in that outcome. Not Molly Green, sorry, the Freeland Reserve, the same applied. Yeah, and so the construction of that done by Piratai, who are our delivery alliance, that was a construction outcome for a piece of work with that local community and board in the years prior.
Yeah. Thank you. I think just one follow-up there would be, and this is probably more for Claudia's team, I guess. My experience with the Freeland Reserve project, and I was on the local board throughout that, was that the council is used to having a project manager who either sits within council or is with a contractor, you know, and reports to the local board on the project and how it's going. And we learned to think a bit through that process of trying to work with Piratai. We got better at it, and the relationship improved a lot. And I think everybody was there for the right reasons. But I think there is still some improvement to see there, partly in the relationship and reporting to local boards about delivery of projects, but also with the broader community, because sometimes there are some misconceptions about you know, whose project it is. And the reality is that it's yes, Piratai might be delivering it, or yes, Kāinga Ora might see it as part of their program, but actually these are community projects. Local boards and the council are absolutely key players, and ultimately are usually the landowner and the asset owner in perpetuity. So I'm just sort of interested in if there are any reflections on how comms has been changing in that space and improving.
It's an excellent point, and my short answer is I quite agree with you. So the way, whose project is it, has been confused, and in fact the delivery that was being physically managed by Piratai, like the branding, if you like, and the comms around it got so strong that that community could be forgiven for thinking that it was Piratai's project, but it's not. It's Auckland's. So we are changing that comms approach. We recognise that. Interesting. We'll pick up on your feedback about better communication during the delivery and during the construction phase. So that's helpful. Thank you. But yeah, I quite agree. So we're going to change it.
Yeah, I think we did get there in the end with the community facilities team about working out how to do that for Freeland Reserve, but acknowledging Molly Green's coming down the line, and no doubt there's plenty of others as well. There's an opportunity, I think, to improve. So
yeah, very good. Thank you.
Okay, then we don't appear to have any other questions. What we have had though is a very thorough presentation that really goes to quite a bit of the priorities of our council business in terms of housing, asset renewal, catering for the future. And as you said yourself, Mark, the numbers you talk about here are big numbers, and the bigger the better, really, in terms of the housing crisis and our future needs. So I think that presentation today has really been of great value to the committee, and just getting a little bit like Wakatai, just getting a sense of what's happening around Auckland and the scale of it that we often, aren't necessarily aware of. So that's been very valuable. Is Councillor Hills, did you want to? Okay, so yes. So I think we've come to the end of the questions. So we'll go to Councillor Hills for a comment. Did you, just before we do, Claudia, did you want to make a
Yes, thank you, through the chair. And I would just like to acknowledge the Kāinga Ora team, if I may, as well as all of the other council CCO partners who are involved in these pieces of work. Forming a strong partnership is certainly an excellent opportunity for us to follow processes such as dig once and result in greater effectiveness and efficiencies for council, for all of council group, and reduce the impact on our communities during the development programs. And Kāinga Ora has really led in this space in terms of helping form these stronger partnerships, and we're very grateful for their hard work. The next time where some of these projects will become to the elected members' attention is in the LTP. So what we currently have for funding is about 81 million has been set aside and already earmarked for council funding, and another 207 million is going to be coming into the LTP for further allocation and definition of that allocation. So there will be further discussions around this work, and that of course as the projects move forward, that will of course involve other elected members, particularly our local boards, as we move through the local board plans. So there is still ongoing conversations, and there will be further conversations as part of the LTP.
Thank you for drawing that link, Claudia. That's very helpful. So just one question from Councillor Walker, then Councillor Hills, summing up by way of comment.
Because of the intensification in all of those areas, you've got many more people and relatively less reserve space and less amenities proportionate to that population. And you can appreciate that council is very stretched around community facilities and providing extra facilities for extra population. And I would guess that there's a relatively high proportion of youth in a number of your dwellings, and probably also a relative proportion of people that are at retired age, and that's just because at either end of the spectrum there are increasing stresses. So if I cut to my question, is Kāinga Ora in a position to assist council in its community facilities role? We have things like youth centres. We cater for the recreational requirements of older people and the like. And if you look at that, at some of your catchments, they often coincide with relatively low-lying areas, you know, through Mount Roskill and the like. So the consequence is that there are real drainage issues around playing fields and open space and the like, particularly with wet weather we've had. Are you in any position to assist? Because you're a long-term player in principle.
Probably two answers to that. So some of this infrastructure, yes, we are assisting, and the Crown funding that's come in to make this possible allows us together to deliver mainly the hard infrastructure that's needed. We don't suppose that we're going to take on the role of council's parks and facilities. That's not what we're trying to do. But to take a point about the provision of green space, what we are seeing in all of these locations is quite good green space available, quite a bit of area often, but not well set up or well used. And so these projects, because of the scale of them, we have the opportunity to change the way that green space relates to its context, and we get much better use from it and benefit from it to that community. So that's a key shift that we can deliver. We are necessary and we are supported by council. We can and have made available more green space to support the density shift, but not exclusively so. It really is master planning and as a spatial planning exercise that's done on a location by location basis.
To a related question, I mean, what about the prospect of provision of some buildings for the community that may not be on your land but might be on council land to provide facilities, because it's in your interest? And I say that because in some of these areas the great proportion of the population are living in your dwellings.
So what we are doing here with the density shift that I've talked about, we're going from 3 to 4 to 5 times dwelling uplift. Not all of that is Kāinga water, of course. So one of the things that we are changing is, in fact, reducing the percentage of public ownership or public housing in these locations. If I take an example in Roskilde South, which is nearly finished, before we started, about 60% of that neighbourhood was state housing. That's about 340 homes. We will have seen delivered over 1,200 homes by the time we're finished, but only 450 of those will be state. So we will replace the state housing we've taken away and added a little bit more, but we will also introduce more market affordable housing. So the percentage of state is reduced. We've got a more balanced community. The provision of facilities, yes, we are in some instances producing community facilities for Kāinga water where it has there's a need and a density that requires a specific building or use. We haven't gone so far as to, and my understanding, can't think of an example where we've been funded to go and build a community facility, if you will, and then for that community. That'd be something that we would work on with council with.
One quick related question. And it goes like this. There's a very successful development out at Hobsonville that Hobsonville Land Co was involved with, which is effectively now Kāinga Ora. And one of the redeeming features of that development was a body corporate that everybody has to join, which gives an ongoing flow of money that is available for improvements within that area. Do you consider that for any of these developments that you're putting in place?
As it happens, I know the Hobsonville Point project really well. And you're right, that has become quite an entity in its own right. Yes, it's an incorporated society that's put in place for all those homes. And no is the answer. We're not doing that. Well, I think one of the differences about Hobsonville Point is that that was effectively a greenfields project. So every house that is at Hobsonville Point has been built since the project began, whereas the ones that I'm talking to you about today, we have an existing community that we won't change and that we're sort of filling the gaps.
All right, so thank you for our presentation today. It's been hasn't been moved and seconded yet. Would someone like to move it? Councillor Hills seconded Councillor Darby, and now Councillor Hills wants to finish it off by just talking to the item.
Thank you very much. And yes, you did a lot to do with Hobsonville and obviously brought that to Northcote as well. So thank you for those expertise. But just want to say, Chair, this is a good update, and the tour we had a number of months ago, and I think sadly only a couple of us were able to make that. Many people has reasons they couldn't be there, but I thought that was really an eye-opener. I'd obviously had some experience with some of the developments, but just to see all the parties working together, understand it from the inside out, and see some of the improvements to our city. So hopefully, I know it's a big undertaking to do that work, but early next year, maybe offering another one, and hopefully more of us can make it. But what I've seen in Northcote over the last decade or so, and the experience I've had with all the partners working together, from Mana Whenua to local board to community to organisations working with the government and council partners, has just been a phenomenal amount of change, but also using those resources once, trying our best, and it doesn't always to do that dig first policy, but also explaining why something might have to be dug up again and the benefits of that. Just has been what I've experienced a phenomenal change. But what I would ask, Chair, and to the organisations here, is that we have some way to, as we see projects like Northcote come to certain stages, I'd say it's still a lot to go, but there's also a lot of community living there, understanding the difference, working together with all the new green spaces you've all provided, the extra additional spaces and the flooding prevention work and things. How we can replicate that as a council, maybe not always with Kāinga Ora's help, but hopefully in the future with, but also understanding how we can promote and present those preconceived ideas of density that may be negative and talk about it on a wider scale. So I would love to use some of that data, like the discussion before on BKT, to kind of present people with the positives around kāinga ora housing of all types, and how this density is what people are choosing, or wanting. Not everyone, of course, but we are seeing a lot of the angst that maybe was there 5 or 6 years ago because of the change sort of disappear. There's a lot more excitement there. There seems to be a lot more acknowledgement that people living together is good, of different ages and backgrounds, but also accessing green spaces, public transport, and the infrastructure so close to their home is actually the benefits coming from that. So, we are seeing a bit more of that change that used to be maybe just focused on the city centre or some of them was more metro centres. We're seeing it across Auckland. So I would love to know how we're going to promote not just the development's finished, but the ongoing, like how are we going to use those examples to encourage the city that this is an okay, exciting, positive, and if there are negative experiences, how we change that for the future too. But just want to acknowledge the teams, the workers on the ground, but everyone working together, and I think it can only be good for our city that this continues ongoing. Thank you.
Okay, good comment to round us off there. So it's been moved and seconded to receive the update, and again, thank you to Mark and Natasha for along, and also our council officer. It was a really great update. So thank you very much for that. Moved, seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, everybody. And the tours, we do them every month, and you're welcome anytime. And I will take the challenge to do one specifically for you all next year if you wish to come and join us. But it is the best way for us to talk about what we're doing. Go and have a look.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Seeing is believing, as the old saying goes. That closeness to the time when a number of us want to be away from here is increasing as well. So let's try and bear that in mind with the last few items if we can. So the next one up is now item 13, which is the city centre transport operations, including Midtown. Online, we've got Graham Gunthorpe, the program director of the city centre. Also present Simon Oddy and John Strawbridge, who will be following with the item after that as well. Over to our team there. Is it Graham? Yeah.
I'm here, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors, for your time. Slide, please. The purpose of this presentation is to respond to the governing body's request regarding how Midtown and the city centre will continue to provide efficient movement for people and goods throughout the upcoming works, especially in Midtown. So along with Simon Oddy and John Strawbridge, I also have Oliver Smith from the Development Program Office, standing in for Jenny Larking, and he can handle any detailed questions about the Midtown construction works themselves. Slide, please. This presentation has three broad themes. There's the strategic alignment, access and movement, as well as the loading and servicing, acknowledging that final point is certainly a hot button in the city centre, and there's far more complete accompanying report available in your pack. Slide, please. Transport is a key enabler of economic activity, jobs, goods, services, education. It's vital for growth, for meeting our climate targets, and it delivers on the city centre master plan, access for everyone, and that image you see on screen now is an example from that plan. It's also important to maximise the impact of City Rail Link. The city centre really is the engine room of the country. We're delivering this through multiple programs: public transport, network management, parking management, cycling infrastructure, and other capital investment. And as we deliver construction in Midtown and elsewhere in the city centre, we're managing the network with an eye to the future. We're helping with positive mode shift, and we're looking to improve choice for people. And I'd like to acknowledge the work and the views of Heart of the City, as well as other advocates. And I agree on the need for a holistic view for the city centre. And I'd like to think that's what we're working towards with our work program at the moment. Slide, please. Some context, how people get into the city in the morning peak. The graph on the left shows public transport percentage in top in green, pedestrians in lilac, and cycling in maroon. As at March of this year, 55% of commuters took public transport, walked or cycled. So it's an excellent positive mode shift coming back from the lows of COVID. Public transport really building momentum. This is only the entry data, of course. There's as well 40,000 odd people living here, and everyone becomes a pedestrian for the final part of their journey, whether it's from the car park to their desk, the ferry terminal to the classroom, or the bus stop to the shop. On the right, the graph shows a breakdown of that data by transport mode. Private vehicle use is the blue line. It's lower at 25,000 per day than it was before COVID, when it was around 35,000. Now, this may be due to constraints on the motorway network rather than in the city centre fringes. Remember, this is entry data only. And we've also had social structural changes, such as work from home. The positive growth trends in public transport and active modes can be seen in the dotted green line, and that's really driven by growth in bus patronage, which is the solid green line halfway along the halfway up the graph. Noting that this bus and public transport improvement is despite headwinds such as bus driver shortages and train line closures. Slide, please. For those who drive, this image shows circulation at the end of the year. Victoria Street reopens. The green section is Te Hanoa's. Wellesley Street bus-only section, which is proposed. The construction area shown in yellow between Albert Street and Queen Street. Noting that Albert Street, not yet reopened at this time. I've shown that in a dotted blue line. In line with access for everyone in the city centre master plan, there's a real focus on travelling to, not through. And a ring road has been formed. And I've shaded that in blue around the outside. Nelson Hobson, Merrill, Simons, and Customs. That allows traffic to bypass Midtown, freeing up that capacity for local businesses, residents, and visitors. And we've really heard strongly that that capacity is needed to help those businesses thrive and the residents get around. Of course, the city centre has a much higher capacity ring road beyond this, the motorway network. So in future, we'll be encouraging drivers to enter and exit the city via the closest motorway exit, rather than traversing the city core. Now, we've heard from drivers in the public, as well as in focus groups and other forums. We acknowledge the challenges that some are experiencing with driving in the city centre. There is a lot of construction going on. There is no denying that. So we're planning public information campaigns, as well as improved digital and physical wayfinding for drivers, as well as those on foot and on bus. Slide, please. The driving map enables the creation of high efficiency, high reliability bus corridors. This is envisioned in the city centre bus plan, and this can really start to take shape as Albert Street reopens. Wellesley Street, we're proposing to deliver in 3 stages. The first central section to start either at the end of the year or early next year. And that yellow section really maximizes the capability of City Rail Link, allowing better interchange. The Western buses along Pitt Street, Vincent and Albert, as I say, Albert Street reopening, it allows that corridor to come into its own. This city centre bus plan does envisage most services terminating on the city fringes as opposed to in the city centre, and that enables that curb space within the city centre to be freed up for other uses, loading, servicing, pickup, drop-off, etc. Slide, please. Looking at the Queen Street Valley itself, there are limited east-west routes. The Midtown projects consider Victoria, Wellesley and Merrill, which is the area highlighted in yellow, as a subsystem with alignment across all of them, providing at least 3 lanes per direction for general traffic, at least 1 lane each direction for buses, making sure that we maintain access for local residents and businesses like on Elliott Street. Now, it's important to note that in our construction sites, construction vehicles will not use Queen Street unless there's no alternative. There'll be active monitoring of traffic and construction site management, aiming to reduce clutter and cones, and contractors' vehicles will not be permitted to use the sites for car parking unless the vehicles are in active use. Slide, please. Onto loading and servicing. As I said, this is one of the hot buttons for those in the city centre. So we have a number of forums, quarterly reference groups where we engage with businesses, residents and industry representatives. We've definitely heard about the increase in demand for loading and servicing. Now, that's come about for a couple of reasons. The changing nature of businesses, population growth, higher demand for deliveries, contractors, and pick up and drop off. And that varies across the time of the day and the day of the week. Slide. Back 2, please. Back, yeah, perfect, thank you. Now, at the same time as this increased demand, there has been a reduction in available curb space, some of it due to construction disruption and some due to street redesigns, including bus priority and future cycle lanes. The image on screen shows every loading zone in the city centre as at 2022 with a 75-metre walking catchment around it. And I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Lee, who I presented this to a few days ago, who mentioned that for many businesses 75 metres is too far, and that's fair. However, there are some uses where it is very difficult to create new loading zones even more proximate. So, and some users can use that 75 meters. Anyway, so that is the analysis on screen. You'll notice there's high levels of service. Sorry, back one. Yeah, you'll notice there's high levels of service around our key retail areas, but that coincides with those high demand areas. And in our analysis, we also look at the off-street loading available. And unsurprisingly, our on-street loading zones are most prevalent in the areas where there are fewer off-street options. And in the future, we anticipate off-street being even more important for efficient running of the city. Slide. Now, the use and design challenges are exemplified by the image on screen. And this is our proposal for outside Beresford Square entrance to Tūāhanga station. Now, this isn't in Midtown, and it's quite an extreme example, but it shows that areas where there's huge pedestrian flows, bus lanes, cycle lanes, and general traffic all coalescing have to be accommodated inside this narrow corridor, and we need to find alternative locations for those loading zones. In this case, we're proposing that Tūāhanga Road would have loading zones off-peak in certain areas, as well as on the side streets. The important thing to note here is we have to find balance between safety and amenity, bus efficiency, loading zones. We cannot have them all everywhere at all time. There is no nirvana, no utopia here. There must be balance found. So we're making sure we're working with industry and the public to find that balance. And what is right for one user may not be right for another. So we have to acknowledge that. We also need to be cognizant of the different demands at different times of day. It's especially important to enable the nighttime economy to flourish. And again, I'd like to point out the words of Viv talking about the theatre district in particular, pick-up drop-off. And we have actually added in pick-up drop-off zones within the Civic car park, and we'll be doing a launch of that soon. But it's an example of us reacting to what we're hearing from the community. Slide. We're making both strategic and tactical improvements to help businesses and residents. So we've been working with community liaison groups. For example, the Tiwai Horritu station have been very vocal in their need for more loading zones around the Albert Street and Victoria Street intersection. So we're looking to add loading zones as construction completes, and we're looking to be as transparent as possible, showing all the different options we are trying to find loading zones for them in. We're also improving enforcement through CCTV to ensure higher turnover of loading zones so more businesses and residents can use them. A good example of that is on Federal Street, just north of the Sky Tower, where there are 6 loading zones. By increasing the turnover, we're effectively improving the availability for the businesses around there who are really at that pinch point of Albert and Victoria Streets. Onto the strategic side. We're refreshing our long-term strategy with the Comprehensive Parking Management Plan, now called Room to Move. This will be a 10-year plan delivered from January 2025, and really it will start to roll out as City Rail Link opens. It'll cover parking and curb space provision and management in the city centre. Importantly, it will consider the changing land use in the city. So what the demands are not only going to be now, but also into the future. And we'll, of course, be consulting with all stakeholders, residents, businesses, industry groups, local board to develop that strategy. And we aim that this strategy will identify those innovative opportunities like those Heart of the City have mentioned, responding to different needs of the city at different times of day. Slide. So the next step, specifically on Midtown. We're designing and implementing public information campaigns as part of those Midtown projects so people understand the changes that are about to occur. And there's a number of stakeholders. You may recall from the Midtown presentation by Jenny Larking, we not only have Development Program Office and Auckland Transport, but we also have Water Care and City Rail Link as well. So making sure that there's alignment between all of the agencies in our communications. And then updating the wayfinding, physical and digital, for people who are driving, for people on foot, bus, bike, however they choose to get in and get around the city, we need to be responding to them. And then ahead of the reopening of Victoria Street in late 2023 and the proposed change to Wellesley Street late 23 or early 2024, where it becomes bus only. Now, I'll just summarize. What have we heard? There will be capacity improvements as City Rail Link concludes that Victoria Street reopening, and that will necessitate changes to east-west journeys. Victoria Street reopen and Wellesley changes with the bus lane. That through traffic on the ring road, we'll need to communicate that effectively. But it will enable bus journeys on Wellesley Street, which in 2028 is forecast to have around 80 buses per hour in each direction. So that just shows the importance of Wellesley Street. And loading and servicing. It is going to remain challenging in the near future, but we are doing our best to work with businesses to help them through that, adding back loading zones where possible, as well as enforcement through CCTV. And with that, I'd like to hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Graham. And can I compliment you on your very succinct and professional presentation there? That was well delivered. We've also had a fairly comprehensive report here, folks, and we've been through this previously. If there are any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, yes, Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. And Graham, great to see you presenting to us. Hey, you said something about room to move being implemented in 2025. That somewhat shocked me. I thought room to move was in the stages of being implemented like now, can you just
Sure, happy to. So the parking strategy for the Auckland region is called Room to Move. So this will be a subset of it, Room to Move for the city centre. And they are planning that the report will be accepted and approved and become policy essentially from January 2025. The actual implementation of the recommendations it make will take time after that.
Okay, I'll look at that. In terms of micro freight delivery systems, we've got Urgent Couriers, a commercial company that have got a bicycle system. We're looking at micro freight system in the downtown complex, and there's a big void in loading zones in that area. What are your discussions with that particular company and possibly others in expanding the micro freight delivery so that you don't have a reliance on the big traditional, my truck's arriving, I need some space for it, please, to deliver you this small parcel?
Maybe I can jump in, Graham, if you like.
Please.
Councillor, through the chair, John Strawbridge here. Yeah, look, our parking design team working on a regular basis with the freight industry in the city centre, Councillor, and not only have we looked at new initiatives, but rekindled some old ones as well. Some of the learnings that we've taken out of Sydney in terms of booking spaces that are in off-site locations. We've also looked at Victoria Street car park as another collaboration in terms of if you like, a degorging of larger freight vehicles and then e-bike or e-scooter type deliveries out of there, as well as the civic car park. Downtown, yes, options there within the downtown car park also being considered in terms of some small freight drop-off Well and truly underway, but it is very organic at the moment. As we all know, in the city centre, things move very quickly in terms of a road is open today and then not tomorrow. So the team is onto it, and as I said, working with the freight industry directly on a regular basis.
Thank you. Just two more questions, small ones, Chair. While I've got you there, John, thank you. Mobility and access is reliant on good enforcement too, John, and that's your patch, you know it well, of course. We've got some sort of big issues, you know, after hours, late with Ubers, as I mentioned to you earlier this morning, John, in an email. But I'm hearing it from City Centre Residents Group and a lot of others about how mobility and access is being obstructed by rideshare vehicles that are, you know, colonising public space when maybe we don't have that as Auckland Council. Auckland Transport doesn't have the enforcement in place to make sure that, you know, the public realm, the qualities of the public realm are maintained, you know, well into the evening. How are we tracking on making sure we get, you know, resource people in place to ensure that enforcement is there to, you know, maintain the amenity that we expect?
Yeah, for sure. Through the chair, councillor, we've, as Graham alluded to, we have invested in CCTV and remote enforcement, which is a follow-up to the offending, if you like. So at the time, they're not getting caught, but they're getting the ticket later. We are increasing our patrols in the evenings. This is by virtue of overtime provision now, rather than personnel, as we are not fully staffed across the region. Our night shift staff at the moment for Tamaki Rawa is 6 staff from Poki through to Wellsford. So yeah, resourcing is a challenge for us, but we have a number of staff that are willing to work the extra hours and do some targeted enforcement. In particular, those photographs that you sent me this morning are quite disturbing in terms of the flow of bus services. So my team are onto that straight away.
Look, thank you. And one last one, and I'd like a comment from Simon too on something that happened recently. But Graham, I'm a regular walker of the valley to and fro from here to the ferry, and you know, 3 years ago, I could pass 2 CityLink buses walking down the street. Now 2 CityLink buses will pass me as I go down Queen Street, and emergency vehicles have free access there as well. Are you hearing from Auckland Transport, you know, Auckland Transport and emergency services, that access through the core of the city centre is a lot more reliable now than pre the pedestrian or partial pedestrianisation and streetscape improvement project on Queen Street itself?
Yeah, so we meet with emergency services in a quarterly forum, and they have been positive about Queen Street. They have had instances where they've been held up. I won't say it's always been perfect, but the statistics on the free-flowing bus traffic and reduction in general traffic on Queen Street speaks for itself. The fact that we are able to get vehicles that need to be in the Queen Street corridor through there more efficiently than previously. I'd also like to point out that air quality has improved 22% between January and December in 2022, and noise levels have been reduced, particularly in the early hours, well, that is after 10 p.m. and before 6 a.m.
And I'm pushing it, Chair, but I've got one little one. Finally, Simon, I was in discussion with you recently. I was rather surprised to see some changes on High Street North outside the Bretts. I'm, you know, a councillor that's been really at the coalface of the city centre improvements, along with others. I contacted you. You didn't seem to know much about it. Now you're our implementation lead there. You've been conferred that job by this body, and it's your opportunity, Simon. Can you tell us what happened there? There seemed to be some disconnects between departments and some outcomes that some city centre residents are very surprised to see. In fact, they feel like it's going backwards on the northern part of High Street. Others, I'm sure, will think it's the bee's knees and I can park my truck outside. Or your BMW, as I saw yesterday in the loading zone. So, Simon, can you just maybe tell us what happened there, please? Because there's a lot of people that are pretty disgruntled about that outcome.
Yes, kia ora, and yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. So as a lot of the councillors may be aware, there's been some disquiet amongst stakeholders within the High Street district as to the state of the street. The upgrades that had been, the temporary upgrades that had been applied, I can't remember the exact date, but they have been in place for a number of years now, had started to grade over time. One particular area where there had been a lot of damage to the temporary boardwalk outside the debris space, as you had identified, Councillor, that had been regularly damaged through vehicle usage, collisions and the likes. It became a maintenance issue, as I understand, for Council in Auckland Transport, and the decision was made at a certain point to replace the boardwalk in that location with planters. However, obviously those planters prevented the area from being able to be used as either pedestrian space or parking space, and were collecting rubbish. And it wasn't initially signalled as part of the planned improvements to enhance the look and feel of the space in response to the stakeholder feedback that had been received, which was largely to be focused on sort of cosmetic issues, removal of rubbish, the upgrade and better maintenance of the planters and the likes. But what has transpired is, with the removal of those planters, instead of the that parking space being returned to pedestrian use, it has been returned to parking use, and that appears to have been a communication issue or breakdown between the different departments and the work was going on, and a lack of consultation with city centre residents groups in particular on that. You can appreciate the both sides of the story, and we need to ensure that that area is being used as a productive space, and I understand that was the rationale behind the decision to return it to parking. I just want to provide confidence, however, that it doesn't signal a change in the strategy for that space, for that street. It isn't to be returned to full parking, so the boardwalks on the eastern side will remain in place. And as the business case for the future upgrades of High Street roll out, what form and function that street takes in the future will be considered as part of that.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks for the questions, Chair.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I just had to take a call in the middle of Councillor Darby's questions. It might have been answered. Could you please explain if the ring road will get any kind of signal priority? Because if that's where, the drivers are being asked to go, will they get any prioritisation around that?
So we're working on the indicative business case for access for everyone at the moment, and that is likely to get to approvals middle of next year. So that business case will be making recommendations of that type. In the interim, we will need to make sure that wayfinding, etc., and any relevant network management tools are put in place. But I'm going to have to get back to you on what our network management team recommend.
Yeah, I'd appreciate you just giving me an email on that, Graham. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. You're doing a good job.
So thank you, Councillor Simpson. Okay, I'm happy to move the update. We have a seconder, please, Councillor Darby. Any comments? Councillor.
Just wanted to give a comment because I didn't want to ask it in question, but just want to say that the new way forward has been really helpful with Simon and team, and it's fantastic to see so many pedestrians quieter in the corridor, and the reduction in poor air quality in the Queen Street Valley, which was the worst in the whole city, it is reducing, which is fantastic as well. And it's great to see that public transport is again, and walking and cycling, beating vehicle movements in the city centre, and those pedestrian counts are back to pre-COVID levels in the city centre. So awesome, and keen to see more progress. Thanks.
Right, thank you. So it's been moved, it's seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye, against? No, okay. Thank you, Graham, Simon and John. John, you're back on now. Item 14, and this is one I'm certainly been looking forward to today. If Councillor Darby was mildly excited by the VKTs, I'm going a bit beyond that with listening to the transport officers to see what actually happens on the ground on our transport network, some of which might not be all that enjoyable. So, John, over to you for the introduction. You're muted, John.
There we go. Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm looking forward to presenting my two fantastic transport officers to you this afternoon as well. But by way of introduction, if I could just go to the first slide, please. So, look, a very brief history. I'm not going to read this all out. I think the forum has had an opportunity to look at it before, but really the beginning of the journey for the transport officers was in 2015. Where we had a real increase, a pickup. Some of you in the room may be aware of incidents of disorder and fare evasion and a whole lot of associated criminal activity in and around the rail network. With the introduction of some legislation and some very, very close work between the New Zealand Police, that time the Commissioner, and Auckland Transport, we were able to establish the first cohort of transport officers in the country, and they were obviously came from pretty much zero through to hero quite quickly. Next slide, please. So this really highlights the authority in which these transport officers operate on the network. So under the LGA, the transport officers are able to prosecute in terms of the failure to pay a public transport service fee, and also the associated warrant from the Commissioner is approved and deployed out into the network. Just a point to note that only the transport officers that are qualified by knowledge and experience are able to undertake the enforcement functions, and that warrant is a highly regarded warrant, and I guess on a daily basis used with pride by our team. The training is all done in-house by Auckland Transport, and the content is approved by the Royal New Zealand Police College. So extensive work goes into preparing our people before they go out and service in the community. Slide, please. So our everyday focus now, I'm not going to say too much here because you have two of our most experienced officers to have some time with in Q&A as we go through this afternoon. But currently we have 40 officers, 5 supervisors and a management team in behind. Look, they're providing great customer service and information, enhancing the journey experience. Safety and security is high on their radar always. Always able to assist with incidents and emergencies on the network, and very importantly, making sure that everyone's paying their way and we're paying their fare. With the transport officer team being a smaller contingent, what we use is a risk-based intelligence deployment model, where effectively we're deploying our officers to the trouble spots that we know of based on the intelligence that's brought in from our officers, but also from the public by way of Crime Stoppers, and also our relationships, which I'll address in the next slide now, please. So, as well as the normal day-to-day work for our officers, we're working this evening with the events at Eden Park, and that's one of the great parts of the service that our team provides as well, with the special events that are so successful in Tamaki Makaurau. Their teams are on the ferries, at the ferry terminals, looking after the patronage over the summer peak periods and security issues around the wharves. and the concerts at Mount Smart, Western Springs, Q Management, and also, and quite significantly after the events of today, targeted operations and partnerships with the New Zealand Police. So today our officers were deployed in 2 phases with the unfortunate incidents downtown. The first phase was to help with the road closures and on those cordons, and the second phase was with crowd control as we were starting to reopen the lower part of the city. Again, those officers deployed in partnership with the police. Auckland One Rail, another significant partner, obviously the rail operator, Armaguard, our bus operators, first responders, but I think importantly, and you'll probably hear it from my team there, the travelling public of Auckland, and the partnership with that travelling public is incredibly important to our team. And to that end, Chair, after our conversation up in Silverdale that evening, where you said you'd love to actually meet and talk to a couple of officers, today I've got Clifford and Sue. Clifford's a supervisor, a senior officer, and been with us I'm not going to say how long, but a long time, Clifford. And Sue as well, a long-serving officer, who are our most experienced, and I'm sure they'll be able to potentially introduce themselves, but also start the conversation off about a day in the life of a transport officer. So without further ado, I think I'll hand over to my team, and they're sick of me talking anyway, so over to you, team, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John.
Yeah. Oh, hello, councillors and Chair. I'm Clifford. I'm a transport supervisor. I was a transport officer for about 3 years. I was in the original recruitment, which was in, we started on the network in November in 2017. I'm coming up 6 years this year. It's a really interesting job we have out there. Our main focus is customer service and enforcement. And as John mentioned in one of his slides, we have 2 shifts running every day. So we have transport officers deployed on the public transport network from about 6 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. And then with special events that he mentioned, like at Kingsland and say Mount Smart and these other things, we will work maybe even to midnight or 1 in the morning. So we're a very flexible team. Our day normally starts by, as John mentioned, about covering areas that we should go out to, and where there's maybe customer service required, fare evasion seen. So we go out on the trains and we will do enforcement. We check hop cars, we check tickets, and we give customer service. And we're warranted to give an infringement fee if the person doesn't have a valid fare. We do work really hard at giving customer service and getting them complying. If we cannot get accurate information, we feel it's not accurate, we actually disembark people from the trains. On buses, and we cover CityLink, which is a high-risk area. We have a lot of people, as people know in the city area, a lot of homeless people, a lot of people who just want to travel from K Road to Queen Street or vice versa, who do not want to pay. So we do our utmost to actually stop them boarding the bus. A lot of our job is involved in, I'm going to say, we can, under the police warrant, we can direct people to give details, we can direct to disembark them, but in a lot of our job, we actually we have to bluff very well in front of customers. And it comes down to quite often how difficult you can bluff the customer. On CityLink buses, and sometimes even showing up on the NEX buses, we now have a problem with people at the lights either trying to board the bus or disembark the buses by pushing the emergency doors. And this is a real problem because the bus is stopping at the lights. Someone wants a free ride. They push the door at the back, jump on the bus. And once they're seated, it's impossible to get someone off. And it's the same now. We've got people, especially in the city area, who want the bus to, want to get off the bus wherever they like. So the bus will stop for a red light or slow down for traffic. They push the back door and jump off the bus. We're kept really busy on these buses, actually covering the doorway. So when we're on a bus now, you may see transport officers. One will be standing in the back door, one will be standing by the front door to actually stop this type of behaviour. In our job, we do see we are high vis, and that is very important for customers to actually see us because it cuts down a lot on fare evasion. Visibility is very important in our job. I would think probably about 95% of people who are going to cause trouble, if they see us, will not get on a bus or a train or a ferry. So visibility is really important. We also do a lot of things about helping various customers out there. It's just not about enforcement. It's not about disembarking people. I'll ask Sue to give a couple of stories of instances she's seen or know about where we've actually helped people out in the network.
Thank you, Clifford.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Sue Speedy. I'm Transport Officer 7063, and I'm really proud of the job that I do out on the network. Usually we do fare evasion, as Clifford pointed out, but it's usually around customer safety and protection. So we may have young women travelling later at night and they see the high vis and they'll come to you and say, I'm having a problem with a gentleman on the train who turns out to be not a gentleman at all. And so you can make her journey much safer by simply sitting with her, talking through her concerns. The guy involved then either disembarks, or we can disembark him, or we can call the police to sort that problem out. Other situations, we have medical emergencies. One of our officers, who's an exceptional example of being a transport officer, was on a CityLink bus and just out of the corner of her eye saw that one of her customers had blood on their person, and it turned out she had a very deep self-harming cut that she had actually just inflicted. And our officers stepped in immediately, looked after that, called the police, gave her first aid and stayed with her for reassurance. The outcome could have been completely different if the transport officers hadn't been on there. And these sorts of things are what makes our job so rewarding, because we're out amongst our customers for a long time during the day, and they become sometimes more than customers, because we get involved in their daily routines and their situations, and we take pride in doing that.
Yeah, the other thing also out on the network, we actually build up a lot of rapport with stakeholders, like, for example, bus drivers, train managers, I suppose One Rail staff, all these different stakeholders. And it's amazing the conversations that we get from them. And even with customers, I call them train friends. When you've been on the train services sort of regularly, there's people that say, hello, how are you today? You don't actually, may not even know their name, but I classify them as train friends. And it's amazing. Sometimes, I'm not saying we're not counsellors, don't like that, but it's amazing. Some stories, they'll tell us family problems, all this type of thing. And whether it's, we don't always give advice, but I think sometimes they just want to get it out of their system. So, you know, it's another part of our job, is that people, because they've built trust in us, they want to tell us personal things about their family. And, you know, I never thought that would have happened in this job, but it's just amazing how this rapport builds up. You see people for a few minutes every day, and then suddenly they're telling you things going on in their life. And, you know, so in that, it's another way we're just bringing comfort to people traveling. We've also had, I remember I was on a train one day with a couple of transport officers, and we actually on this train had two people that both had angina or heart attacks going on basically at the same time. And we had to keep them as comfortable as we could. We had to arrange the ambulance. We had to actually get the train stopped at a particular place. We had to get them into the onto the platform. We had to look after them till the ambulance came, all that sort of thing. So that is part of our job. Medical emergencies, they don't happen every day, but they do happen. So we do cover a wide range of things. And also, I was just talking earlier, a little bit about fare evasion, and that people now, it's changed in the public transport arena. For a long time there, when we first started, people didn't say anything, so they would just see us on the train, they would just nod. But now, when we're sometimes disembarking people or helping in a situation, people are coming up to us and saying how great it is to actually see us out there doing something. People are appreciating that we're there. Oh, I saw that man. He's been getting on for free for the last 2 weeks, and you've actually dealt with that person. You've disembarked him or you've infringed him, and people are really happy to actually see that. And also, it's amazing. People say how good it is to you see us on the train. I remember a conversation I had with an older lady probably a couple of months ago. I was on a train and she came up to me and said, I was going up to her and she said to me, oh, you guys must have a terrible job because you're dealing with, troublesome people all the time. And I just turned around to her and said, ma'am, it's ladies like you that make this job really worthwhile, and got a big smile on her face, and it just changed the whole atmosphere. And that's the thing about Sue mentioned earlier, how she loves the job. It's a great job because most of the people we deal with make our day. It's only a small amount that because when they ruin your day, they really ruin your day. But really, it is about helping people. It's about getting them to their journey. It's about, and there have been lots of issues. I know they've spoken earlier. Someone mentioned about bus driver shortages and that, and there's been some rail problems. There was the wet weather, and our job is to actually get those people home safely and quickly on the public transport, and we've really been able to do that. And there's another situation that arose.
Hang on, Cliff. Stand by.
Yeah.
Just through the chair, I think maybe would you like an opportunity for any of the councillors, Chair, to have some questions?
Yes, I think that'd be useful, John. We can certainly see from Clifford and Sue that we've got people of some skill and appropriateness in those roles, and that they are obviously very important roles, the human component, both in terms of our AT staff, the drivers and conductors and whatnot, but also in protecting the public and many faceted forms. So I think it'd be really useful then. I think if we open up to a few questions from people and see if we can get a little bit of the benefit of the obvious experience and enthusiasm of Clifford and Sue in their work, because they've obviously seen a lot more in 6 years than anyone else has in the Auckland's PT network. So I'll just before I do that, I just need to move a quick extension of time. That's moved by Councillor Darby, second by Councillor Walker, and I'll open it up now to any questions.
Clifford and Sue, Chris Darby here, and thank you, Clifford and Sue, both, incredibly articulate about the way you've managed to convey what your daily job is, and it's coloured it very differently for me. So I really appreciate that. I notice your presence, and your colleagues, of course, on the network when I'm taking my ferry and bus, and I really appreciate it. I do notice the very subtle way you approach some difficult characters as well. It takes a lot of skill. So just look, probably at the end, Clifford, where you were saying only some customers are difficult, but what sort of tools do you use to deal with pretty trying situations? I'm sure there's some quite physically threatening situations. What sort of tricks have you got up your sleeve, Sue or Clifford, that you could maybe, just say, well, this is how I deal with that situation? Can you give us a couple of scenarios, one each maybe?
Yeah, okay, I'll go first. One of the things you learn very early in this job is less is better. So you need to keep the conversation to the minimum. And one thing you do, I'll just give an example. So I've got someone on a train that basically refused to, say, give their details. The situation might escalate a little bit, and then I will say to them very, very firmly and nicely, sir, you have to disembark at the next station. You don't have a valid fare and you're off. At that stage, I have to walk away. He's going to start saying to me, no, I'm not getting off. No, I'm getting off, giving all the reasons. If I stay there, he will play me like a fish. But the moment I walk away from this person, his control over me has vanished in his mind, and I'll just carry on down the train as though we didn't have this conversation. When the train arrives at the next station, and as the door opens, I wander up and say, sir, you're off here. And about 99.9% of the time, he will get off. If I stood there and talked to him, he wouldn't get off. So it's sort of less is best.
Well, each situation is completely different, but Clifford's right. You have to bite down on any comment that you might want to make, because if you inflame the situation, it gets out of hand very quickly. So we have this wonderful device called a body-worn camera, and I find that I turn it on when I'm driving home, even though I don't still have it, because as soon as I get into a situation which I feel is going to become aggressive, abusive, violent, I reach for the body-worn camera, and 9 times out of 10, when that happens, it steps the person back away from you. Then you can tell them what you want, which in most cases is you need to disembark the train. If the body-worn camera doesn't work, then you have to call for backup, because that's what we work in teams of 2, sometimes 3, and your colleagues are your safety net. So if one person is dealing with an aggressive customer and the body-worn camera doesn't work, when you have 2 hivers standing talking to an aggressive customer, usually they back away, just because you've got now 2 qualified officers dealing with the situation. So we've all been in some very hairy situations, but thank God none of our transport officers have been hurt, and we owe that to our training and also our resilience on the network. And the training we have to thank Auckland Transport for. They keep giving us refresher training, and that helps us through the situation. So I never feel threatened on the network, but I have been in some situations which in normal life I wouldn't have to confront. But as I said, we have the training, so we're ready to deal with it. And we've got, as I say, a lot of tools of the trade with the body-worn camera.
Thank you both. Yeah, good question, Councillor Darby, and you can see there the psychology that you could maybe come along and give us some training as councillors. Well, I know I could do. I'll speak for myself. I could do a few of those techniques, I think. So, I think part of the reason we're flying a bit here is that there's a number of us want to join that public transport network very soon, heading out of the way of Eden Park. So I've noticed that there's a bit of a stamping of feet here. So Clifford and Sue, thank you very much. We may see you on the train if you're out there today. John, thank you very much for setting this presentation up. I really appreciate that follow-up from Silverdale, where we had some of these issues at our depot that were really quite challenging and raised real questions of public safety. And I certainly know that our committee have appreciated your response here and the reassurance over what surveillance and what responses Auckland Transport have at their disposal. And I think what will inevitably happen here is that we will return, our committee will return to the people on the ground, the transport officers, the drivers, to ensure that public component, that human face, whatever form it takes, in either from officers or our public catching the services, is to our fore, rather than it being a rather abstract principle of a transport network that just runs seamlessly with buses and trains and ferries going everywhere. And if there's not other things there that are equally important, that we know from international experience are crucial, that we keep an eye, we keep a check, we have personnel and skilled personnel like yourself there at the key intervention points to make it all work, especially when we're trying to encourage people to use it. So thank you again. I'm happy to move, seconded by Councillor Darby again. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Dean, you're up now. We're gathering a bit of pace here. Sorry that you've had to wait so long. It's been one of those days, Dean. And I'm sure Kylie will be keen to expedite matters too. I think perhaps more so than anyone, from what I've heard. So welcome, Dean. I'll leave you and Kylie to introduce the item. Kylie Clegg is standing in for Wayne Donnelly here today as a board member, and I think her daughter is involved in some shape or form later this evening. Okay. Right. Okay, Dean.
Yeah, thank you, John. Thank you, Chair. And kia ora, everybody. I know it's this is an update on Auckland Transport for the committee at the end of a very long day. The reassuring thing I told both Clifford and Sue was that all these discussions around strategy and policy and funding all translate onto the ground, and they are the face of Auckland Council and Auckland Transport in the eyes of our customers. So just realise all that talk is for the purpose of making sure they do an awesome job. Can I just touch on a few things? I will go fast through this presentation. Most of it may take us read. I just want to highlight a few things on slides. Stacey will pick up on a couple of the safety issues. But before we dive into it, I'm pleased to confirm that all the transport networks are up and operating again. It has been an awesome effort from everybody, police, Auckland Transport, Auckland Council, all of those involved. And our team has now shifted a couple of hours ago from incident management into event delivery mode. And so we're confident that we are ready to go and support an awesome event at which Kylie's daughter, Millie, is one of the New Zealand Football Ferns team members. So I know many of you want to get to the opening. Can we go to the next slide? I want to flick through a few highlights. So I'll just pull out a few things here. Over June, remember we're looking back at this point, over June, our weekly passenger movements were in that range of 77% to 84% of our target. I'm really pleased to say over the last week, though, we're sitting at 100%. The thing I'm very proud about is that all the effort going to get bus drivers and schedules back landed, resulted a week ago. And over this last week, we've been hitting circa 100% of what our target is. So this has been a huge effort from everybody. I'm happy to talk to June, but I want to talk about July more, so I have. Cancellations are under 4%, not quite where we want them, but so close. There's a whisker in it. You can see we're 88 drivers short, but that hasn't stopped us getting all the schedules back. The transponder rollout. So this is about productivity through the network. This is about ensuring that buses have got preference. So that phase 3 is all about Eastern Busway and stage 1. That rollout is now completed. So buses moving that through that part of the network are communicating with the lights and able to move more quickly. All the new Community Connect concessions were launched. That was a mammoth effort, I might add. And you can see a few other achievements here around the opening of Matakana Link Road, electric ferries, build contracts signed. Okay, so I'll leave those as read. Stacey has been working along with the team to help support NZ Bus and the unions to resolve the industrial dispute. We are close to resolution. There's meetings between NZ Bus and the unions today and tomorrow. I heard a long conversation around Tahuia, so I'm not going to repeat anything there. That's something for both Kiwi Rail and Waka Kotahi to resolve. We're just supporting them wherever we can. Next slide. I wanted to touch on a couple of strategic issues. The shame is we won't be able to really dive into these. They're worthy of it. But the first strategic issue, and it does lead into the operational questions that you've asked as a committee, we cannot really progress as Auckland Council or Auckland Transport with our transport system unless we resolve the funding and revenue model. It needs to be urgently reviewed, which is the bottom bullet point. I acknowledge that whilst Auckland Council is part of that from a ratepayer perspective, this responsibility primarily sits with Ministry of Transport. For all the reasons we understand, fuel excise duty, road user charges will not cut it as we go forward. As we think about what's happening for Auckland Transport, and I can't make this point any more plainly, our capital investment and our operating costs just to deliver public transport services will all but double over the next 10 years. At the same time, the revenue base over which that is being funded will be declining unless we make a change. What we're seeing now is because we have such pressure on the funding model that's limiting investment, whether it's operational investment or capital investment, we're seeing our assets deteriorate at a faster rate than we want or need, and you can see that that being measured in asset condition. So I'd like to go to the next slide, if that's okay. This slide's somewhat complicated, but I'll tell a story around it. Top left-hand corner, orange bars. You'll see the rate of renewals across our network in the orange bars. You see that's come off over the last few years as we've chosen to take renewals investment and put that into new capital investment. The blue line that sits across the top tells us what the fault rate is across our network. So it's pretty simple math. As we don't invest in our network, the fault rate goes up and condition deteriorates, which is what the next graph shows immediately below with the different coloured bars. So you can see across different types of the network, whether it's regional or arterial, whether it's corridors of primary or secondary nature, you can see how over time condition surveys demonstrating our assets are deteriorating. The top right-hand box tells you what our target renewals investment approach should be, the frequency at which assets should be replaced and renewed. The bottom right-hand corner, you see blue bars and a line across the top. The line across the top represents the investment that we should be placing in terms of renewing our assets as approved with Waka Kotahi through our asset management plan. But due to a lack of funding, the bars represent what we are investing. The cumulative build over the next 10 years will mean you're just short of $1 billion under invested, or a backlog of $1 billion worth of investment to get our assets back to where they need to be. That is the simple message. If we continue this way, and I don't want to labour the point any more than this, but the challenges you've got on the rail network will become the challenges you've got on your road network. Next slide. Oh, sorry, I talked to that inverted bars one. Next slide. Operational updates. So this is touching on some of the questions that you've asked. In essence, what's happening with the road surface renewal program. You'll see here, last year we did circa 350 kilometres. This year we're targeting 450 kilometres. You can see the split requires $145 million worth of funding. If we're going to start addressing backlog, we need to shift through to 600 to 650 kilometres per annum. That shift is unfunded, but that's what you'll need to do. And it'll take some 10 years to claw back the backlog. Next slide. There's also a question on the rationale around raised crossings. Simply put, the simple objective here is to slow speed in areas where we've got high density of pedestrians or vulnerable users. You can see the relationship between speed and the percentage death risk. Over our program, you can see that the investments made will result in a potential or a predicted reduction of 57 deaths. The cost of delivering that is $89 million. With some 300 raised pedestrian crossings with an associated social cost saving of 139. So you've got a positive benefit cost ratio. What makes that even more interesting is that $139 million savings was calculated only if a police call-out occurs. So it doesn't pick up on all the non-police call-out injuries or lost time or social impact. That would significantly lift it maybe by a factor of 5. Next slide. Weather, I think we've talked a lot about this in past committee meetings, but you'll see there that we're down to 6 road closures and 10 with restricted access. Huge effort, combined team, council and Auckland Transport. So I can only congratulate everybody on their focus and the effort that's gone in. Next slide. Performance metrics. These performance metrics are measurements against the previous statement of intent, not the current one. You'll see boardings, emissions, streetlight LEDs, and other metrics are showing improvement, which is great against the SOI. You'll see on the other side that we've got some real challenges around death and serious injuries, because those have been increasing despite investment in areas that are pulling it down. We're still seeing it go up. Fare box recovery, there's a discussion around Te Huia. Fare box recovery in Auckland right now to the end of May was just under 15%. We expect to see that increase with return to full fares, and you can see the cell network resurfacing. That 12 includes, for example, 3 DSI reductions plus some other metrics that align. Next slide. I think I've talked enough about metrics on patronage. I will leave you to read those, except to say that you can see the continued build-up. The top right-hand slide shows how we compare with our sister cities throughout New Zealand, being Wellington and Christchurch. Our recovery rate's been behind theirs, but I think you'll see it tick up now. We've got schedules back on, but our reliability is equal, if not better, than their performance. Next slide. Maybe I'll turn it over to you, Stacey. Thank you.
If you don't mind, I will quickly say too about PT this week in terms of what we've seen, because we did put all those suspended services back into operation. And so they were fully available as a regular service offering at 100% from Monday. So we still did have a number of cancellations, albeit that's 3% on a full timetable. What we did see Tuesday and Wednesday was some very, very favourable sort of results in terms of patronage. It was circa 95% in comparison to the same day in 2019, and in particular with our bus services. So we're watching that obviously closely. A disruption like today obviously takes a little knock to the week, so to speak, amongst other things. But in terms of that, it does show that things are heading in the right direction. So the team's really happy about that. Yeah. In terms of safety performance, we did have a really bad June. And you would have seen that in media as well. There was a number of deaths and serious injuries that occurred on our roads. The trend in motorcycles continues. And so in terms of the past 12 months up to the end of June, where 57 lives have been lost and 613 people have been seriously injured. So still far, far away from where we want to be. Year to date, obviously that's 320 DSI from January, with fatalities up 17% year on year, and that's largely due to what we saw as quite a bad month on our roads in June. This month is tracking substantially better, albeit we obviously would like to see 0 there. Howick has obviously seen a really large increase in fatalities, and what we're really noticing there too is side impact crashes. So that tends to think that people are taking risky turns. So that is, we've seen quite a substantial increase in how that's represented in the data. And so we're trying to understand that a little bit more and see where we have these isolated areas to see what other mitigations we need to do. Congestion, a lot of the time motorcyclists may be trying to turn where there's what I'll call substantial queues of cars and things like that, and not being seen in terms So drivers and motorcyclists remain the largest groups harmed, representing 37% and 21% as it says. So if we go to the next page. Right. And so it's very similar, I think, to last time we updated. 50% of those injuries occurred in the 6 local board areas of Rodney, Franklin, Manurewa, Otara, Howick and Waitemata. And the trend, I guess, in terms of that continues. Like I said, those causal factors and things that we're sort of diving more into do suggest that there is more sort of what I call risk-taking happening on our roads. Now, when we met in May, we did talk about the trend with motorcyclists. So we did prepare something for June. So we do have it available that we can share after the meeting in terms of what we're seeing with motorcyclists and what mitigations and programs more broadly are underway with that area. Leave that there.
Okay. Look, this slide will take us read. CapEx delivery across the program, 96% of what we budgeted has been delivered. And we finished at the end of May with OPEX being 21 favourable against budget. The story through to the end of June, which will be reported on shortly through the annual report, is a similar trend. So I think there's a lot to be proud of in those results. There ends the presentation at pace. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Really appreciate that, Stacey, as well. We have a couple of quick questions from councillors here. Councillor Newman, Henderson and Ferry.
Thank you very much, Dean and Kylie and the team at AT. Nothing you can do about people who want to just take a destructive course on the back of a motorbike. Just happens. But one thing that we can do is confirm that we just simply won't go backwards anymore in terms of the renewals. So Auckland Transport, I presume, is going to have to come to us and say, we can't be all things to all people. We just simply have to preference the renewals ahead of all else, because you're right, we're falling behind, but the bigger cost of falling behind is the impact on that network, and it's just going to get more and more expensive to catch up. And we can close down a hall, a building, a library, whatever. We shouldn't be doing that, but we can. But we can't just let the roads just fall apart. You're going to come to us and preference those renewals ahead of everything else, because what I'm seeing here, these are alarming. And even in the worst times of 3 or 4 years ago, nowhere near as bad as this when it comes to some of the renewals targets that we are not meeting, and the state of these roads as a result.
Councillor Newman, thank you for that. Yes, we will be. I took the opportunity today to outline what I see as a strategic issue for Auckland Transport and Auckland Council to address. We need to address that with government. It is urgent. There's been too much talk and not enough action. And Auckland Transport Board, credit to them, is looking to prioritise renewals through the way that it's allocating funding. But there is huge demand from councillors, local boards, the government to invest in new capital projects. And that is a really difficult tension to balance unless you address the funding and revenue side of the equation. Otherwise, you're just moving things around in a very small pool. And yes, we can improve value for money and efficiency, but that's 10% of the question. It's not the 100% that we will be short. Sorry, Kylie, you've got your hand up.
No, I totally agree. I just wondered if I could jump in as well, just from a board perspective. Totally support your comments, Dean. And the reality is that the AT asset base is suffering deterioration at an unsustainable rate, creating high cost problems for the near future. And I guess it is our biggest concern at the moment, and we continue to face balancing the new investment versus maintaining our existing. And with the cumulative degradation of the existing assets, that pendulum of decision making has to be swaying more and more and more towards existing assets. So yes, I think that we will be coming, won't we, Dean?
We will.
To council and Waka Kotahi.
Thanks for that input, Kylie. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks. Just a quick one. We're still getting, when we put through constituent inquiries, it's taking a long time. It's taking sometimes months, you know, definitely much longer in nearly every case than what the resident is expecting. So what are we going to do about the customer experience here? Because it's starting to really become a reputational issue.
You're talking in response to written or verbal complaints. Is that correct? Yeah. Look, it's interesting. In our last board report, we were closing customer complaints through satisfactory resolution at as good, if not better, rates than what I'd seen. So look, it is a reputational issue. We need to focus on efficient and effective resolution. I am aware of a number that are just taking too long. There are a number of things that I'm happy to share with you, Councillor, about what we're doing, but part of it is a philosophical and very practical shift towards getting resolution as close to the first point of contact with the customer as possible. So that's a very deliberate move. It goes to delegated authority to call centre staff or liaison staff with local boards or bid teams, being able to make a decision there and then and commit Auckland Transport and its suppliers to doing something about the issue. So look, there's a range of initiatives, but I'm happy to come back and talk about that individually with you if that would be helpful.
That'd be really helpful. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. Mindful of time, I had a whole lot of questions, but I'm going to boil them down into two. One is, who do I send my questions to? Noting Duncan's the author of the report on our agenda, so if I can have a steer of who, so send them to Duncan, okay. And then the second question, which is a follow-on from that, I find these presentations and updates really useful, but I'm wondering how we can get them into the public agenda on the agenda report, because I think that they would be a really useful public document too. I know they come out in the minutes afterwards, but for example, I noticed Gail taking a photo before of some of the slides. I think it would be useful for the public to have some kind of summary of this in the published agenda. So that's my other question.
Look, from my point of view, Councillor, I'm more than happy. There's nothing here that we shouldn't be shining light on. So welcome to add it to the public agenda.
Councillor Turner, you got a quick question to finish off?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chair, I've been dropping in and out. Just two quick questions. Mr. Kimkin, I stated to you in a meeting a little while ago that 25% of Auckland Transport's budget is spent on traffic control. You told me I was wrong and that you'd get back to me, but you haven't. So do I take it that I was right?
No, you don't, but it does mean that I haven't got back to you. I'm sorry about that, Councillor.
That's good.
Yep.
Okay, and the other question is, or point out that a lot of the contractors around the place are tearing their hair out with traffic control, and it's been pointed out to me that a lot of it is Auckland Transport policy, not rule, not regulation, but policy. There is a big difference there.
Yeah. So look, I think as everybody knows, there's a very significant specific initiative around reviewing temporary traffic management. The code of practice, whether aside from interpretation, is one that's been that we implement here at Waka Kotahi. We're working with them to shift from a fixed standard to a risk-based approach. We're trialling that with downers. We're looking at fees and charges. We're looking at tuning down the area that needs to be occupied. There's a whole range of initiatives. I'm happy to provide a brief memo. We've been working very closely with the Mayor's Office on this, alongside Vector Chorus and Watercare. So there's a lot of work happening in this space. I think you'll continue to see a marked improvement we're committed to addressing it. Ken?
Councillor Lee, final question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dean and Stacey. Can I just make a couple of comments, if I could, on the two key aspects that have been brought to our attention by Dean, and that is the cost of renewals and the long-term sustainability of that. That's a serious worry for all of us. Obviously, our funding is not limitless, and therefore the real concern is the situation sustainable? And I am really concerned that the way things have happened is that we are very much at the mercy of a cartel of construction corporates. And I do think we need to ensure we're getting rigor in our contracts in terms of the cost of, for instance, road repairs, and some national and perhaps international benchmarking, because it's not just a supply side issue, and we can't ignore that. We're dealing with a market, and we're dealing with aggressive corporates who always have the eye on a bottom line for their shareholders, and so should we. Second point is, I think we need to be pretty clear about where we are with PT, which is one of our main efforts. We have AT keeps excellent figures on all aspects of public transport and the other aspects of the AT mission. Now, I hear the number, is it 69 million PT for June. Now, there's real numbers and there's percentages, and quite often I've had to pick up AT on communications talking about 70%, 80%, and so on. The fact of the matter is, if we do have 69 million for the end of June, going back to the comparison of June 2019 pre-COVID, that makes it that we're about 68%, nowhere near 70%, 79% or 90%. So we're at 68%, and we are lagging behind comparative cities, and so that's a concern for all of us. I'll just leave it at that.
Chair, if I can just provide some clarity. The difficulty is, and I'll admit to being maybe part of the problem, we mix year on year, month on month, and day on day. So what you see in today's presentation was month on month. You'll also see us talk about year on year. What I shared with this week in July was day on day. The comparative day in 2019 compared to the same day in 2023, we achieved 100% of what we were experiencing. And so I think let's get this nuanced properly. My report to you is that we're moving in a really strong and positive direction. We've got the schedules back, we've got the bus drivers. Our job is now to fill them.
Dean, thank you for that. Of course, we get that message, and we have that message constantly. But the fact is, we need to keep our eyes open about the real situation. 69 million packs per year compared to 101 in 2019 at exactly the same time. The math is pretty clear.
All right. Thanks for the comments and the response there. Stacey, if you wouldn't mind, you mentioned some additional data on motorcyclists. If you could forward that through to Duncan, please, then we can distribute that to the council after the meeting. I'll move it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Darby, and a very quick comment from Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Kylie, for you, I just want to acknowledge, Kylie, the decision of yourself and your professional board members in favour of the Great North Road project. Kylie, thanks for your lead on that. Thanks for your focus on safety. Thanks for noting the importance of protecting the or ensuring the safety of our young people going to the schools that project supports. And also acknowledging in your words of debate at the meeting, Kylie, our under delivery in favour of cycling. But of course, that wasn't just a cycling project, that was a streetscape project, a bus priority project, the greening of our city and making the city much safer. So Kylie, if you could please convey my appreciation to your professional board colleagues for their green lighting of that project and acknowledging the overwhelming public support for it and also the political support that you received as well in making your decision. And lastly, I wish you a really wonderful family night tonight, Kylie. Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved, it's been seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No. Carried. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Stacey. Sorry about the rather rushed nature here. There's sort of hasten to say greater forces intervene, but you know what I mean, Dean. There's and it's a big night for Auckland Transport on this too, and we certainly thank in advance the team that's out there and every big event that invariably turn up the goods, ensure people get there and get back in a reasonable amount of time. That's certainly been my experience in the last 13 years. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got just a pro forma item here, item 16, summary of Transport and Infrastructure Committee, moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Henderson. All those in favour? Against? No. We now go into there's no consideration of extraordinary item 17. We now go into confidential. We'll just stay on the line, please. We hope to deal with this very quickly. Moved Walker, seconded Watson. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We'll just only just have to thank you, Gail, for your thank you for your attendance today and for taking an interest. And no doubt you'll make use of your networks to inform people what's going on. We thank you for that.